Attention, Harrisburg School District parents and guardians, your voice matters. Please take a moment to complete our newest Return to School Family Survey, located on the district website at www.hbgsd.us and our district Facebook or Twitter sites. The survey is available in English and Spanish. Thank you in advance for completing this important survey. We got next. Attention, Harrisburg School District parents, guardians, and students. For qualifying Harrisburg High School students, we are offering online credit recovery. Students are welcome and strongly encouraged to participate in our summer credit recovery program. Harrisburg High School will offer 2 sessions for credit recovery. Session 1 is happening now through August 7th from 8 a.m. until 12 noon. Session 2 is happening now through August 7th from 1 p.m. until 3 p.m. To register, please contact Ms. Jenna Krenjak at jkrenjak@hbgsd.us or visit our website or Facebook page for more information.
Good morning, Harrisburg School District. Welcome, kindergarten. Today is Tuesday, May 5th, 2020. We're going to continue to work in Unit 8, Lesson 1, Day 2. My name is Mrs. Staback, and I teach kindergarten at Foose Elementary School. Here's a picture of me with my dog. For those of you that were with me yesterday, do you remember what my dog's name is? You're right, her name is Savannah. Can you say good morning, Savannah? Savannah says good morning to you. Before we begin our lesson, let's go ahead and review those 3 R's. Do you remember what the 3 R's are? You're right. Ready, responsible, and respectful. What does it look and sound like to use the 3 R's when we're learning? Heard some answers. You're right. Our eyes are watching, our ears are listening, our voices are quiet, and our bodies are still. Now remember, the 3 R's are very important while we're learning because they help us to grow our brain. Nice job. Before we begin, I want to go ahead and read a morning message. I know the students in my classroom love reading morning message. They love when they're helper of the day and they have the opportunity to use a pointer and help me read the words. So today, do you think you can be my helper? Can you help me read morning message? Thank you. Before we begin, let's review when we read. We start at the top. We go to the bottom and we read from left to right. Are you ready to read? Tuesday, May 5th, 2020. Good morning, kindergarten. Today is Tuesday. We will talk about animal habitats today. What's your favorite food? Lots of love, Mrs. Staback. Now remember, last night for homework, you were supposed to think about what's your favorite food. If you're just joining us today, that's all right. Take a moment, think, what's your favorite food? On the count of 3, shout out your answer. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Hearing lots of yummy foods, it's making me hungry. Mrs. Staback's favorite food is French fries, of course, with a lot of ketchup. I heard someone say pizza. I'm connecting with you because I love pepperoni pizza too. Hot dog, someone said hot dog, and I heard cake. I love cake, and that cake looks delicious. Boys and girls, thank you so much for sharing your favorite foods, and thank you for helping me to read. Give yourself a pat on the back. You are a super reader. Now we're going to get ready to sing a song. Does anyone know what song you think we are going to sing this morning? You're right. We are going to go ahead and sing a song called Down by the Bay. Here we go.
Down by the bay, where the watermelons grow, back to my home, I dare not go, for if I do, my mother will say, did you ever see a cat wearing a hat down by the bay, down by the bay? where the watermelons grow. Back to my home, I dare not go, for if I do, my mother will say, did you ever see a goat rowing a boat down by the bay, down by the bay, where the watermelons grow? Back to my home, I dare not go, for if I do, my mother will say, did you ever see a frog walking a dog down by the bay, down by the bay, where the watermelons grow? Back to my home, I dare not go, for if I do, my mother will say, did you ever see a bear combing his hair down by the bay, down by the bay, where the watermelons grow? Back to my home, I dare not go, for if I do, my mother will say, did you ever see a llama wearing pajamas down by the bay, down by the bay, where the watermelons grow? Back to my home, I dare not go, for if I do, my mother will say, did you ever see a dragon pulling a wagon down by the bay, down by the bay?
All right, boys and girls, thank you for being such good audience members. Remember that song was called Down by the Bay? And when I think about that song, I heard some pretty silly things. I think I heard a cat wearing a hat, and I heard a goat rowing a boat, and a frog walking a dog. That is pretty silly. Now, we're going to get ready to do an activity, and I'm going to need your help. For this activity, you are going to help me with the stuff, the rhyming words that we found in the song Down by the Bay. Do you think you can help me? Here we go. The first sentence is, did you ever see a yak carrying a, what would rhyme with yak? You're right, sack. Did you ever see a yak carrying a sack? Yak rhymes with sack. Good job. Did you ever see a weasel painting at an, what rhymes with weasel? Easel. Did you ever see a weasel painting at an easel? Next one. Did you ever see a shark walking through the park? Did you ever see a shark walking through the park? Shark rhymes with park. Good job. Last one. Did you ever see an eel spinning on a, what rhymes with eel? You got it, wheel. Did you ever see an eel spinning on a wheel? Good job, boys and girls. Give yourselves a pat on the back. You did an excellent job rhyming. Let's move on. We're going to continue to sound out words. So I'm going to need your help with this next activity. Think about the name of the picture. Do you know what that is? You're right. That is a bed. What is the first sound you hear in the word bed? The middle sound and the end sound. Remember, the word is bed. Let's go ahead and sound that out together. What is the first sound you hear? B. The sound in the middle? Eh. The sound at the end? D. Let's do it again. B, e, d. What's the word? Bed. Good job. Think about the name of the picture. You're right. That is a pig. What is the first sound you hear in the word pig? The middle sound, the end sound. Remember, the word is pig. Let's go ahead and sound it out together. What's the first sound you hear? P. The sound in the middle? I. The sound at the end, g. Let's do it again. P, I, g. What's the word? Pig. Nice job. Think about the name of the picture. I'm wondering what that is. Is it a color? Oh, you're right. That's the color red. What is the first sound you hear in the word? Red. The middle sound and the end sound. Remember, the word is red. Can you help me with those sounds? First sound, sound in the middle, eh, d. Let's do it again, eh, d. What's the word? Red. Good job, boys and girls. Now, yesterday we talked about vowels. We talked about short vowels and we talked about long vowels. Do you remember the vowels? Can you say them for me? You got it. A, E, I, O, and U. These vowels are called short vowels, and the green background on those letter cards helps us to remember this. Now remember, each of these letters makes a sound. Short A makes the sound ah. Say it again. Short A makes the sound ah. Short E makes the sound, you're right, eh. Say it again. Short E makes the sound eh. Short I makes the sound I. Say it again. Short I makes the sound I. Short O makes the sound ah. Say it again. Short O makes the sound ah. Short U makes the sound Good job. Say it again. Short U makes the sound Now, yesterday, remember we talked about long vowels? And we know that vowels are very special letters because every word has to have, you're right, a vowel. Every word has to have a vowel in it. Remember yesterday we talked about this letter. What is it? Long A. Good job. When A says its name, A, it is called long A. The letter is red because it's you're right, a vowel. The yellow background on this letter card helps us to remember that it is you're right, a long vowel. Do you remember what sound that makes? You're right, long A makes the sound A. Can you say that again? Long A makes the sound A. We're going to go ahead and review that long A sound. Remember yesterday we did that rhyme? If you weren't with us yesterday, that's all right. We're going to go ahead and practice again today. I'm going to go first, and then I want you to help me. A's my name, two sounds I make. Short A in, you got it, lamb. Long A in, cake. Let's go ahead and say it together. A's my name, two sounds I make. Short A in lamb, long A in cake. Nice job, boys and girls. We're going to do an activity where we are going to be listening for the long sound A at the beginning of some words. Listen carefully. Thumbs up if the word begins with that long A sound. Are you ready? Thinking caps on? Here we go. The first word is apron. Does apron begin with that long A sound? You're right. Nice job. The next word is ice. Does the word ice begin with the long A sound? No, it doesn't. The next word is able. Does the word able begin with the long A sound? You're right. Good job. The next word is action. Does the word action begin with the long A sound? No, it doesn't. The next word is acorn. Does the word acorn begin with the long A sound? You're right, sure does. The next word is useful. Does the word useful begin with the long A sound? No, it doesn't. The next word is offer. Does the word offer begin with the long A sound? No, it doesn't. Last word. The last word is Amy. Does the word Amy begin with the long A sound? You're right. Boys and girls, round of applause. You did a super job finding words that begin with the long A sound. Now we're going to look at words that have the long A sound in the middle of the word. So not the first sound, not the last sound, but the one in the, you got it, middle. Listen carefully. Thumbs up if the middle sound is the long A. First word. The word is bake. Do you hear the long A sound in the middle of that word? You're right. Next word. The word is hope. Do you hear that long A sound in the middle of the word? Nope. The next word is duck. Do you hear the long A sound in the middle of that word? Nope. The next word is tape. Do you hear the long A sound in the middle of that word? You're right. Thumbs up. The next word is hat. Do you hear the long A sound in the middle of that word? Nope. The next word is name. Do you hear the long A sound in the middle of the word? You're right. Thumbs up. The next word is ramp. Do you hear the long A sound in the middle? Nope. And that last word is grape. Do you hear the long A sound in that middle of the word? Good job, boys and girls. Kiss your brain. You did an awesome job finding long A in the middle of the words. We're going to move on to the red band, and we're going to work on some background information. I want you to stop and think. Last week you were talking about plants. Can you name the different environments that you learned about in last week's unit about plants and how they grow? Oh, I heard someone say forest. Plants can grow in a forest. And here's what a forest looks like. Plants can also grow in a wetland. And this is what a wetland looks like. Plants can grow in the desert. Here's what the desert looks like. And plants can grow in fields. And here's what fields look like. Boys and girls, good job remembering what you learned about last week. Now, did you know that not only do plants grow in these areas, but animals live there too? So these environments are home to animals and plants. When we discuss where animals live, we talk about their habitats. So the word is habitats, and that is where animals live. One habitat that we are going to talk about this week is called a rainforest. What's the word? Rainforest. Have you heard of a rainforest before? Do you know what a rainforest looks and sounds like? Nice job. Does anyone know what this is a picture of? It's a picture of a map. You're right. And there are different continents on this map. And there's water. Now there's a red line running through the middle of that map. Do you know what that red line is called? I heard someone say it. You're right. That is called the equator. What do you know about the equator? Oh, I heard someone say it's hot there. You're right. The parts of the earth near the equator are warm and are often wet. This is where the rainforests are. Did you know that? They are located near the equator. The equator runs through South America, Africa, and Asia. So if you were looking for a rainforest, where might you find one? You're right, South America, Africa, and Asia. Now, what do we see a lot of in a forest? Ooh, I heard some good answers. I heard someone say trees. You're right. We see a lot of trees in a forest. A rainforest also has many trees. Animals live in all parts of the forest. And here is a picture of the rainforest. The animals live at the bottom, which is called the ground. Animals live in the middle, and animals live at the top of the trees in the rainforest. Today we're going to get ready to read a story. The genre for today's story is informational text. Now, the interesting thing about this story, boys and girls, is that you are going to have to be super awesome listeners because this story does not have pictures. It just has words. So before we begin, let's go over some vocabulary that we are going to hear in this story. The two words are adapt and balance. The word adapt means to change in order to live easily in an area. Again, that word is adapt. The next word is balance. The word balance is when things in nature are just right for plants and animals. The word is balance. Now take a look at this picture. What do you think our story is going to be about today? You're right. Our story is going to be about a rainforest. The story I'm going to read to you, remember that one without pictures, is called Life in a Tropical Rainforest by Dan Katsuyama. Before we begin our story, remember it's called Life in a Tropical Rainforest, I want you to think. Our essential question is, how can plants and animals help each other? So get ready. Eyes are watching, ears are listening, voices are quiet, and our bodies are still. As I read, I want you to visualize, remember that word, visualize some of the things that I am talking about. Are you ready? What would it be like to walk through a rainforest? Above your head, you might spot some monkeys and birds. Shiny, colorful butterflies would flit and flutter by. You might see a green snake as it slithers up a tall tree. The rainforest around you would look very green. It would be alive with loud sounds that might be strange to you. Tropical rainforests grow in many parts of the world. The largest rainforests are in Asia, South America, and Africa. They are warm and very wet. In some rainforests, it rains almost every day. I'm going to stop because as I was visualizing, I don't know about you, but I was seeing animals. I was hearing the rain. Did you do that? Were you thinking those things? Nice job. Let's keep moving on. A variety of plants and animals live in the rainforest. About 1/2 of all the types of plants and animals on Earth live in the tropical rainforest. Tropical rainforests are very old. Animals and plants have had a very long time to adapt to each other and form the rainforest habitats or places in which animals live. I'm going to stop again because I'm hearing some of our vocabulary words. I heard the word adapt. I heard the word habitat. Let's keep reading. The rainforest has many layers of habitats. The bottom layer of the forest has very short plants such as moss. Large animals such as tigers and jaguars live there. Many smaller creatures such as insects live there too. The next layer is just below the leafy tops of the tall trees. Smaller trees and large bushes grow there. Insects live there too. Most of the rainforest animals live in the leafy treetops of the next layer. Monkeys, flying squirrels, and many different kinds of birds such as hummingbirds, toucans, and eagles also live there. The trees have fruits and nuts for the animals. The topmost layer is where the tallest trees and birds of many kinds live. Now again, as I visualize, I am seeing those different animals and I'm picturing the different layers of the rainforest. Remember the bottom, the middle, and the top? Let's keep reading. A balance exists in the rainforest. Living things depend on each other to live and grow. For example, some animals eat the fruits from the trees. When they eat the fruits, they drop the fruity seeds on the forest floor. New plants then grow from these seeds. The new plants provide more food for the animals as well as new places to live. I'm going to stop because I did hear another vocabulary word, balance. Did you hear that word? Good job. Let's keep reading. One type of plant has leaves that make a bowl shape. The bowls catch water from the rain and form what looks like small ponds high up in the trees. Snakes, frogs, and insects use this water to live. What happens in tropical rainforests is important to all of us. People find many useful plants in the rainforest. Scientists find new, helpful uses for these plants every year. Plants around the world, especially those in the tropical rainforest, can affect the weather. Plants give off moisture, which comes back to Earth as rain. Rainforests around the world are in danger. Loggers and farmers who live near the rainforest cut down the trees for wood and make new farmland. It takes many thousands of years for the forest to grow back. When people cut down trees, the animals lose their habitats. People lose the good things that come from the rainforest. Less rain may fall in tropical areas because there are fewer trees. People are working together to save the rainforest from being destroyed. Most of this work is done by grown-up leaders around the world. They make rules to protect the forest and look out for rule breakers. We're going to stop there, boys and girls. I hope you enjoyed the story. I hope that you are thinking about the different things that we learned about as we read that story. Remember, that essential question was, how can plants and animals help each other? So I want you to think about some of the things that you were visualizing as you were reading the story. Right, I saw a picture of the trees in my mind as well. Saw a monkey. We saw a bird, a butterfly, a snake. Ooh, remember that globe? What's that spot that goes through the middle of that globe? You're right, that's called the equator. More plants. What else did we see when we were reading that story? Yeah, I was thinking about the layers of the rainforest as well. Does anyone know what that bird is? You're right, that's a toucan. And a hummingbird. And remember those pots that collect the water? And then at the end, remember, we need to do things to save the rainforest. Remember, the story was called Life in a Tropical Rainforest. Boys and girls, you did such a great job, and I know that you had to sit there for a while listening to a story that did not have pictures, and you did an excellent job. Kiss your brain. Now, I think that you deserve a brain break, so I need you to get up and let's get ready to get moving. This brain break is called One Little Finger. Here we go.
Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, and eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, and eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, and eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, and eyes and ears and mouth and nose. Head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes.
Boys and girls, nice job. I was just thinking as I played that, Mrs. Stayback made a mistake. I told you that we were going to get ready to do one little finger, but we actually did head, shoulders, knees, and toes. So I promise you, later this week, we will do one little finger because I know that that is one of my students' favorites. Is it one of yours? Boys and girls, we are going to get ready to wrap up for the day. We're going to review what did we learn today. I hear some people telling me, good job remembering. We looked at that globe. Remember, what's that line that goes through the middle? You're right, that's called the equator. We also read a story about the rainforest. Can you think about some of those animals? Some of the things that you were visualizing, the sound of the rain, watching the snake climb up the tree. We reviewed long A, and I included a picture of animal homes. If we were in the classroom, we'd be doing a concept question board. So by the end of the unit, this is what our concept question board would look like. So think about some of the animal homes that we talked about today. Again, thank you for joining me today, Mrs. Stayback, kindergarten. I've got some homework for you this evening, boys and girls. For tomorrow, I want you to think about what's your favorite animal. And we sure did talk about a lot of animals today. So again, thank you for joining me. Have a good night. Get some sleep. Good night's sleep. And I will see you tomorrow morning. Again, thank you. Take care. See you tomorrow.
Kindergarten, open court, high frequency words. Unit 1. A. The. And. Go. Unit 2. Had. He. I. See. Has. You. Unit 3. We. Of. Am. Unit 4. At. To. As. Have. In. Is. If. Unit 5. Can. His. Him. On. Did. Girl. Unit 6. For. But. Up. All. Unit 7. Look. With. Her. What. Was. Were. Unit 8. Said. That. Down. They. Boy. Out. Unit 9. Do. Little. Be, she, there. Unit 10. Then, when, same. Units 11 and 12 reviewed all the previously learned high-frequency words. Great job!
Good morning, and welcome back to another day of learning with Mrs. Shute from Downey Elementary School. Today I am rocking some parrot sunglasses. Parrots are birds that can be found mostly in the tropics or subtropics. The greatest diversity of parrots is in South America and Australia. Raise your hand if you're from South America. Mr. Shute is from South America. He grew up in Lima, Peru. Are you ready for today's joke? What do you give a sick bird? A tweetment. In today's lesson, we will learn about the oo sound, spelled U, consonant E, blend words containing that spelling, spell words and write sentences on our own, practice our fluency, build our comprehension skills, and find out where Pauline the chicken goes next. Are you ready? Awesome! Let's begin. I'm going to share my screen with you so we can follow along in the lesson together. For today's lesson, you will need the following: your listening ears, a calm body, a piece of paper, a pencil, crayon, or marker, and your thinking brain. Do you remember yesterday we learned the oo sound can be spelled consonant EW, and today we're going to learn that the oo sound can be spelled U consonant E. Everybody say ew, sticky, icky, goo. Ew. Now we're going to blend words using the oo sound. I want you to look at row 1. In row 1, you'll see that the oo sound is spelled U consonant E. I want you to try to blend those words. If you need to, say each word sound by sound. For example, the first word is flute. Oot. Flute. Your turn. Read row 1. Now let's read row 1 together. Flute, dune, pollute, tune. Now I want you to read row 2 out loud. Now we're going to read row 2 aloud together. Lute, rule, tube, prune. Now I want you to read row 3 out loud. Now let's read row 3 together. Chew, spool, do, flew. See how we are reviewing the oo sound spelled differently. EW, OO, UE, and U. Now I want you to read row 4. Now let's read row 4 together. June, July, Bruce, Cooper. Amazing blending. Let's do a roller coaster cheer. Woo! Fantastic. Next, we're going to get ready to blend sentences. Look at sentence 1. I want you to read sentence 1 out loud. Then we'll read it together. Try reading each word as a whole word. If not, say each sound. Okay, let's read sentence 1 together. Bruce will tune the flute very soon. Now, you read sentence 2 out loud. Now, let's read sentence 2 out loud together. We will visit the sand dunes in June. Boys and girls, that was some fantastic blending. Let's do a hamburger cheer. I'm going to teach you the hamburger cheer. You need to take both hands. You're going to make a patty. You're going to sizzle the patty. You're going to check it. Is it done yet? Not yet. Sizzle it again. Check it again. Is it done? Not yet. Sizzle it again. Is it done? Well done. Now, boys and girls, it's going to be your turn to write. This is where you need your paper and pencil. And no worries, if you do not have paper and pencil, you can just use your finger and write in the air. Your first word is lute. L-U-T. Lute. And remember, we're using the U consonant E spelling today for oo. The next word is fluke. O-U-K. Fluke. The next word is rude. R-U-D. Rude. The next word is crude. K-R-U-D. Crude. The next word is plume. P-L-U-M. Plume. And the next word, we wrote this one yesterday. It uses a different oo spelling. This word is too, as in I ate too much candy. Now my stomach hurts. Remember the different spellings for oo. Ooh. The next word is true. I am spelled with the same ending letters as the color blue. True. T-R-U. The last word is truth. T-R-U. I only use one letter to spell the oo sound. Now you get to be the teacher and check your work. Are you excited to see how you spell the words? Look at each word. Look at row 1 and how to spell lute, flute, fluke. Look at row 2. Look how to spell rude, crude, plume. And look at row 3. Look how to spell to, true, and truth. Remember, if you wrote a word differently, just write it at the bottom of your paper. Now, we're going to read a decodable together to practice our fluency. This book is called A New Tune. You say, a new tune. It's written by Charles Broderick. He is the author. Authors write the words. The illustrator is Lyle Miller. Illustrators draw the pictures. What do you think might happen in our story? Look at the title page and tell someone in your family what might happen in our story. Did you say that there might be a concert and people will hear other people play instruments? Now we're going to read the decodable. I will read the sentence first, then you will echo the sentence back to me. Ready? Wonderful. Drew played his flute. Your turn. My turn. He played in his room every day. Your turn. So it sounds like this. Drew played his flute. He played in his room every day. Raise your hand if you play an instrument. When I was younger, I played the trumpet. I could not make a sound out of the flute. Now we're going to read page 4. Drew played a new tune. Your turn. My turn. The new tune was very hard. My turn. He did not play it very well. Your turn. What's something that we have to do when we don't do something very well? Do we quit and give up, or do we keep practicing until we get better? You're right. We keep practicing until we get better. Let's go to page 5. Drew played and played the tune. Your turn. My turn. He blew and blew. Your turn. My turn. Drew had to get it right. Now listen to me read pages 4 and 5 fluently. Drew played a new tune. The new tune was very hard. He did not play it very well. Drew played and played the tune. He blew and blew. Drew had to get it right. Why do you think Drew had to get it right? Turn and tell someone at home why Drew had to get the song right. Did you say because he was going to perform in front of people and he wanted to know how to play it? Let's go to page 6. Drew's fingers hurt. Your turn. But he still played his flute. Your turn. My turn. He played every day in June. Your turn. My turn, page 7. It was a very hot summer day. Your turn. Flags flew high. Your turn. My turn. It was time for Drew to play. Your turn. Now listen to the whole story. On pages 6 and 7, Drew's fingers hurt, but he still played his flute. He played every day in June. It was a very hot summer day. Flags flew high. It was time for Drew to play. My turn, page 8. Drew had his flute. Your turn. My turn. Drew played the new tune. Your turn. My turn. He played the tune very well. Your turn. Now listen. Drew had his flute. Drew played the new tune. He played the tune very well. And how was he able to play the flute very well? Turn and tell someone at home why Drew was able to play the flute very well. Did you say because he practiced? Yes, if we want to get better at something, we practice. If we want to get better at a sport like soccer or football or baseball or softball or basketball, or if we're in dance, we practice so we get better. If we want to become better readers or better mathematicians or scientists or historians or artists or musicians, we practice as well. Now we're going to learn some new vocabulary for our story. Gecko toes and dragonfly eyes. The first word today is tie. It means to make a knot in something so that it stays in place. I tie my mask so it doesn't fall off my face. The next word is believe. Say believe. That means to accept as true. I believe that we will all be safe. The next word is energy. Say energy. I use fruits and vegetables to get energy for the day. Yes, you can use food as energy. The next word is notes. Specific musical sounds. Some of you might recognize these notes from TikTok. If so, you can do the dance along with me. Do, 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 do. Fantastic dancers. Thanks for helping me. Our last word is sensitive. Say sensitive. That means easily affected by something going around you. When I see someone crying, I am sensitive to what they may need. Now we're going to get ready to continue reading Gecko Toes and Dragonfly Eyes. I want you to listen so you can find out what helps the gecko stick to walls and ceilings. I'm going to move my picture down so you can see the words. You can do many things with your fingers. You can hold a pencil. You can tie your shoes. You can tell if something is hot or cold. Tiny hairs cover a gecko's toes. These hairs are called setae and are thinner than the hairs on your head. Scientists believe all of these tiny setae create a force that moves energy. This is what helps the gecko stick to walls and ceilings without falling down. I remember, that was Mrs. Shu's question. What helps the gecko stick to walls and ceilings? Shout it out. Fantastic listening. It is tiny hairs called setae that allow the gecko to stick to the walls and ceilings. In a cave, a spotted bat is sleeping. She hangs upside down as her wings wrap around her body. Her large ears curl around her head to help her stay warm. At night, the bat flies from the cave. She is hungry and her ears stand tall. She listens for her food. When we read, it says that bat uses its ears to cover up and keep warm. Do you use your ears to cover up and keep warm? No. Tell me, shout it out to the screen. What do you use to keep warm at night? Right, a blanket, a quilt, maybe your jacket, or maybe a big stuffed animal. Your ears can hear shouts and whispers. They listen to music and can hear high and low notes. Your ears can tell which direction a sound is coming from. The spotted bat's ears are very sensitive. As she flies, she makes a chirping sound. She hears the sound bounce off a moth flying in the night. Now the bat knows where to find her dinner. How does a bat find its dinner? Tell someone at home. Fantastic. It makes a chirping sound, and the sounds bounce off their food. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. All right. Now we're going to play a game using our senses. Our 5 sentences are sight, hearing, smelling, tasting, and touching. And I said senses. Say senses. How many senses do you have? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now here's how we play the game. I am going to call out certain things, and I want you to show me and tell me which sense you might need. For example, if I say movie, you would point to your eyes to see the movie and your ears to hear the movie. If I say popcorn, you would point to your ears to hear, nose to smell, eyes to see the kernels changing into the popcorn, fingers to touch the popcorn, and your tongue to taste the popcorn and lick those fingers. Are you ready? Let's begin. Flowers. Touch your nose to smell the flowers, eyes to see the flowers, and hands to touch the flowers. Orange. Nose to smell the orange, eyes to see the orange, hands to touch the orange, and tongue to taste the orange. Now, our next one is chocolate chip cookies in the oven. Excuse me. Right, nose to smell, ears to hear the timer when the cookies are done, eyes to see that the cookies are done, hands to touch the warm cookies, and tongue to taste the cookies. My next word is a candle. Nose to smell the candle and eyes to see the candle. And remember, do we touch a candle? No, it's hot. We just look with our eyes. And our next word is basketball. Eyes to see the basketball, hands to touch the basketball to dribble and shoot, and ears to hear the ball bounce up and down. Way to use your 5 senses. Give yourselves a snake cheer. It goes like this. Let's do it together. Ready? Now it's time for our read aloud. I'm going to share our screen again. So we can find out what happens to Pauline today. Remember, she was running away from the farmer yesterday because she was afraid she might become a chicken dinner. Where will she go? Let's read to find out. Hens away! Out the gate I must escape the dinner plate. To the brooding woods I scramble, prickly briared, bristly brambled. I am chased by hungry brutes. I am spooked by swoopy hoots. Show me your scared face. Oh no, poor Pauline. Creeping through the leafy gloom, a fox appears. I am doomed! Oh no, do you think the fox will eat Pauline? Let's read to see. I squeeze inside a log to hide. Fox is mad. He's stuck outside. He snarls and snaps. I flinch and flail, then raise my cry, Pauline, prevail! Oh, do you think she'll be able to escape the fox? Let's read to see. Now a windy whip and twirl sucks us up inside its swirl, then spits us out, fox, log, and me. I tumble to catastrophe, swept away into a river. Churn and turn, I am delivered. Where do you think she will wind up? Where could she be? Tune in tomorrow to find out. Thank you for tuning in today. We'll see you tomorrow. Here's a clue for tomorrow's sunglasses. I am a bird. I am pink. I have good balance. The colors of my feathers are determined by what I eat. Tune in tomorrow to see if your prediction was accurate and to see where Pauline the chicken winds up next. Have a good night.
First grade open court high frequency words. Getting started. C. The. Is. Up. Have. I. A. There. Unit 1. Can. On. Am. And. Did. It. Had. Him. Said. In. Has. At. Unit 2. Call. Look. Was. What? Big. Got. all, if, to, get, ask, of, as, he, his, just. Unit 3. Down. It's. Red. Help. Six. Then. That. This. Jump. 4. Out. Little. Went. Will. When. Are. Unit 4. Girl. Her. With. Any. From. Like. Water. But. Do. Long. My. No. Where. An. They. She. Yes. Were. Unit 5. Ride. Walk. We. Well. Make. You. Them. Go. After. Over. Or. To. Be. green, take, Unit 6, every, come, going, me, two, here, pretty, some, could, day, way, sleep, don't, came, right, Unit 7, there, away, how, no, want, now, one, saw, old, wood, blue, Unit 8, berry, good, brown, about, around, by, into, boy, before, yellow, Unit 9, your, Unit 10, five, Unit 11, four, put, Unit 12 reviews all the previously learned high-frequency words. Great job!
Good morning, Harrisburg second graders. It's Miss Goldberg, second grade from Scott School, back again today to do some learning and growing our brains from home. I had a really good time yesterday getting to learn and explore a new sound spelling card and getting to learn and review vocabulary words. Today, we're going to decode some more words with that same sound spelling card, and we're going to get to read our story. okay? But before today's lesson, I think it's important that we review our 3 R's again before we start. So to be ready, to be responsible, and to be respectful. And again, if you look at the photo to the right-hand side over here, these are going to give me really good ideas of how I can do those 3 things. So the first one, my ears are on. So turn that volume all the way up. My ears need to be listening to the speaker. My eyes need to be looking at the speaker, and my mouth needs to be closed. Like yesterday, I said, you could be sitting anywhere. So wherever you're sitting, it's important to remember to keep your feet and your hands still so you can be the best active learner and the best active listener that you can be. Okay, so today is Tuesday, so we're going to move on into Unit 4, Lesson 4, Day 2. So again, some of our goals, we're going to practice decoding some more words that have that oo sound with that double O spelling pattern. And we're also going to read a decodable story that's filled with words that have that double O spelling pattern. So we're not going to listen to the sound again, but we're going to review our sound card quickly. So this was our sound card from yesterday. And who can remember the name of our sound card? Yeah, good. His name was Goo. And the sound that our sound spelling card made was oo. And the spelling we said was double O or O-O. So if you look at my table for decoding, we have 4 lines again with some new words. We're not going to decode all of them together. What I'm going to ask is that you guys get to decode some of them out loud. So some of you might have to do sound by sound blending. Some of you are able to just decode those words, okay? So we're going to decode line 1 together like we did yesterday, and then I'm going to ask that you read some by yourself. So like yesterday, when you see my mouse, underneath the letter, I want you to say that sound out loud. And remember that double O is going to make oo. Okay, so let's go ahead. The first sound is B. Second sound, oo. Blend, boo. Last sound, blend, boom. Word, boom. Good. Okay, next word. First sound, S. Second sound, oo. Blend, sue. Last sound, blend, soon. Word, soon. Good. Last word. First sound, S. Second sound, P. Blend, sp. Sound, oo. Blend, spoo. Last sound, blend, spoon. Word, spoon. Very good, boys and girls. Okay. Looking at line 2, I want you to decode that word on your own. So you go ahead and read that word. Wow, so some of you read it very quickly. Awesome. So that word says noon. So noon refers to a time of day. So noon would be 12 o'clock p.m. So you might say, I have a doctor's appointment today at noon. So instead of saying 12 o'clock, some people would say noon. Okay, I want you to do that word by yourself. Good, you guys are very quick. So this word says broom. Awesome. And the last word? Yep. Okay. Scoop. Like I would like 1 scoop of ice cream. All right. Let's move on to line 3. I want to go to this second word. I want to do it together. So again, when you see my mouse, I want you to say the sound out loud. So the first sound, T. The second sound, oo. Blend, two. All right. And then these 2 letters, they go together. So this is a common digraph that we learned in the very beginning of 2nd grade. We learned 3, and this was one of them. So this is going to make the sound. So if you notice my tongue, it goes in between my 2 teeth and I make a sound. So let's do it again. First sound, T. Sound, oo. Blend, two. Last sound, Th. Blend, tooth. Awesome. All right. This word, go ahead and do it on your own. So I hear some people are doing just like we would be doing. You would do sound and you would blend it, and sound and you would blend it. And some of you are able to decode it quickly. So no matter how you need to decode it, I'm hearing a lot of people read those words correctly. So that's awesome. Good. So that last word in line 3 is moose. Okay, let's do line 4. I would like you to read that one. Yep, stool. Like I need a step stool to get into the cabinet. All right, this one's a longer one, but take your time and read it. And I bet a lot of you probably recognize this word. Good, yep, balloon, balloon. Like I put a balloon at the table for her birthday. All right, and then this last one, let's do it together. This A is going to be a short A, so it's going to make the ah sound. Okay, so go ahead. Sound, sound, ah, blend, ra, sound, k, blend, rack, sound, ooh, blend, raccoo. Last sound, blend, raccoon. Word, raccoon. Awesome, boys and girls. So you did very good decoding those words together with me, and also just decoding them and reading them on your own by yourself. Good. So now, like yesterday, I want you to look at the sentence. And before you read it, I know some of you read so quickly, so I know some of you already read it. But if you didn't, what I want you to do is to find the word in this sentence that's identical to a word in my table, like yesterday. So I see a word in my sentence that we decoded up here. Did you find it? Yeah, okay. So this word was this word, raccoon, and then this word says raccoons. The only difference is that this has an S. So a raccoon is a thing, is an animal, so a raccoon is a noun. When raccoon has an S, all that means is it's a plural noun, so there's more than one. So when I see the word raccoon, I'm saying I only see one raccoon. When I see word raccoons, I might have 2 raccoons, I could have 5 raccoons. So when I add an S, all that means that there is more than one. All right, and then I see one more word in my sentence that has that double O, ooh spelling pattern. So when you find it, I want you to put your finger on your nose. So first, I'm just looking for the next word that has that double O. Yep, okay, I see a lot of people. So the word is school. I miss seeing you boys and girls at school. Okay, so let's read that sentence together. We saw raccoons in the schoolyard. Good. Let's read it one more time. We saw raccoons in the schoolyard. Okay, very good, boys and girls. So you did a very nice job decoding and blending by yourself and with me. So now what we're going to do is move into our decodable story. And our story today is called Under the Moon. And our story is going to be filled with words that follow that spelling pattern. Okay, before we begin our story, we're going to review and go over our high frequency words. So there are 3 words in our story that I need you to know how to spell and how to read them. So what I do with my boys and girls in 213 is we get our arms ready. So we put our arms out like this and we get our hand ready. And what we're going to do is we're going to spell our words as we move down our arm. So we're going to say letter by letter. And then when we're ready to say the word, we're going to move our arm down, we're going to move our hand, down our arm, okay? So we're going to do it 3 times. 3 times allows me to really remember the letters in the word and to lock it in my brain. So I'll do the first one for you so you can see what it looks like. The first one is R, like, are you going to stay up late tonight? So I'm going to do it like this. A-R-E, R. So you do it. A-R-E. R. Again, A-R-E, R. One more time, A-R-E, R. Very good. Okay, our second word is you. Like, you boys and girls are so smart. So go ahead. Y-O-U, you. Y-O-U, you. One more time, Y-O-U, you. Very good. All right, and then our last word is soon. And soon follows that double O, ooh spelling pattern. Like, I really hope to see you boys and girls soon, okay? S-O-O-N, soon. S-O-O-N, soon. Last time, S-O-O-N, soon, okay? Good, boys and girls. So now we're ready to move into our story. So I'm gonna put it on the screen so you can see it. And I'm gonna have them read it to you, but we're going to stop a couple of times and we're gonna get to read as well.
Under the Moon by Sean Saunders. Illustrated by Brenda Johnson. Decodable Story 41.
Okay, so can everyone say the title, Under the Moon? Go ahead. Good. Okay, so let's listen. Our ears are turned all the way up.
At noon, the light is strong, and you can see the animals. They shoo flies on the farm and play at the zoo.
Okay, so looking there, we see that word again, noon, and we decoded that word in our table, and we learned that noon is a time of day, so 12 o'clock p.m. So they're talking about the time of day. So that's when I see the animals.
But soon it will be night. Darkness hides the animals. Then only your ears can tell you who is out with the moon.
Okay, let us read together. You ready? Okay. But soon it will be night. Darkness hides the animals. Then only your ears can tell you who is out with the moon.
What is the first thing you hear? Is it a cricket's loud chirp in the grass? Or is it a bat's whoosh in the wind? Maybe it's a swallow's swoop to get food.
Okay, boys and girls, so what I want to do here is identify the animals that they're talking about in our story. So the first one says cricket. So when you find the cricket, I want you to point to it. Can you find the cricket? Very good. Yep, the cricket is right here. So here's a cricket. All right, the next animal they talk about is a bat. Does anybody see where the bat is? Point to it on the screen. Yep, here it is in front of the moon. And then it says the swallow. And as a second grader, I may have never heard of that word before. I may not know what that means, but I do know that this is a cricket and this is a bat. And so I have these two animals left. And as a second grader, I recognize this animal. I know that this is an owl. So now I'm kind of thinking that this must be the swallow. And what I want to show you is if you reread that sentence, maybe it's a swallow's swoop to get food. I've heard of that word swoop before, and I know swoop means to go down. So if I know that swoop means to go down, and I see that this bird is pointing downward, then this must be the swallow. So using those clues, I know now that a swallow is a type of bird.
Who else is there? If you hear a soft coo, a pigeon is there. Many little coos mean she has a brood too.
Okay, so again, I may have never heard of this word, brood. Many little coos means she has a brood too. So if I know that the coo is the sound, because in this sentence it says, if you hear a soft coo, that's the sound that the birds make, then I need to figure out what this word brood means. Many little coos means she has a brood. So what do they look like? Do they look like they're the same size as this bird? No, they kind of look like they're her babies, and I could tell that because they're also sitting in their bird nest. So I'm going to guess that brood means the babies of this big bird. And I also can say that I think that that's right because it says many little coos. So if I'm talking about little, they're little birds, so they're her babies.
Do you hear a hoot hoot? A wise old bird perches high in the tree. Cluck, cluck, cluck means chickens are in the coop. Who is in the field? Some say moo, and some do not say a thing. They are taking a snooze.
Okay, so let's read that one together. Who is in the field? Some say moo, and some do not say a thing. They are taking a snooze. So what animal is going to say moo? Yep, these brown cows. And I want to know what this word snooze means. And some do not say a thing. They are taking a snooze. So if I look at the photo, it looks like, what are they doing? Yeah, they're sleeping. So I think that snooze means sleeping. And if I go back to the sentence, it says, and some do not say a thing. So it would make sense that if they're sleeping, they're not going to say anything.
Who paddles on the lake alongside the moon? A moan or a wail is the cry of a loon. Do you hear a honk? There is a goose afloat too.
Okay, let's read that one together. Who paddles on the lake alongside the moon? A moan or a wail is the cry of a loon. Do you hear a honk? There is a goose afloat too. Okay, so then I may have never heard of this word loon. I've definitely heard of a goose before. So I need to figure out what that word loon means. A moan or a wail is the cry of a loon. So listening to that sentence again and then looking here, what do you think the loon is? Does anybody have a guess? Yeah, so maybe the loon is this baby. Maybe the loon is a goose's baby. Maybe that's what they're called by looking, because maybe I think that this is the goose. And if they're crying, their baby, maybe this is the goose's baby. Anybody else have a different guess? He does. He sort of does look like a duck. So maybe that's another name for a duck. I definitely know that he's in the water, and I know that he's some kind of bird. So I might not know until I look it up. I might not know that if a loon is a duck or if a loon is a goose's baby, but I can say this: a loon is definitely a bird that lives in the water. Would you agree? So I think that's a safe guess. Good.
Who is loose in the forest? That mighty munching must be a moose. And that slither and hiss can only be a snake under a root. Who is staying up late at the zoo? Splashes and barks mean a seal is in the pool. Roar! An Arctic animal is cooling off too. When an animal roars back, it must be the lion in the zoo. And only the elephant has a nose that can toot to the moon.
Okay, so if I look at the elephant, it says, and only the elephant has a nose that can toot to the moon. So look at the shape of his nose. So no wonder he can toot, because if you look at it, it kind of looks like a U, and it's going to go up. And so the toot is the noise he's going to make up there to the moon.
What's that chattering up on the roof? Is it a bunch of chipmunks in a goofy mood? Or is it a flock of birds creating a clatter? And what is that rushing whoosh in the grass? The panther and the tiger are running in a loop. Who can zoom faster and win the race?
Okay, boys and girls, so who do you think can zoom faster and win the race? So if you think the tiger can, put your hand up. Who thinks the tiger would win the race? Okay, some of you think the tiger would win the race, good. And who would think this black panther might win the race? Oh, I see a lot more hands. So a lot more people might think that the black panther will win the race. Very good, boys and girls.
What did you hear by the light of the moon? You have snooped with your ears, but have not seen the proof.
Okay, let's practice reading that one. What did you hear by the light of the moon? You have snooped with your ears, but have not seen the proof. Okay, and now what I want you to do is find the words that have that double O, oo spelling pattern. I see 3. So when you find those 3 words that have that double O, but they make that oo sound, put your finger on your nose. Ooh, some of you are very quick. Reading it out loud also helps because you heard it. You heard yourself say that ooh sound. Okay, so the first one I see is moon. Good. The next one I see, snooped. Good. And the last one, proof. Awesome. All right, last one.
Soon the sun will rise, the moon will set, and it will be light again. And only the animals know what happened last night under the moon.
Okay, good, boys and girls. So now what we're going to do is look at 2 questions, and we're going to answer them from our story. So let me put it up here. Okay, so good readers are able to decode and are able to read a story, but we're also able to understand, comprehend, and recall information that we read. So the first one asks, name 2 animals from the story and identify the sound that they make. So that story had a lot of animals in it, and so I have an answer, but my answer might look different than your answer because there was more than 2 animals. So think of any animals that were in that story. Who can remember an animal? Just yell them out loud to me. And the sound that they made. Okay, so I have a goose makes a honking sound and a lion makes a roaring sound. So some of you might have said similar answers, but you might have had a different answer than me. Okay, and then my second one says, what animal can toot to the moon? So there was only one answer. So we talked about the shape of his nose helps him make that noise up to the moon. Good, 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 good. Elephant. So an elephant can toot to the moon. So boys and girls, before we move on, I just want to go over one thing. So let's look at number 2 for an example. what animal can toot to the moon? So I want you to notice in my answer, I don't just put elephant, because elephant can mean anything. If I say elephant, am I talking about the elephant's color? Am I talking about the elephant's size? So when I'm answering a question, it's so important that you answer it completely. So that might look like I restate what I'm being asked in my answer. So if I'm asking what animal can toot, in my answer, all I'm going to say is the elephant can toot, or I can answer it, the animal that toots to the moon is the elephant. So when you answer questions out loud, you answer them in complete sentences. So it's important as a second grader to then write those complete sentences. Okay, so I want you to remember to do that always. So we're ready to move on into our story, Busy Bees. I'm so excited. But before we do that, I'm going to give you an opportunity to get up, to wiggle your sillies out, to get them all out. Maybe you need to do a lap around the room or a lap around the table, whatever you need to do, so you're ready for our last part of the day, our last part of the lesson. So I'm going to count down from 5 to 0, and when I get to 0, I'm going to get ready to start. Okay, so I'm ready in 5, in 4, in 3, in 2, in 1, and in 0. Good. Okay. So my story yesterday, we did kind of like a preview. My story was called Busy Bees by Brigid Lowe. And a couple of things before we read our story. I want you to remember that this type of story, an informational text, is going to be about real people and animals. And in this story, we're going to find a lot of facts. And specifically in the story we talked about yesterday, we're going to see photographs, real photographs, and we're going to see labels. Okay. We're going to review vocab quickly. So we went over vocab yesterday, and then we got to play our review game. So today we're going to go over those words one more time before we start, and then we're going to dive into our story. So the first vocabulary word was antenna, and we learned that that was a thin body part on the top of their head. Okay. Our second word was design, and that means to make for a purpose. Our third word was product, and that was anything that can be made or created. Our next word was limb, and we said that that was like a branch right here. Then invade, and we used this photograph with the bunny. He wanted to invade the garden, so that means he was going to enter without asking, without permission. And my last word was vacant, so we described our school right now, so anything that is empty. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the story up here. We're going to read the beginning of the story, and then we're going to save the rest of it for tomorrow. So I'm going to put the story up here for you guys. Okay, so my story is called Busy Bees by Brigid Lowe. Bees live all over the world. They are found where plants grow. Because bees can sting, some people are scared of them, but bees do not sting without a reason. Most bees are useful and helpful. Each bee has a job and works hard every day. What is a bee and what does it do? Bees are insects, and that means that they have 6 legs and a 3-part body. They also have wings and they can fly. There are many different kinds of bees. Some live in big families and some even live alone. Bees help both plants and people in many ways. Without bees, there would not be so many plants. Plants have a dust called pollen that they need to share in order for new plants to grow. Since plants have roots, they cannot move around. They rely on bees and other insects to help. So if you look down here at this bee, the parts of the bee are labeled, so I'll read them. This part is the thorax, then he has the head, and we know right here it's not labeled, are the antenna. The proboscis, that's his tongue, his leg, so we know he has 6 legs, the abdomen, and then the pollen basket. Bees help by drinking nectar from flowers. As a bee drinks, it brushes against the plant's pollen, and some of the pollen sticks to the bee. When the bee flies to the next plant, some of the old pollen rubs off onto the flower, and the new pollen sticks to the bee. Bees carry pollen in different ways. One way is by pollen sticking to the little hairs all over the bees. Even their eyes have hair. I didn't know that. These hairs make bees look fuzzy. So if you look really closely, you could see his hair right here. It's all over his body. Bees also carry pollen in special parts of their back legs called pollen baskets. Their bodies are adapted to help them do their work. When bees help plants, they are also helping people. One example of this is that bees pollinate cotton plants, and people use cotton to design and make clothes. Without bees, cotton plants would have a difficult time reproducing. People also eat many foods that come from plants. Some bees make a special food from plants that people like, honey. People use honey in food, in drinks, and in home products. Many animals also like honey. Badgers, bears, and some kinds of birds seek out bee homes in order to snack on honey and honeycombs. Honeybees use the nectar that they drink to make honey. One bee can drink from 50 to 100 flowers when they're on one flower. That's crazy. No wonder bees are so busy. The bees save the honey, and in the winter, when there are no flowers, they have a tasty meal. Okay, so boys and girls, I'm going to go back here. And we're going to do a small activity with that part of the story. So if you look up here, my graphic organizer, it says classify and categorize. So all that means is we're going to put things into groups today. So I'm going to do an example with you, boys and girls. So if I was sitting at my table and my mom had all of this food here and she said, okay, I need you to classify and categorize these foods. I need you to put all the sour foods over here and all the sweet foods over here. So I pick up a lemon and I say, where does a lemon go? And we would agree that the lemon is, sour. And then I pick up a bottle of honey, and we would agree that the honey, is it sour or is it sweet? Yeah, it's sweet. It would go over here. And then I pick up a bowl of vanilla ice cream. Where would that go? Yep, it would be sweet. And then I pick up some pickles. And I guess pickles can go either way, but I'm thinking of sour pickles. So classify means to put into groups. So when we go back here, sorry, we're going back and forth here. When we go back here, all I want to do is put information about bees helping plants in one category and how bees help people in another category. Now, I read that to you, so we're going to go back and revisit parts of our story so we can help better answer. So if I go back, and I'm going to read right here, the second paragraph, okay? What is a bee and what does it do? Bees are insects, which means that they have 6 legs and a 3-part body. They also have wings and can fly. There are many different kinds of bees. Some live in large families and some live alone. Bees help both plants and people in many ways. So if I read that sentence again, bees help both plants and people in many ways. I know as the reader, something's coming. They are probably going to tell me how bees are going to help plants and people. And that's exactly what I'm looking for. I want to know, how do they help plants and how do they help people? So I'm going to reread this first paragraph, and I want you to listen to how bees help plants. Okay, listen really hard. Bees help by drinking nectar from flowers. As a bee drinks, it brushes against the plant's pollen, and some of the pollen sticks to the bee. When the bee flies to the next plant, some of the old pollen rubs off onto the flower and new pollen sticks to the bee. So what did we just say? So how do those bees help those plants? Yeah, so good. So they move the pollen around. And we also learned, if you think back to yesterday's video with Tim and Moby, we learned that they're going to also move that pollen. And when they go to the next plant, some of that pollen falls off of them. And then what happens? Another seed grows. So they're going to let these plants reproduce. They're going to make more flowers. Good. Okay, so now I want to know, how do bees help people? So I'm going to reread this part, and now I want you to listen for, how do bees help people? When bees help plants, they are also helping people. Ooh, so I know that it's coming. One example of this is that bees pollinate cotton plants, and people use cotton to design and make clothes. Without bees, cotton plants would have a difficult time reproducing. People also eat many foods that come from plants. Some bees make a food from plants that people enjoy, honey. People use honey in food and other products. So what did you hear me say? How do bees help people? Good. So they pollinate cotton plants, and we know that our clothes can be made out of cotton. So they're helping by doing that. So every time they move from cotton plant to cotton plant and they pollinate, then people have more plants to pull and to then make clothes out of. Good. And then also one more thing they do. Yeah, so we know even from their name alone, honeybees make honey, and we like honey as people. So they're helping us by giving us some kind of food. Good. So now what I want you guys to do at home, before we do that. So this is our graphic organizer. So these are your ideas. I put them in here for you. So we know that bees help plants because they carry the pollen, and then the plants can reproduce. And then they help the people we just talked about with the cotton plants. And then they also make that honey that we like. Okay. So now what I want you guys to do at home, you can write this down or you can just do it out loud with a family member. I want you to classify and categorize yourself. So I want you to talk about how you help family members and how family members at home help you. So I just put a couple of examples of when I was a kid. So when I was a kid, the way that I might have helped my family members was setting the table or even vacuuming the stairs. And then my family members at home, my dad would read me stories at night and my mom would help me get the knots out of my hair. So yours might look very similar to mine and yours might not look very similar to mine. You might have totally different ideas. What I want to remind you is I didn't include this on mine, but your family members can also be your pets. So if you have a dog that you walk, you could put that. I help my family members. I walk my dog. Maybe you have to clean the litter box. I don't know. I have to clean the litter box at my house. So that would be a way that I help my family members. And then them helping you, maybe your dog or your cat, they sit with you when you're sick or you don't feel well. So that could be an example. So these are some ideas. You might have the same ideas. So talk with somebody at home. Talk about, hey, how do I help you? Maybe you need some help and you can ask them. And then think about how do they help me? Okay, so boys and girls, that's all I have for you today. I had a really good time. I'm so happy that we got through today's lesson. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. So I hope that everyone has a very good rest of your afternoon. Stay healthy and stay safe. And I will see you boys and girls tomorrow. Bye.
Second grade open court high frequency words. Getting started. Give. May. These. Been. Our. Those. Off. Mr. Mrs. Read or read. Stop. Tell. Who. Ten. Us. Unit 1. Far. Upon. Much. Start. Which. Never. Under. 8. 9. Bring. Bank. Think. 7. Use. Why. Better. First. learn, animal, black, live or live. Unit 2. Brother, white, both, hold, open, by, goes, paste, 0, another, many, sign, uncle, right, because, does, often, other, horse, taste, please, 3, pool, together. Unit 3. Gray, believe, carry, different, only, listen, people, again, center, circle, great, light, work, myself, done, easy, peace. Unit 4. Own, show, few, quite, today, soon, new, new, something, sorry, everyone. Unit 5. warm, wash, full, picture, mouse, ought, small, always, laugh, once. Unit 6. Brought, everything, the end. Great job.
Hello, students of Harrisburg. Welcome back. So today I'm here for day 2 of some more literacy lessons for 3rd grade students. And I'm so excited to be back here again today to share some more learning with you. So let's go ahead and get started. Just want to share my screen with you so you can see these lessons I've put together. All right. And just a quick reminder, again, my name is Miss Weidman, and I do teach 3rd grade right here at Foose Elementary in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So excited to be back again for day 2. Before we get started, again, let's not forget, we are here to grow our brain to make it get stronger. So again, we want to remember those 4 skills for learning. We want to make sure we're focusing our attention on what I'm teaching you and what you're supposed to be doing. You want to make sure you're listening nice and closely so you can hear the words I'm saying, listen to the story we're going to read today. You want to make sure that you're using that self-talk if you need to ignore any distractions around you. And then also to be assertive if maybe you need to ask somebody to quiet down so you can listen. Remember to be respectful when doing that. And that leads us right into our 3 R's. So of course, just because we're at home, 3 R's don't go away. So we want to make sure we're always being respectful, responsible, and ready to learn as we begin today. So just like yesterday, there's a couple things you're probably going to need. If you don't have them again, not a huge deal. Do what you can. You need a pencil, crayon, colored pencil, marker, something that will write, or your finger works is just something to make letters. And then also you want something to write on, such as a piece of paper, a notepad, if you have a whiteboard, whatever you have will work, okay? So go ahead and gather those couple supplies, and then we're gonna go ahead and get started. I'll give you a few moments. Go ahead. Okay, so today is day 2 of Unit 4, Lesson 4. And again, my name is Miss Weidman. I'll be working with you today. All right, so yesterday I introduced you to some suffixes. So we want to remember that suffixes are word parts that are added to the ends of base words, and they change that base word's meaning and parts of speech. So the 2 suffixes we were talking about were ness and Ness referring to a state of being, and adding referring to someone or something who. Let's take a look at some words. So on the screen, you probably see a couple of words that we worked with yesterday, and then you probably see some words that we didn't. So let's go through and read these words that are on the screen, remembering those decoding skills. If you need to break them into syllables, letter sounds, you're gonna do what works for you. So we're going to read through, starting with line 1, that first word. So this word is sadness. I want you to read the word after I do. Sadness, sweetness, darkness, kindness. So remember back to yesterday, or if you weren't here yesterday, these words, we take the base word and we simply add ness to the base word to make the new word, such as in the word darkness. The base word being dark, we put ness on the end and we get darkness, our new word. Let's take a look at line 2. So line 2 starts off with happiness, tidiness, silliness, laziness. So these words in line 2, just like yesterday, they all end with a Y, their base word. So we had to change that Y to an I and then add NES. So such as in tidiness, the base word of tidiness is tidy, T-I-D-Y. So we change Y to I and we add N-E-S-S, tidiness. We saw an example with that with happiness yesterday. So let's go to line 3. Now we're looking at our second suffix. Farmer, worker, listener, teacher. Okay, so all the words on line 3, we simply take the base word and we add to the end to make the new word. Let's look at line 4. Batter, admirer, computer, jogger. So let's take a look first at batter and jogger. Those should be familiar. Yesterday, we talked about if the base word had a short vowel and it ended with a consonant, we had to double the consonant and then add the suffix of So batter and jogger are taken care of, but admirer and computer, you'll notice they don't have that double consonant before the But if you think about the base word for computer, you should be thinking of compute. And we should also think that, well, compute ends with an E. So, and it's a silent E. So when we're adding that we drop the silent E and we add ER. Same with admirer. The base word admire ends with a silent E. We drop silent E, we add ER, So those are our 4 lines of words. Remembering that adding ness refers to a state of being and adding refers to someone or something who. So someone who works is a worker. When you're in a state of tidiness, you are showing that you are very tidy. Let's take a look at these 2 sentences at the bottom of the screen. I'm going to read the first one with the blank. I want you to think about what word from our word list we could put into that blank, and then we'll read it again. Our campfire glowed in the blank as we sat and told stories. Here's a hint, the state of being dark. So looking back at those words on the word list, I wonder which one would fit in there. Did you say darkness? Let's try it. Our campfire glowed in the darkness as we sat and told stories. What do you think? Good job. It is correct, darkness. Our campfire glowed in the darkness as we sat and told stories. Darkness refers to a state of being dark. The blank ran 2 miles on a sunny day. Wonder what word could fit in there. Let's look at our list. And there's a hint, one who jogs. Did you say jogger? If you did, you are correct. Give yourself a little pat on the back. So let's try it in the sentence. The jogger ran 2 miles on a sunny day. Sounds good. Nice work with that. All right, I'm going to read you a sentence. Well, you're going to read first a sentence, and I want you to pay attention to each word, read it carefully, read it with fluency. So we're reading, remember, just fast enough that we can understand it, but slow enough so that we can hear each word, but yet also be able to understand what we're reading. Go ahead. All right, so our employer suggested we hire a new programmer for this project. So I want you to think and look at the words in that sentence, and you should notice a couple of words that end with one of the suffixes we've been talking about the last 2 days. And I want you to call them out All right, did you say employer and programmer? Because if you did, you are correct. So 2 thumbs up for you, nice job. All right, let's move on to some dictation. And dictation is gonna look a little bit differently today. We're gonna do some more fill in the blank sentence work using some of the words, plus a new one that we used yesterday when we were writing them out. I still want you to, if you can, practice writing them. You can also practice saying them as well. All right, so let's take a look. I'm gonna move my little box out of the way. So the first words on the left-hand side, let's start by reading those. So we have greatness, fitness, commuter, and then minor. So the first 3 should sound and look familiar to you, the last one being a new word. So over here on the right side, we have 4 sentences. We're gonna start with the very first sentence of filling it in. We're gonna read through them all first, but we're gonna fill in that first sentence first. Number 1, the lucky blank found a large deposit of gold. Feel free to read the sentences with me as I'm reading them aloud. Number 2, the blank read the newspaper on the subway ride to work. Hopefully you're thinking about what words you can put in these blanks. Number 3, she hoped to achieve blank as a best-selling author. 4, physical blank is important if you want to be healthy. All right, so now let's start with that first sentence, revisit that one. Remember the 4 words are greatness, fitness, commuter, minor. And we want to think about what word from that list is going to best complete this sentence and fill in the blank. The lucky blank found a large deposit of gold. All right, you got your answer? Okay, hopefully you picked minor. The lucky miner found a large deposit of gold. So now that word's off of our list. So we have 3 left and 3 sentences. Let's go to number 2. The blank read the newspaper on the subway ride to work. The blank read the newspaper on the subway ride to work. Okay, let's see if you were right with what you said. The commuter read the newspaper on the subway ride to work. Nice work. All right, we got 2 words left and 2 sentences. Let's fill in those blanks. Number 3, she hoped to achieve blank as a best-selling author. What word would best fit in that sentence? All right, I can hear you. You're saying greatness, greatness, and you are correct. She hoped to achieve greatness as a best-selling author. Nice work. And then number 4, we only have 1 word left, but let's just make sure it fits. Physical blank is important if you want to be healthy. So we only have fitness left. Physical fitness is important if you want to be healthy. That's pretty good. Let's check. Oh, we were correct. All right, so those are our 4 words being used in sentences. Those are different sentences than what I gave you. So this is just another way to use those words. All right, so we're at the point in our lesson where we are ready to move into our red band. So just like yesterday, I know you've been sitting for a little while. So let's take a moment. I'm gonna take a quick sip of water, but I want you to also take some time to do some stretches. So we can do what we did yesterday. You can stand up, you can try to touch your toes, you can reach above your head, you can lean to the left, lean to the right, try to push the 2 walls apart. Just get yourself all nice and stretched out, whatever works for you. And then go ahead and do what you did yesterday, just get those wiggles out, get yourself ready to learn the next part of our lesson. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get started with our red band. So yesterday we took a look through this story. We did some browsing and our selection is called Amazing Animals. We took a look at some pictures, some photographs. We talked about what could possibly be learned in this text, all that stuff. Maybe you did some writing, which is awesome. Hopefully we'll do some more today and I'll show you some ideas at the end. But I just want to review a couple of things with you before we start reading today. I know you're excited, but let's just do a quick review. First of all, there were 2 essential questions that I posed to you yesterday. What are some animals that have unique traits or abilities? And then how do animals use their unique traits or abilities to survive? 2 very important questions. So we'll explore those more today. We also want to remember our big idea. How do animals interact with their environment? We'll be talking about that today. And our 2 comprehension strategies, again, we saw those a little more detail yesterday, making connections and visualizing. And then our 6 vocabulary words, which we'll go through in just a moment. So here are our vocabulary words. First word we started off with was tolerate. I want you to repeat that word for me, tolerate. And of course, tolerate's a verb, and it means to experience without being harmed. Here we have ward off, also a verb. Can you repeat that word? Good. It means to keep or force away. Terrain, which is a noun, and this is the physical features of a specific place. Say that word. Good, terrain. Next, we have defenses. Go ahead and read that word. Good. That's a noun, and it's things that are used to protect yourself. Next, we have lure. Can you read that word for me? Wonderful. That's a verb, and it means to tempt or attract strongly. And last but not least, we have advantage. Will you read that word? Awesome. This is a noun, and it's something that helps to make someone or something more likely to succeed than others. So those are our 6 vocabulary words. So taking a look now again at our title page that we are going to start with. So I told you this selection was called Amazing Animals, and it was by Karen E. Martin. So now we're going to start reading. So I want you to pay attention. I want you to make sure you're looking at the screen so you can see the words as I'm reading them. And if you have questions while I'm reading, you can jot them down. You can write about them later, maybe try to answer them as we read today, okay? So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to start, before I start reading the body of the paragraph, I'm going to read that caption off to the side, and it says, what unique traits does this animal have? So I think it's pointing to maybe the skunk. So let's read about it. Unique abilities. People have different traits that help them succeed in life. People who are tall, fast, or strong may become athletes. Someone with musical talent could become a popular singer. A person who is good with language might become a writer. Each person uses his or her own special traits to get along in the world. How true is that? Animals have special traits too. Some animals have special coloring that helps them hide from predators. Other animals are amazingly strong or fast. They can work hard or run away from danger. Many animals have special traits that help them survive in difficult habitats. They may be able to tolerate or very cold weather, or even go without water for a long time. So there's our word tolerate. So they can handle extreme temperatures without being harmed. Each animal's unique traits and abilities help it survive and thrive in the natural world. I'm gonna pause there for a moment. So this story so far, the introduction, is telling us that animals have a lot of special traits and they help them hide from predators, work hard, run from danger, and even tolerate cold weather, or no water. So these points remind me of some characteristics of animals that we probably have read in other stories. If you heard the story of Country Mouse and City Mouse that was read earlier, Country Mouse has strength, endurance, and a sense of smell to find food in the environment. And then City Mouse has excellent hearing and can run fast. So these traits help them survive in their environment. So let's continue reading to see how some of these animals survive. Safety in numbers. The zebra is one animal that has special coloring, black and white stripes all over its body. These stripes can confuse predators such as lions or hyenas. When a herd of zebras runs, the stripes make the animals blur together, making it difficult to tell one animal from another. Predators then have a harder time trying to catch them. So again, let's pause here. How does the photograph of the zebras help you visualize the zebra's special trait as described in the text? So we read about how when the animals run, the zebras run, their stripes blur the animals together. So if we look back in that paragraph, it says, when a herd of zebras runs, the stripes make the animals blur together, making it difficult to tell one animal from another. So right there, we found our answer right in the text. So we were able to hopefully use that information that was given to kind of visualize that happening. So if I look at that photo, now I can see what a zebra looks like, see what its stripes are, in case you haven't seen it before. And then when I picture them running really fast, I mean, their stripes would kind of blur together, and it would be hard for a predator to tell where a zebra ends or begins. So interesting. The stripes may help ward off insects too, just like Miss Wyden and her citronella candles. Insects seem to avoid the zebra stripes for some reason. Why is this important? Because some insects in the zebra's habitat carry deadly diseases. When insects bite animals, the animals can become sick and die. Fewer bites means fewer sick zebras. All right, let's take a look off to the right here. I'm going to move my little box. And in these three pictures, we're going to look at those a little bit more carefully. Let me read the caption. Many other animals use special coloration to hide in plain sight. Can you see the animals in these photos? And then it says, check your answers on page 81. So I might have shown you the answer yesterday, but let's see if we can find them. I'm gonna have you look really closely. We'll take a moment, see if you can see that there are some animals in there. All right, and then I want you to remember where the animals were, and we'll take a look at where they are in just a moment. Okay, so this is the water page. Underwater adaptations. To deal with both predators and prey, the octopus uses its many unique traits. One is its ability to change color. An octopus can instantly change color to blend in with the terrain. Because an octopus has no bones, its soft, flexible body can squeeze into tiny spaces. This allows it to hide from predators. An octopus has arms that are pure muscle. The arms can move in any direction to help the octopus walk, swim, hunt, and eat. The arms have suckers that can grasp prey too. All right, so it was really helpful that they provided this photo for us because we can really see the suckers on the octopus's, the octopus's tentacles and really see, it in detail. So it was really nice of them to provide that photograph. Once it has something in its grasp, the octopus uses its sharp beak to bite or break open the food. An octopus can even drill through a clamshell with its beak. That must be pretty strong. The octopus has some unusual defenses too. When it is in trouble, it can squirt a dark cloud of ink to confuse predators. Then it uses its siphon to swim away fast. A siphon is like a tube. The octopus jets water through it at speeds of up to 25 miles per hour. That might not sound really fast because when you're driving in a car and you're going 25 miles per hour, it's not super fast. But if you think about an animal going that fast or even a human, it actually is pretty quick. And in a real emergency, an octopus can break off its own arm to escape. The arm will then grow back. Wow, that's interesting. So, what details in this text can help us visualize? Let's take a look back to kind of get more of a picture in our brain. I know they have that photograph, but if we look back here, it tells us about a soft, flexible body. So, our bodies can be flexible, but an octopus is even more flexible than that. and talks about how it can break off its own arm to escape. That's amazing. So, and the arm then grows back. So we can picture that. It also talks about how when it's in trouble, it can squirt a dark cloud of ink to confuse predators. So since they gave us that visual of squirting a dark cloud of ink, we can really picture that in our brain and create that picture. All right, let's look down at this corner here at this interesting little creature. Another sea creature possessing a very unusual trait is the angelfish. It lives in the deepest, darkest part of the ocean. Food is hard to find there. Luckily, the angelfish, I've been saying it wrong, I'm sorry. The anglerfish has a light on top of its head. It uses the light to lure prey into its waiting jaws. Munch. So that's an anglerfish. This Weidman was having trouble seeing. So that's an anglerfish, and it lives in very deep parts of the ocean. So you can see the little light at the top of its head. And again, that's the anglerfish. Okay, so here is our camel. And this caption says, the camel's narrow nostrils also help keep out sand. Dunes dweller. A camel has many traits that help it survive in the desert. A place where few other animals can live. Wide feet help keep a camel from sinking into the sand. Hairy eyelashes keep sand out of its eyes. Thick fur keeps it warm at night. This fur also protects the camel from sun and heat during the day. So here are some examples of traits of the camel that help it tolerate that extreme environment of the desert. A camel's most famous trait is its hump. Its hump is made of fat, up to 80 pounds of it. The camel's body can break down this fat into energy and water. This creates a big advantage in the desert, where it is often hard to find food and water. A camel can go for weeks without eating or drinking. Wow, that's a long time. When it does find water, it can drink 30 gallons in just 13 minutes. That's as much water as one person drinks in 2 months. That is a very interesting fact. That's a lot of water. Small but powerful. Ants are some of the strongest creatures on Earth. Wow, did you know that? Because ants are so tiny. That's so interesting. They can carry up to 50 times their own body weight, which is about the same as a person lifting a truck. Oh my goodness. This strength allows ants to do massive amounts of work. They find and carry food, they dig dirt, build nests, and keep things clean. They care for the queen ants and their young. Ants fight off enemies too. Some ants have super fast jaws that snap shut like a trap. These jaws can spring shut at up to 145 miles per hour. They can bite off the head of another insect. Wow, that is some really interesting facts there about the ant. I mentioned a little bit before in the browsing part that, we're probably going to read about how strong an ant is, but I mean, they really are strong. They can carry 50 times their own body weight. And that strength allows them to do a lot of different work. It says they can dig dirt, build nests, keep things clean, and they care for the queen ants and their young. So ants are pretty cool little creatures. Fire ants have another incredible trait. They work together to form rafts during a flood. The ants use their legs to hold onto each other. Then they float on top of the water. Fire ants can survive like this for months. That's another interesting fact. I did not know that before I read the story about fire ants, so that was pretty interesting to learn about. Frozen frogs. You probably know that bears hibernate in the winter. They store fat and then go to sleep for many months while winter passes. But have you heard about the wood frog? It doesn't just hibernate for the winter, it freezes. As soon as a wood frog touches ice, it begins to freeze. Its heart stops, its breathing stops, its brain activity stops. Ice fills the space between its vital organs. The wood frog can remain this way for days, weeks, or even months. How does this happen? Before winter arrives, the frog stores up sugar. When cold weather comes, the sugar floods the frog's cells. The sugar acts like antifreeze in a car. It lowers the freezing point of the cells. Some of the water from the cells freezes, but not all of it. That allows the cells to survive. So the frog survives as well. All right, so now we learned why that frog was shown there with some ice. So it looks like it freezes. That's amazing. So our next heading is amazing animals. Animals use many different traits to stay alive. These traits help them survive in places that other animals cannot. They help the animals avoid predators. They also help the animals catch prey. What special animal trait do you think is the most amazing? And that sounds like something I'd like you to write about. And we'll talk about our writing activities in just a moment. So let's look at these 3 pictures. So earlier I showed you some photos. Here are your 3 answers. So we can see those 3 animals that were hiding on those photos earlier in our selection. Okay, so here are some written response activities that you can do. So again, pick an animal and write about one trait that it has to help it survive in the wild. You could choose that frog, you could choose the zebra, the ant. There are so many possibilities. Name a few animals that use their traits to run or hide. Explain how they use them. So if you're telling me about an animal that uses one to run, how do they use the running? I'm sorry, how do they use that trait to run or to hide? I'm gonna explain a little bit with that one. And then name a few animals that use their traits to hunt or work. Explain how they use them. What was your favorite animal that we read about? I would love to hear about that. And then why was it your favorite animal? Always a why. So those are your written responses and some writing activities that you could work on. Feel free to rewind this video so you can see the story, whatever you need to do. I had so much fun working with you today, and I cannot wait to work with you again the rest of the week. So again, my name is Miss Wyman. I am so excited to be here with you this week, and I'll see you later. Bye.
Above. Air. Almost. Along. Also. Answer. Back. Began. Between. Book. Change. Children. City. Close. Each. Earth. End. Enough. Even. Ever. Eyes. Face. Find. Following. Friend. Hand. Hard. Head. Here. High. Home.
house, land, large, last, letters, might, more, most, move, name, near, need, next, night, paper, heart, plants, point, same, school, second, set, should, side, still, story, such, talk, than, things, thought, through, time, took, trees, turned, until, watch, while, without, words, world, years, that's the end. Good job.
Hello everyone, my name is Mrs. Noggle, and today we're going to continue with our Unit 4, Lesson 4. And it is our second day with this lesson. So if you weren't with us yesterday to watch the lesson, I'm glad you were able to join us today. So I want to make sure that you're ready for the lesson. And to make sure that you're ready, you want to make sure that you are listening and you have a calm body or somewhere that where you're comfortable, and that you also have a journal or a paper and a pencil so that you can write along with us. And as always, make sure you're ready, responsible, and respectful at all times during the lesson. Our objectives today, or what we want to learn, is we're going to be practicing with the prefixes il, im, in, and d. We're going to apply the comprehension strategies, asking and answering questions and summarizing. And we are going to be reading part of the selection. We're going to read the rest of the story that we started yesterday. So we're going to develop some oral language. This is a review from yesterday. Our words in row 1 all start with the prefix ill, which means not. We have illogical, not logical, illegal, illiterate, and illegible. And all of those words have that prefix ill in front, which means not. In row 2, we have imperfect, immortal, imperceptible, and impatient. And again, our prefix im means not. This week, it's really easy to remember our prefixes. They all mean the same thing. Row 3, inadequate, informal, insane, and incompetent. All have that prefix in, okay? And if you remember, in is the prefix where the base word can start with all the other letters. The base word starts with M, P, or B, and ill, the base word starts with L, as you can see in our rows here. And our last row, dehydrated, decipher, decode, and decompose, all have D in front of them, okay? And our prefix D means not, and it can also mean opposite of. So I want to point out our one word on here, which is impatient. We are going to be taking a closer look at that base word of patient. Now, patient has 2 different meanings. It can be an adjective, which means able to remain calm in difficult circumstances. And that's where that impatient comes from, okay? Impatient means you're not able to remain calm. But there's also another meaning here. It's a noun. So if we say we're using the word patient as a noun, it would be a person receiving medical care or treatment. You know, we could use the sentence, the patient was in the hospital, or the patient was released from the hospital. Okay, so now it's your turn. And what we're going to do is you're going to look here at the first word, and we're going to go across. There is a column A and a column B. And for the word, you're going to decide if it's column A that's the correct answer, or if it's column B that is the correct answer. Okay, so in your journal, you can write the correct word, or you can share it with someone in the room with you, or just say the answer out loud, okay? So I'm gonna give you a few minutes to just go through these words and then write the correct form with the prefix in front of it, okay? Go ahead. All right, so let's take a look at our first word, which is proper. So you had 2 choices. You have improper or improper. Now, what do we know about these prefixes? If you remember the prefix in, there were certain base words that we could use in with, okay? And with in, we pretty much could use any of the beginning letters for the base word. So we're not going to rule that one out just yet. Let's look at improper, okay? So for improper, our base word, proper, starts with a P, and for im, we remember that it's B, M, or P. So this one seems to make the most sense, improper. And it sounds right to me too. I think I've heard that before. Oh, and we are correct. So column B, improper. Let's take a look at the next one, emphasize. And our words are de-emphasize and ill-emphasize. So remember, for D, we didn't have a general rule on the base word had to start with anything. But we did for the prefix ill. Ill, the base word started with L. So we know that ill-emphasize is not correct. Our correct word is de-emphasize. Legality. So we have illegality and illegality. Well, illegality sounds right, and it has that prefix il, and our base word starts with L, so we know that that is the correct answer. And lastly, curable. Incurable and decurable. So for our prefix in, we know that it can be any letter other than L, B, M, or P. And then we have decurable. Well, I know that incurable sounds right to me. So let's see. And we're correct. Incurable. So sometimes there's not going to be a specific rule. You're going to have to go on your previous knowledge, okay, or what sounds right to you. Okay, so a review of our vocabulary from the story. Botany is the study of plants. In partnership means together with. Without further ado means right away. Presentation, the act of putting something before an audience. Substance, material of a certain kind. Felt the jitters, was nervous. Merge, to join and become one, come together. Germinate, to begin growing from a seed, to sprout. Resist, to overcome the effect or action of. Cue, a signal that tells someone when to do something. Rare, not often happening, seen, or found. And lack, the condition of needing something. So all of these words have been or will be in the story, that portion that we're reading today. Okay. Dana and Tariq gave each other a high five as they traded places on stage. Like Tariq, Dana felt confident and ready. She felt the jitters too, but her experiences in drama club told her they would fade away. As Dana faced the crowd, she took a deep breath, smiled, and spoke out. Vines are also incredible plants. They grow in places other plants cannot, making the best of whatever space is available. This is especially evident in the rainforest, which is thick with competing vegetation. Tall trees block much of the sunlight from reaching the forest floor. As a result, many rainforest vines can climb trees to get the sunlight they need. These vines climb trees to reach the forest canopy in several different ways. Twining. Vines grow around and up, winding around a support of some kind, such as a tree. Tendrils. Small parts of the vine grow out and wrap around and up the support. Thorns, hooks, and rootlets. These grow from a vine and into the tree. Sticky tips. These vine growths secrete resin on their tips. The resin sticks to the tree. And you can see in our story, we have pictures of twining. You can see how it wraps around that the stick there, or the pole. Tendrils are all those little curly cues coming off the top of the plant. They help grab onto anything that it's climbing up. You can see the rootlets, those little tiny roots that are coming out. And the sticky tips help climb onto things as well. Many plants in and around the world use these adaptations. Wisteria and honeysuckle plants have the twining adaptation. Sweet peas and grapes have tendrils. Poison ivy has rootlets. And Boston ivy has sticky tips. Plant roots are another important rainforest adaptation. Rainforest topsoil is thin. Most of the nutrients are close to the surface. Rainforest trees get more nutrients if their roots spread out horizontally instead of growing downward. Even trees that are more than 100 feet tall may stand on shallow roots that are only a few feet deep. Tall rainforest trees may develop buttress roots. These large woody ridges provide support and stability. They grow at the base of the tree and spread across the ground. Buttresses can grow as tall as 15 feet or more before they merge back into the main trunk of the tree. Other trees, such as mangroves, develop prop and stilt roots. These above-ground roots grow downward into wet soil and along the edges of waterways. Such roots anchor plants in areas that flood frequently or have regular tides that flood the shore. I hope I've anchored your understanding of vines and roots. Arturo Diaz will share his knowledge of seeds. The audience clapped as Dana waved to the crowd and skipped off stage, winking at Arturo as he stiffly stepped forward. Arturo smiled, nodded, and relaxed as he took his place. Arturo felt gratified by Dana's support. He wanted to do well for his classmates. Many plants grow from seeds, so it is no surprise that seeds have adapted too. For plants to thrive, they must spread to new areas where the seeds can grow. Plants have adapted to use wind, water, and animals to carry them to new places. Wind. Some seeds are lightweight and have special shapes that catch the wind and help them fly. Dandelion seeds are like tiny, fluffy parachutes. They float far away on the wind to grow elsewhere. Water. Plants that live in or near water often have seeds with structural adaptations that help them float. Coconuts, for example, are large seeds that have a lot of air inside. Because they are less dense than water, they can easily float away to a new destination. Plus, the coconut water and neat inside the seed keep the seed alive during its journey. Animals. Animals carry many seeds to far-off locations. Burrs with seeds inside catch onto the fur of passing animals. Rodents gather nuts and seeds and bury them in new places. Birds and other animals eat berries and other fruits with seeds. The seeds that pass through their bodies, undigested, land somewhere else when the animals defecate. Okay, so on this page, Arturo has described the ways plant seeds spread to new areas, okay, how they can grow. We've talked about summary. Remember, a summary is a retelling of what you read in your own words. So can you summarize the different methods on here? Summarize wind, water, and animals, and how the seeds spread? I'm going to give you a few minutes to go ahead in your own words and try and explain it or write it down. Okay, so let's take a look at an example answer. Some seeds weigh little and are carried by the wind, like dandelion seeds. Some seeds are able to float and be carried by water, like coconuts. Animals also transfer seeds to other places. Rodents and birds travel with fruits and nuts. When they eat them, the seeds pass through their bodies and are deposited elsewhere. Some seeds are surrounded by burrs, so they stick to an animal and travel to new places. So all of the information that we saw here was condensed, put into smaller sentences, and restated in our own words, okay? And that's the goal of a summary. Many seeds have adapted over time to become very durable. They can last for years until conditions are right and then germinate to grow into a new plant. Desert plants, for example, have seeds that resist heat and drought. They lie dormant for months or even years until rains return. Even seeds discovered buried for 30,000 years in the icy tundra have grown to produce plants. Other seeds are protected by tough outer coverings. The hard shells of acorns protect oak seeds. Pods from plants such as honey locust and acacia trees keep seeds safe inside until the growing season. Spruce, fir, and other conifer trees produce bushels of pine cones that serve the same purpose. Each woody scale of a pine cone harbors 2 seeds. That adds up to dozens of seeds per cone. The sun dipped below the horizon and the amphitheater dimmed in the twilight. While Arturo spoke to the audience, the other members of the botany club sprang into action. Tariq and Dana switched on 2 spotlights. Hannah looked around to make sure the safety and walkway lights glowed. Mr. Davis and Lucia worked behind Arturo to set up the next visual aid. Arturo gave her a cue, and Lucia pressed a play button. The screen, which Mr. Davis had set up next to Arturo, flickered to life. At that moment, now flanked by a video of a burning and smoldering forest floor, Arturo exclaimed, "Behold, the renewing power of fire!" The audience oohed and awed. As he continued, the video showed a superheated pine cone opening in a blaze. Some pine cones, continued Arturo, such as those from lodgepole pines and redwoods, are so tough that only fire can release the seeds inside. When forest fires sweep through boreal forests, the heat melts the resin holding the pine cone scales closed. The scales pop open, releasing their seeds. Such fires also wipe out old or diseased plants. This opens the land for new, healthy trees to grow. Lucia Rodriguez will now nurture your knowledge of spines, other plant defenses, and one surprising and rare adaptation. Lucia rushed to the stage, eager for her turn to share. Deserts are some of the most extreme climates in the world, she began. Plants have adapted to survive the high temperatures and lack of rain. As a result, many desert plants flourish. One of those is the cactus. It has a very important structural adaptation, spines. Cacti spines serve many purposes. Protection. Spines protect the cactus from hungry or thirsty animals that would damage the plant. Regulation of temperature. Spines help cool the plant by shading its surface. White or light-colored spines also reflect heat away from the plant. This helps keep the plant cool too. Conservation. Because spines are small, they use little water. Like the cactus, plants in other biomes also rely on adaptations that are sharp. These include thorns, needles, and hooks. Roses, blackberries, and other plants have thorns for protection. Conifers, such as fir trees, have tough, pointy needles that deter animals and people. Burdock burrs are covered with tiny hooks. These prickly balls protect the seeds inside and help the seeds spread to other places by clinging to the fur, feather, and clothing of unsuspecting travelers. Finally, I will end this evening's presentation by describing one curious adaptation. We all think of plants as food some creatures eat. Botany in Action learned that some plants eat too. These plants have adapted to their environments by becoming carnivorous. The famous Venus flytrap is one of these. Its habitat is mainly along the coast and in the wetlands of North and South Carolina. The soil there has few nutrients that can support growing plants. The Venus flytrap has adapted to obtain those nutrients elsewhere. It has developed a structural and behavioral adaptation, special leaves that catch and digest insects and even small animals. So I want to stop right there for a minute because I have a question. I wonder how the plant digests and uses the nutrients of the insects. Plants don't have digestive systems like animals do, or us. I think the next paragraph might give more details to answer the question, but if not, I will have to look up the Venus flytrap in a book or encyclopedia or online. The insides of the leaves are brightly colored to attract prey. In addition, glands along the outer edge make nectar to lure prey. These leaves have microscopic trigger hairs that sense motion. When prey touches these hairs, the plant snaps shut in less than 1 second, which is not enough time for the prey to escape. The edges of the leaves also have teeth that lock together, trapping the prey inside. After the trap closes, other glands release juices that break down and dissolve the prey so the plant can absorb it. A Venus flytrap digests an insect in 5 to 12 days. Tariq, Dana, Arturo, and Hannah joined Lucia on stage as she continued. The next time you step outside, look at the plants around you. Get curious, investigate, cheered Tariq. Ask questions to find out what you might already know about a familiar plant, said Dana. For example, how has the plant adapted to its environment, interjected Arturo. How has it adapted to weather, such as droughts or extreme cold? How does the plant take in food, water, and light? How does it protect itself? And does it have special adaptations that help it reproduce? Asked Hannah. In nearly every environment, plants have found a way. finished the group together. As they bowed, the audience, filled with friends, family, and teachers, gave a standing ovation. So that's the end of this story. So we are next going to look at our essential questions. The first one is, what kinds of adaptations might help plants? So I want you to think for just a minute on what we learned about in our story yesterday and today. What kinds of adaptations might help plants? So let's take a look at a possible answer. We talked about adaptations that keep away predators, that help them reproduce, that help them stay in place, and that help them get more sunlight, air, water, and nutrients. These will all help the plants. These are all adaptations, okay? Our next question is, where can you see plant adaptations? Let's think about that for a minute. Where can we see them? And the answer is that plant adaptations are everywhere. We can see them, any one of us, if we walk outside, we can see a plant adaptation. They're the colorful blooms, the large root systems, the spines, and the different kinds of seeds we see. Okay, so we're going to do a really quick review of our genre for this story. Remember, it was a narrative, nonfiction. Facts about real things, people, places, or events are included, and this information is shaped into a story. The real things and places become settings and details. The real people become characters. The real events become the plot. And sometimes an author may add information about what a particular character is thinking or feeling, even though the author could not really know this information. So my question for you is, how do we know that our story, Plants Find a Way, is a narrative nonfiction? What examples can you give me that explain how our story is a narrative nonfiction? So in your journals, you can write a quick sentence down, or you can share it with someone in the room with you. I'll give you a minute to go ahead and do that. Okay, so a possible answer might be that the text describes facts about real plant adaptations. The facts are presented in the form of the story. We have that whole story basis going on where the students were presenting to their family and friends. And the facts became the details and dialogue in the story. Okay, it was what the students were talking about. Okay, so we are going to take a look at a video field trip. This one is going to delve into the giant sequoia and the pine cones that particular tree has, and why it needs fire in order to grow.
Giant sequoias are the largest trees on Earth. They can grow for more than 3,000 years. But without fire, they cannot reproduce.
The giant sequoias really are born of fire. Fire gives them three things they need for regeneration. The first one is it punches a hole in the forest. That allows there to be more light and more water for the sequoia seedlings. The second thing it does is it heats the cones up in the mature sequoia trees without harming the trees. And those cones open up. And there's a rain of seeds on the ground. The final thing it's done is it cleared away all the leaves that have built up, because sequoia seeds need to hit bare mineral soil before they can germinate and survive well. Then the winter storms come in and bury them in a blanket of snow. Spring comes, they have the ideal conditions. It's warmer, it's really wet, and those seeds will take off and become seedlings.
From their birth among the ashes, these seedlings have become the groves we see today, with trees nearly 300 feet tall.
Over 3,000 years, think of what a giant sequoia has seen. You know, how many times did Native Americans sit at the base, have lunch, look up, and marvel at the crown of the sequoia? And now we're doing it again today. It's humans just living their lives under these trees for millennia.
Okay, so just a quick review of today. We did go over the prefixes ill, in, im, and d. They all mean not. And we can see plant adaptations everywhere. Plant adaptations keep away predators, they help them reproduce, they help them stay in place, and they help them get more sunlight, air, water, and nutrients. All right, guys, it's about all the time I have for today. You were great, super listeners. I hope that you will join me tomorrow for some more fun activities. Thank you. Bye.
Hi everyone, I'm Miss Killian, and this is part 2 of lesson 6. In our previous lessons, we learned why research is important. We also studied how Kadir Nelson used research to write We Are the Ship. In research writing, paraphrasing along with direct quotations are used to support ideas. In 5th grade, you need to use both of these. In part 2 of our lesson today, we are going to examine how Nelson uses both of these types of evidence to support his research for We Are the Ship. We're going to answer the question, why is using evidence important in research? Do you have the materials you need for our lesson today? You should have your journal and something to write with. You also could have a copy of our text, We Are the Ship. Today, you will need to access handout 5A. You can find that handout on the student download section on our greatminds.org website. If you need to, pause the screen now to get your materials ready. I have page 9 up on the screen. If you have your text, you can open to page 9 now. Listen as I read aloud the first paragraph, and I want you to think about this question. How do you know the ideas in this paragraph are not Nelson's original ideas? You're going to think about that question as I read aloud. It was after this success with the American Giants that Rube decided to organize an entire Negro baseball league. Rube aimed high. He wanted to create a league that would exhibit a professional level of play equal to or better than the majors, so that when it came time to integrate professional baseball, Negroes would be ready. See, Rube didn't want to put just 1 or 2 Negroes in the major leagues. He wanted to put a whole league into the major leagues. There would be the American League, the National League, and the Negro League. Rube knew that if Negroes were to play in a professional league, we'd have to organize it ourselves. We are the ship, he proudly declared, all else the sea. So think about that question. I'm going to zoom in for you into that paragraph. How do you know those ideas are not Nelson's original ideas? Pause the screen now and think about that question. Did you say you saw some endnotes? Let's find those endnotes together. there's an endnote right over here that says 4. And then there's an endnote right over here that says 5. That's showing that it's someone else's original ideas. Now, what else could have helped you come to a conclusion? Did you also notice the quotations? So if you look over here, we are the ship, all else he proudly declared. So those quotation marks indicate that it's someone else's words. I have a new question on our screen. Where specifically did these ideas that Nelson uses come from, and how do you know? Let's see if you remember talking about the endnotes section that can be found on page 84. Everyone, let's do what we did in our last lesson. Let's see if we can figure out the sources for those references. So right here, we saw the little 4. If I go over to the endnotes section, and we are still in first inning, I can see that this source is Burns' baseball shadow ball. Does everyone see that? And then for endnote number 5, right over here, do the same. See if you can figure out from first inning who the source is. Did you figure it out? Good job. Holloway, Black Ball Stars, page 21. Nice work using those endnotes to help you identify the source. Now, I want you to think about this question. Are these pieces of evidence that we just identified direct quotations? How do you know? So look over those 2 pieces of evidence, the one that connects to source 4 and the one that connects to source 5, and think, are these direct quotations? Did you notice that the first piece of evidence is not a direct quotation, that it's a paraphrase because it doesn't include those quotation marks? So that's how I can tell. But that second piece of evidence, right over here, starting with "We are the ship," he proudly declared, "all else the sea," I notice that there's quotation marks. That means that that second piece of evidence is a direct quotation. Pat yourself on the back if you notice that too. Now for our final question on this page. Why did Nelson choose to include a direct quotation in endnote 5, but not in endnote 4? Reread those 2 pieces of evidence, okay, from this first paragraph and think about that question. Pause the screen if you need some more time. In endnote 5, he used the exact words, the quotations. I think he did this because those words are powerful and he wanted to use them just as they were said. For endnote 4, I think he paraphrased the evidence instead of using a direct quotation because he was able to get the same ideas out using his own words. So let's move on, and we are now going to stamp the understanding of what a paraphrase is. So we are beginning with paraphrased evidence. On the screen is a 2-column chart with the titles Characteristics of Paraphrased Evidence and Purpose of Paraphrased Evidence. Copy this chart into a clean page in your journal. We're going to add to each of these columns. Pause the screen and create that chart now. All right, you got your chart. So let's stamp the characteristics of paraphrased evidence. Thinking back to what you already know in the example we just looked at in We Are the Ship, what are the characteristics of paraphrased evidence? Think. Here are some characteristics. You can jot these down as I talk about them. The first characteristic is that it is restated in different words or ideas from another source. Just like we saw with that fourth endnote, it's restated. The next is that it uses different word order or sentence structure from the original source. Write that one down and pause the screen if you need to do it. The third characteristic of paraphrased evidence is that it conveys a similar meaning to the original source. And the fourth characteristic is that it includes the title, the author, and page number of the original source. And do you remember why we said it did that? Yes, because we need to avoid plagiarizing and to make sure that we give credit where credit's due. Now let's make sure you know the purpose of paraphrasing evidence. We paraphrase evidence so that we can bring our own voice to writing. We may look at many sources and create our own voice, bringing it all together. The second purpose of paraphrased evidence is to clearly state information that is important to your purpose. Jot it down and pause the screen if needed. And the final purpose of paraphrased evidence is to have control over the information you share with the readers. Did you get it? All right, nice work. Now, let's talk about direct quotations. Just like you made the T-chart for paraphrase, you're going to do the same thing on a clean page for direct quotations. So open to a clean page in your journal or in your electronic workspace and make a T-chart with these two headings. On the left side, characteristics of direct quotations, and on the right side, purpose of direct quotations. Pause the screen to get it set up now. Okay, so thinking back to the example from We Are the Ship, it was the fifth endnote for first inning. What do you know about directly quoted evidence? Do you know some of these things? This is when the words are copied word for word from the original source, exactly how the original source said it. There's always the use of quotation marks around the directly quoted evidence. That's the indication that it's directly quoted. And similar to paraphrasing, it needs to include the title, author, and page number of that original source. So what's the purpose of directly quoting? Direct quotations highlight powerful words or phrases. They also bring another voice to the writing. Jot down those characteristics and purpose on that clean page that you're working on now. We are going to come back to paraphrasing and direct quotations throughout our work in this arc. You will be asked to reference this chart and the paraphrase evidence chart as well. Okay, nice work. Good writers know how and when to use each type of evidence, whether it be paraphrased or direct quotation. Let's do this check for understanding to ensure that we can understand how and why this kind of evidence is used. You're going to do a quick write. How does Kadir Nelson use evidence to support his research in We Are the Ship? Remember, quick writes are quick Don't worry about your grammar or formatting. It's all to get your ideas on your paper. You're going to pause the screen and you will answer this question in a quick write. Do that now. Let's check your work. Did you identify that Nelson used both direct quotations and paraphrased evidence? Did you articulate the purpose of each type of evidence? You can share your response with someone if you're working with someone. Nice work. That concludes our lesson for today. I'm going to tell you how you can extend your learning. You can extend your learning by doing the Fluency Homework Handout 5A. You started this in your last lesson, and you can revisit that same passage to build your fluency. You can access that on our student download section on the greatminds.org website. In the next lesson, we are going to dive deeper into text structure as we get in the third inning. We're also going to get to experiment with paraphrasing. If you have any questions, please email us at info@greatminds.org. Thank you for learning with me today. Take care, and I will see you next time.
Attention, Harrisburg School District parents and guardians. Your voice matters. Please take a moment to complete our newest Return to School Family Survey, located on the district website at www.hbgsd.us and our district Facebook or Twitter sites. The survey is available in English and Spanish. Thank you in advance for completing this important survey. We got next. Attention, Harrisburg School District parents, guardians, and students. For qualifying Harrisburg High School students, we are offering online credit recovery. Students are welcome and strongly encouraged to participate in our summer credit recovery program. Harrisburg High School will offer 2 sessions for credit recovery. Session 1 is happening now through August 7th from 8 a.m. until 12 noon. Session 2 is happening now through August 7th from 1 p.m. until 3 p.m. To register, please contact Ms. Jenna Krenjak at jkrenjak@hbgsd.us or visit our website or Facebook page for more information.
Hi, first graders. My name is Miss Lassiter, and welcome to Knowledge on the Go. Today, we will be learning from Grade 1, Module 4, Lesson 17. Ask an adult to help you gather the materials you will need. Today, you will need your math toolkit. Remember, that includes 40 objects for counting, 4 dimes, and 10 pennies. You will also need a whiteboard and dry erase marker. If you do not have a whiteboard and dry erase marker, that's okay. You can use a pencil and paper. Lastly, you will need your problem set from your student workbook. If you do not have your student workbook, that's okay. Ask an adult to click below this video and select Student Downloads. There, they can print your problem set. If you're unable to print the problem set, that's okay. You can use pencil and paper. At this time, press pause to gather the materials that you will need. When you're ready, come back and press play. I'll be waiting. Welcome back. In Lesson 16, before we solved each problem, we asked ourselves, should we add 1s or 10s? In today's lesson, we will get the opportunity for some extra practice and ask ourselves again today, should we add 1s or 10s? Let's begin. Our first number sentence is, 19 plus 2. Use your objects to build the number 19. Press pause, and when you're ready, come back and press play. Great job. The number 19 has 1 10 and 9 ones. Now we need to add 2. So let's ask ourselves, do we need to add 2 ones or 2 10s? Pause and think. Say it. Did you say 2 ones? Use your objects to add 2 ones. Perhaps when you added your 2 ones, you noticed that you were able to make a 10. So now let's complete our number sentence. 19 plus 2 equals, great job, 21. Let's put our objects to the side and show our thinking using the quick 10s and 1s drawing. Let's begin with the number 19. How many 10s and 1s? Pause and think. Say it. Did you say 1 10 and 9 1s? Use your quick 10s and 1s to draw 19. Let's ask ourselves, do we need to add 2 1s or 2 10s? Say it. Absolutely, 2 1s. Let's show that by using X's. 1, 2. I can see that I've made a 10, so I'm going to put a line through my 1s so I can quickly see that it is a group of 10. Make your drawing look like mine. Excellent. Now, let's show our thinking using a number bond. 19 is our whole. What are the 2 parts inside of 19? Say it. Did you say 10 and 9? Add the number bond to your paper. Now, just like with our objects and our drawing, we added our 1s first. So let's do the same with our number bond. 9 plus 2 equals, pause and think. Say it. Yep, 11. And 10 plus 11 equals, pause and think. Say it. Excellent thinking. 21. Great work. Erase your boards. Use your objects to show the number 19. Pause the video, and when you're ready, come back and press play. Before we add our second number, we need to ask ourselves, do we need to add 10s or 1s? Let's look at our number sentence closely. 19 plus 20. Pause and think, do we need to add 10s or 1s? Say it. Did you say 10s? Great thinking. How many 10s are in the number 20? Say it. Yep, 2 10s. Pause the video now and use your objects to add 2 10s. Let's complete the number sentence. 19 plus 20 equals, did you say 39? Great job. Now, let's put our objects to the side and use our quick 10s to show our thinking. Let's begin our drawing with the number 19. Pause the video to create your drawing of the number 19, and when you're ready, come back and press play. We have to ask ourselves, do we need to add tens or ones? What do we need to add? Yes, we need to add tens. How many tens do we need to add? Absolutely, 2 tens. Let's add our 2 tens now. Excellent work. Now, let's show our thinking using the number bond. Let's break apart the number 19 into tens and ones. What are the parts hiding inside of 19? Say it. Yep. 10 and 9. Now for this problem, did we add our tens or our ones? Say it. Absolutely. We added our tens. So 20 plus 10 is our first number sentence. 20 plus 10 equals, did you say 30? And our second number sentence is 30 plus 9 equals, say it. Excellent work. 39. Great job. Erase your boards. Our next problem is 2 plus 13. Let's solve using our quick 10 drawing. Pause and think. Which part would you draw first? Say it. Perhaps you said 13 because it has tens and ones. So let's go ahead and draw quick tens and ones for the number 13. Does your drawing look like mine? Great job. 13 has 1 10 and 3 ones. Now, let's add our second add-in. We need to ask ourselves, do we need to add 2 ones or 2 tens? Pause and think. Say it. Yep, 2 ones. Let's show those 2 ones using X's. 1, 2. Let's count on to find the total. We started with 13. Now let's count on. 14, 15. Great job. So let's complete the number sentence. 2 plus 13 equals 15. Now let's solve using our number bond. 13. What are the 2 parts for 13? Say it. Did you say 10 and 3? Great job. Now, did we add ones or tens when we solve? Say it. Did you say we added ones? So let's add ones for our first number sentence. 2 plus 3 equals, did you say 5? Great job. And 10 plus 5 equals 15. Great work. Erase your boards. Our next number sentence is 20 plus 13. Pause the video to solve using your quick tens and ones. When you're ready, come back and press play. Does your drawing look like mine? Great job. When I solved, first I drew the number 13 because 13 had tens and ones. Then I asked myself, do I need to add tens or ones? And I looked at the number 20 and I can see that the number 20 has 2 tens. So then I drew 2 quick tens for my picture. Let's count to see the total sum. we know that this is 20, let's count on, 30, 31, 32, 33. So 20 plus 13 equals 33. Great job. Now let's solve using our number bond. What are the parts in the number 13? Say it. Did you say 10 and 3? Great job. Now for this problem, we added 20. So did we add 10s or 1s? Say it. You're right. We added 10s. So let's write our first number sentence. 10 plus 20 equals, yep, 30. And 30 plus 3 equals 33. Great job. Erase your board for one last problem before we review your problem set. Our last number sentence is 8 plus 27. Let's use our quick 10s and 1s to solve. Pause and think. Which number should we draw a picture for first? Say it. Perhaps you said 27. Pause the video now to draw quick 10s and 1s for the number 27. When you're ready, come back and press play. Does your drawing look like mine? Now, before we add our second part, what should we ask ourselves? Did you say we should ask ourselves, do we need to add 1s or 10s? Great job. We need to add 8 1s or 8 10s. Say it. Did you say 8 1s? Great thinking. Let's show 8 1s using X's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Did we make a unit of 10? Yes, we did. Let's show that by putting a line through our group of 10. Now let's find our total. I can see 3 quick 10s, so let's count on from 30. 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. So 8 plus 27 equals, yep, 35. Pause the video to solve using your number bond. When you're ready, come back and press play. Does your number bond look like mine? Great job. Now let's write our number sentence to show our thinking. First, we added our 1s. So what is a number sentence to show that we added our 1s? Did you say 8 plus 7 equals 15? Great job. What is the second number sentence that you wrote? Did you say 20 plus 15 equals 35? Great job today. At this time, get your problem set and we're going to do 2 problems together. Let's begin by reading the directions on the first page. It says, solve the problems by drawing quick 10s and 1s or a number bond. Let's start with number 1, 25 plus 1. I want to use a number bond. So first I have to ask myself, what are the parts in the number 25? Say it. Did you say 20 and 5? Let's show that. By breaking apart the number 25, I can see the simpler problem and that I can add the ones together. So my first number sentence is 5 plus 1 equals, what is 5 plus 1? Yes, 6. And 20 plus 6 equals, did you say 26? Great job. So now let's complete the number sentence. 25 plus 1 equals 26. Let's take a look at problem number 2. 25 plus 10. This time, let's use quick tens and ones. How many tens and ones is in the number 25? Say it. Did you say 2 tens and 5 ones? Let's draw it. Now we need to add 10. Are we going to add 1 10 or 1 1? Say it. Yep, 1 10. Let's do that now. Now we can find the total sum. I see 3 tens, 10, 20, 30. Let's count on. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. So 25 plus 10 equals 35. Great job. Now I'm going to show you the problems I would like you to complete on your own. On page 1, I would like you to complete problems 3, 4, 5, and 6. On page 2, I would like you to complete problems 10, and then from 11, I only want you to complete A, B, and D. Pause the video now to complete your work independently, and when you're ready, come back and press play. I'll be waiting. Welcome back. Let's have a look at 2 of the problems from your problem set. Look at problems 3 and 5. In both problems, we added ones. In the answer, why did the 10 stay the same in problem 3, but change in problem 5? Pause the video to explain your thinking to an adult, a friend, or stuffed animal. When you're ready, come back and press play. Perhaps you said, in problem 3, the 10 stayed the same because we did not have to make a new group of 10. But in problem 5, we can see from our quick tens, we had to make a new group of 10. So the tens place had to change. Great work today. That is all that I have for you today. Thank you for joining me, and remember to tell your teacher that you are participating in Knowledge on the Go. At this time, take a break if you need a break, but make sure you come back for Fluency with Mrs. Coleman. I'll see you next time.
Hello friends! I'm so glad you decided to join me for Fluency. Today we'll be working on the Fluency activity for Grade 1, Module 4, Lesson 17. My name is Mrs. Coleman, and I'm excited to work with you today. Before we get started, you're probably going to want your whiteboard and marker or blank paper and a pencil. Pause the video while you gather these items and hit play when you're ready. I'll be right here waiting for you. For today's Fluency activity, we're going to be reviewing some core addition facts. We're going to practice them using missing add-ins. So let's just talk briefly about how you can think about a missing addend problem. The first problem is going to be 4 plus blank equals 5. When you see this problem, which one of these numbers is the whole? Did you say 5? So if I think of this in a number bond, my whole is 5. And what is 4? Did you say one of the parts? That's right. 4 is one part. And this line, the blank we're trying to fill in, is the missing part. So remember, you can think of this as 4 plus what equals 5. We've also done some work in lesson 15 and previous lessons where we talked about you could ask yourself 5 minus 4 equals what? Because when you take the whole and subtract the part you know, the answer or the difference is the missing part. What is the missing part for 4 plus what equals 5? Did you say 1? 4 plus 1 equals 5. We know that because it also is true when we say 5 minus 4 equals 1. So the other missing part in our number bond is 1. Okay, I think you're ready for fluency today. Let's erase our boards and we'll get started. For today's fluency activity, we're going to be completing sets of problems. Each time we pull up a set, feel free as you complete them to write the whole number sentence, filling in the blank, or just write the numbers that would fill in the blank on your paper. We'll review the whole number sentence when we go over your work. Let's start with this set. Go ahead and fill in the blanks, writing the full number sentences, or just write the missing numbers. Hit pause while you work and hit play when you're ready. Okay, let's see how you did. 4 plus what equals 5? Did you say 1? 3 plus what equals 5? Did you say 2? 2 plus what number equals 5? Did you say 3? 1 plus what number equals 5? Did you say 4? 0 plus what number equals 5? Did you say 5? Check your answers and make sure they match mine. Do you notice any patterns in this set of problems? Did you notice that the first addend in each problem gets smaller by 1? And as each one gets smaller by 1, the second addend got bigger by 1. This is a pattern to keep in mind because if you get stuck on a problem, you can think about the relationship of the problem you're stuck on to other problems in the set, and they might help you out. Go ahead and erase your board. Here's our next set of problems. Remember, as you do this work on your whiteboard or paper, feel free to either write the whole number sentence filling in the blank, or just simply write the number that belongs on the blank for each number sentence. Pause the video while you work and hit play when you're ready. Let's go over this set. 6 plus what equals 7? Did you say 1? 5 plus what equals 7? Did you say 2? 2 plus what number equals 7? Did you say 5? 3 plus what number equals 7? Did you say 4? 4 plus what number equals 7? Did you say 3? Okay, let's look at this set for patterns. What do you notice about the number sentences in this set? Did you notice that this set does have a little bit of a pattern, but it's different from the first set? Instead of the numbers going down 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, this set has different relationships. Did you see what they were? Did you notice that 5 plus 2 equals 7, and then the next one is 2 plus 5 equals 7? When we're adding, the order of the addends doesn't matter. The same relationship can be seen here. 3 plus 4 equals 7, just like 4 plus 3. As we finish our work today, keep that pattern in mind too. Erase your board and get ready for the next set. Here's our next set of problems. Go ahead and complete them on your whiteboard or paper. Remember, you can write the whole number sentence or just the numbers that go in the blanks. Hit pause while you work and play when you're ready. Did your answers to this set match mine? Erase your board. Let's go to the last set for the day. Go ahead and complete this set of problems either by writing the number sentences or the numbers that fill in the blank. Pause the video while you work and hit play when you're ready. Do your answers match my answers? Thank you for working with me on fluency today. I hope that you'll take a break if you need one, and then join Mr. Royke for today's application problem. Don't forget to tell your teacher all the learning you've been doing with Knowledge on the Go.
Hi there, first graders. It's Mr. Royke again. Welcome back to another application problem. Today we're going to be working the application problem for Grade 1, Module 4, Lesson 17. Before we get started, ask a grown-up to help you gather some materials. You're going to need the application problem from Lesson 17 of your student workbook. If you don't have a student workbook at home, that's okay. You can always just use a blank sheet of paper and a pencil. Pause the video now to gather the materials you're going to need. I hope that you were able to find all the materials that you'll need for today's problem. Just like all the other problems that we've been working on so far, you're going to be practicing the RDW process, read, draw, write, to solve the 3 problems for today. Do your best to work independently and pause the video to take as much time as you need to between problems. Are you ready to get started? Let's read the first problem all together. Ben had 7 fish. He bought 4 fish at the store. How many fish does Ben have? Pause the video now to practice the read, draw, write process. Remember to read the problem in chunks, to draw and label the information that you read in the story, write a number sentence to help you solve, and write a word sentence to answer the question. Press the play button when you're ready to return, and we'll review a sample solution. Welcome back. Let's see how you did. Here's an example of a representation you might have drawn. Notice that this drawing shows a number bond with 7 objects labeled as 7 and 4 more objects labeled as 4. And the lines here, the arms, show that together those make an unknown number of fish. That's what we're trying to find out. So the number sentence that we write for this problem would be 7 plus 4 equals 11. And the word sentence we would write is Ben has 11 fish. Here's another example of a representation you may have written. This drawing doesn't use the drawing of individual objects. It uses the number bond to show 7 and 4, making this unknown number, the number of fish that Ben has all together. The number sentence is still the same. 7 plus 4 equals 11. And the word statement still answers the question. Ben has 11 fish. Let's read the next problem all together. Maria had 7 fish in her tank this morning. She bought some more fish, and now she has 9. How many did she buy? Pause the video again to work through this problem on your own. Remember to read the problem in chunks. Be careful, there's some tricky spots in here. To make that math drawing, by drawing what you read and labeling the information, writing a number sentence to help you solve the problem, and writing a word sentence to answer the question. Press play again when you're ready to continue. Let's take a look at another couple of samples. Here we see that the person has drawn 7 objects, and that shows one part of the fish that Maria had in her tank. And the second part was labeled with a question mark, meaning that this person didn't know how many more fish she bought, but that together those two parts made a total of 9. This drawing used counting on to find out how many more fish she bought. Knowing that this was 7, we can count on 8, 9. So the number sentence we would write is 7 plus 2 equals 9. To answer the question, Maria bought 2 fish. Here's another representation, once again taking out the drawing of individual objects. It shows the same things, 7 and some other number combining to make 9. So the number sentence would be 7 plus 2 equals 9, and the word statement, Maria bought 2 fish. How did you do? Let's read the last problem all together. Anton had 8 fish. Some of the fish died, and now Anton has 4 fish. How many fish died? Pause the video one last time to practice the read, draw, write process independently. Remember once again to read the problem in chunks, draw and label your math drawing, write a number sentence, and write a word sentence. Press play when you're ready to continue. Welcome back. This was a really interesting problem. In this drawing, we can see that the person drew 8 objects using 5 and 3. 5 filled in, 3 not filled in. Knowing that there were 4 fish left, they counted 1, 2, 3, 4 and drew a line to say that's how many were going to be left, and then they crossed off the ones that died. Noticing that it was 8 minus 4 equals 4. There were 4 that we had to cross off. And to answer the question, 4 fish died. Now here's another representation you might have tried using, the number bond again. We have 8 fish total in the tank. Some of them died. Notice how it's labeled with a question mark. That's our unknown. And 4 fish were left. And using that number bond, we could say 8 minus 4 equals the other 4. So we can write the word statement, 4 fish died. How did you do on this problem? Thank you so much for taking on the challenge of working through the RDW process. Read, draw, write. I hope that you got lots of practice using that process. I'm Mr. Royke, and I look forward to seeing you back again for another application problem.
Hi, and welcome to Knowledge on the Go with Eureka Math. My name is Mr. Waldorf. Today we are continuing Grade 2, Module 6, and we are in the last topic of Module 6 with Lesson 17. Lessons 17 through 20 are going to teach us about what it means to have an even number. Let's look now at what you're going to need for today's lesson. For today's lesson, you're going to need 20 counters. And by counters, I mean any small object that you can use to count with, such as fish crackers, coins, beans, buttons, or even the counters you use in school if you have those at home. You're also going to need a whiteboard and marker, or if you do not have a whiteboard and marker, you can use just blank paper and pencil. You will also need your problem set, and if you cannot access the problem set, that's okay. Just get another blank sheet of paper and you can work the problem set on paper. You also need a pencil to complete that problem set. Press pause now, get the materials you need for today's lesson, then press play when you're ready to begin. All right, let's begin our lesson. Right now, you do not need to do anything with your objects or write anything. Right now, the only thing you need are your fingers. With me, I want you to put up your 2 thumbs. What addition sentence can we use to represent our 2 thumbs? We have 1 plus 1 equals 2. I'm going to write that down on the whiteboard. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Let's keep going. What if we then added our index fingers? What do we have on our left hand? 2. And our right hand? 2. What's the addition sentence? 2 plus 2 equals 4. All right, well, let's keep going. Let's add the next finger. So we had 1, 2. What addition sentence would this represent? 3 plus 3 equals 6. 3 plus 3 equals 6. Well, I bet you can guess what's next. Let's go to the next fingers. We have 4 and 4. And what is 4 plus 4? 8. And can you guess what the next addition sentence is going to be? Looking at our pattern, we have 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, and now we're going to do all 5. 5 plus 5 equals 10. What is it called when both add-ins are the same? We call that doubles. So these are some of our doubles facts. What pattern do you see in our addition sentences? You might notice that our add-ins are increasing by 1. We see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And our sums, or our totals, are counting by 2s. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. You might even notice that the sum is double one of the add-ins. 2 doubled is 4, 3 doubled is 6, 4 doubled is 8, and so on. Another way to think about these number sentences is to say that all of our numbers are even. What does it mean to be even? Some ways to think about even is that we can pair things together and not have any left over, that everybody has a partner. When you share something like candy with a friend and you both get the same number of objects, those are all considered even. We're going to be really talking about even numbers over the next few lessons. So let's continue to work with our even numbers in our addition sentences. Now you're going to need your objects. I would like for you to make a row of 6 with your objects. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. We have 6 objects in our first row. Now, under that first row, create another row of 6. All right, you should have something that looks like this. This looks a lot like the arrays that we built in our previous lessons. How would you describe this array? We have 2 rows of 6. What is the addition equation we can use to represent this array? We have 6 in this row and 6 in this row, so we can write the equation 6 plus 6 equals 12. All right, well now we've done our 6's. Let's add one more to our top row. How many is in our top row? We have 7 in our top row, so what do we need to do to make these even rows? We need to add another to the bottom row. Well, what equation are we going to use to represent this array? Now we have 7 in each row, so we have 7 plus 7 equals 14. Well, let's keep going. What about adding one more? We're going to add one more to the top and one more to the bottom. Do we have 2 equal rows? Yes, our rows are even. What do we have for our addition sentence on this one? We have 8 and 8 more is how many? 16. All right, I've made some more room. Now let's continue. We have 2 rows of 8. What's going to be next? 2 rows of 9. What's our addition equation? 9 plus 9. And that sum is 18. And finally, we have 2 more counters to go. So we have 1 more in each row. If we have rows of 9 now, what's going to be our next one? Rows of 10. What equation are we going to use for this one? 10 plus 10 equals 20. When our rows are equal like this, what is the word that we can use to describe it again? Even. Everyone has a partner and the rows are equal, so these are even numbers. Let's also look at our equations that show our even numbers. One way we can say these equations is doubled. So for example, 2 doubled is 4. 5 doubled is 10. Say the 7 one with me. 7 doubled is 14. Well, now let me ask you, what is 2 doubled? 2 doubled is 4. What is 4 doubled? 4 doubled is 8. What is 7 doubled? 7 doubled is 14. And what is 10 doubled? 10 doubled is 20. Let's continue learning about even numbers as we move on to our problem set. Get your problem set ready as I get mine ready, and then we'll begin. All right, we are ready to begin work on the problem set. Let's look at the directions for number 1 together. Draw to double the group you see. Complete the sentence and write an addition equation. Now, if you do not have the problem set, that's okay. You can just draw the first group and then draw the second group with us. Remember, if you need additional time to do any of this work, press pause and then press play when you're ready to resume. So this first one, we're going to double the group that we see. Right now we have a group of 1. How are we going to double that? If we have 1, we need another 1 to double it. So let's draw one more cloud in our other group. Now let's finish the sentence. There is blank cloud in each group. How many is in each group? There is 1 cloud in each group. What is our addition sentence going to be to represent our groups? 1 and 1 more is 2. Would this be considered an even number? We have the same number in each group, and our equation shows a double, so this is even. Well, let's look at the rest of the page. You are going to do the rest of it on your own, but we can look at what you're going to continue to do. It's the same thing we did in part A. You're just going to continue to double the groups and then fill in the sentence and equation for each of those. Now let's look at page 2. All right, for number 2, it says to draw an array for each set. Complete the sentences. The first one has been drawn for you. Well, let's look at the first one, letter A. It says to draw an array for each set. We see that it says 2 rows of 6. They've already been drawn for us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and another row of 6. Let's fill in the sentences and equations for this one. 2 rows of 6 is how many? We have 2 rows of 6, and if we needed to count them, we could count by 2s. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. We have 12 objects. What is our addition sentence going to be for this one? Is it a double? We have the same number in each row, so we have 2 rows of 6, which means we have a double of 6. What is 6 plus 6? It's also 12. And 6 doubled is what? 12. You are going to do the same for the rest of these, except for you're going to draw the array in the rest of them. So 2 rows of 7, you need to draw a row of 7, and then another row of 7. And then answer the questions. And the same for the rest of these. Looking at the rest of the page, you're going to do the same thing for letter E. We're going C, D, and E all have the same pattern. And then number 3 says to list the totals from problem 1 that was on the first page. So you can list all of the totals from problem 1, and then all of the totals from problem 2, and then answer the question, are the numbers you have listed even or not even? And then if you can try to explain in what ways the numbers are the same and different. Let's look at what problems I would like for you to do as must-do problems. All right, for this problem set, you can continue to answer all the problems on number 1, that's B, C, D, and E, and then also on number 2, B, C, D, and E. Number 3, you can try, it's a could-do problem, you can try it on your own if you want to attempt it. We will come back and look at that one together as well. Press pause, complete your problem set, and then when you have completed it, press play and we will come back together and look at a couple of them. All right, I hope you had lots of success on that problem set. Let's look together at number 3. So turn to number 3 on your second page. And even if you didn't do it, we are going to look at it together anyway so you can complete it as we talk about it. So number 3 says to list the totals from problem 1. Well, let's look at problem 1. In problem 1, our totals were 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. So list those on the first line here if you haven't already. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Now let's look at the second line. The second line says to list the totals from problem 2. 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. If we look at these problems that we did on page 2, those were the totals for those problems. 6 doubled is 12, 7 doubles 14, 8 doubled 16, 9 doubled 18, and 10 doubled is 20. So those totals were 12, 14, 16, 18, and 20. Now let's look at these two questions down here, or the question and the other thing to think about. Are the numbers you have listed even or not even? Think about that for just a moment. Are these numbers, all these numbers here, even or not even? They are all even. In every single one of those problems, we had the same number in each group. Whether it was the clouds or the arrays, they always had the same number. They were all doubles. These numbers are all even. Now let's look at this last one that says, explain in what ways the numbers are the same and different. Look at the numbers in the first row. Now look at the numbers in the second row. How are they the same and how are they different? Well, looking at the two rows, we can see some similarities between the two rows. In this one, we have a 2 and a 2. This one, we have 4 ones and 4 in the ones place. 6 ones, 6 in the ones place. 8 ones, 8 in the ones place. 0 in the ones place and 0 in the ones place. Now, what's the difference between these two rows? The difference is the number in the tens place. We have no tens up here except for in number 10, we have 110. So even though the ones are the same, the tens changed. That is something interesting to think about with our even numbers. Well, let's look at one other question. I have something I want you to think about. On page 1, we saw that 4 plus 4 is even, and 5 plus 5 is even. Well, what if I had the equation 4 plus 5? Would that be even? Let's draw 4 plus 5 really quickly. We have 4, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, are these doubled? Is this a double of 4 or a double of 5? Are the groups equal? No, we do not have equal groups. It's not a double. 4 plus 5 is 9. Since these 4 do not all have a partner in this group, that is not going to be an even number. 9 is not even. And in the same way, when we look at page 2 and we look at our arrays, how can we determine right away if our numbers are even or not even? So looking at my 2 rows of 10, if I've lined them up correctly, what if I had an array that looked like this with 11 and 10? Would that be even? No, it's not even because we do not have equal rows. We are going to continue in the next few lessons talking about even and not even, so be sure and keep coming back for the next few lessons. Up next is Fluency with Mrs. Cole. If you need a break to get up and stretch or get a snack, now would be a great time to do that. Press pause, take your break, but be sure and come back and participate in Fluency with Mrs. Cole, and then the application problem with Mr. Royke. I've really enjoyed as we started talking about even numbers today, and I look forward to seeing you back in Lesson 18. Until then, keep learning.
Hi, I'm Mrs. Cole with Great Minds. I look forward to doing a fluency activity with you today. Today's fluency goes with Grade 2, Module 6, Lesson 17. For the fluency activity, you will need a pencil and some paper, or your whiteboard and dry erase marker if you have them at home. Please pause the video now to go get those materials. Just a few reminders. I will be asking you to think about the answer to a question that I ask before I ask you to say the answer out loud. And then I'll ask you to say the answer out loud just as you would in school during a fluency activity with your friends. Just imagine that your friends are right there with you doing the fluency activity with you. So let's get started. Today's fluency activity is on subtraction patterns to 20 and beyond. We will be practicing subtraction to gain mastery of sums and differences within 20 and then see the relationship to larger numbers. Here is our first fact. Think, what is the difference or the answer to this subtraction problem? Say it. If you said the difference is 1, you are correct. Now we can add 10 to the menu end of this problem to make a new subtraction problem, which is 20 minus 9. Think, what's the difference? Say the difference out loud. If you said the difference is 11, you are correct. We can again add 10 to the menu end to have a new problem. We have 30 minus 9. Now think, what is the difference? Say the difference out loud. If you said that the difference is 21, you're exactly correct. So now let's think, what pattern do you notice with the menu ends and the differences in these 3 problems? Say what you notice out loud. If you said that you noticed that as our menu ends increase by 10 with each problem, so does our differences with each problem. They also increase by 10. That's because we're subtracting the same amount each time, and we have more to start off with each problem. We have 10 more for the second problem, and even 10 more than that for the third problem. So our menu ends will get larger, and so will our differences, or the answers to our subtraction problems. We will be doing similar sequences of problems together today, where the menu end will increase by 10 each time. Use the pattern, and it should quicken your pace in solving the problems. On your paper or on your whiteboard, go ahead and write down this expression, 11 minus 9. Now think, what is the difference or the answer to the subtraction problem? And go ahead and write that down too. Say your answer out loud. If you said that the difference is 2, You are exactly correct. Now, use that problem to help you solve these other problems in the sequence. Write down each problem on your paper or on the whiteboard and find the difference. Pause the video if you need more time. Now let's check our answers. 11 minus 9 was 2. What was 21 minus 9? Say it. If you said that the answer is 12, you are correct. 31 minus 9, say your answer. If you said the answer was 22, you are correct. 41 minus 9, say your answer. If you said 32, you are correct. 51 minus 9, say your answer. If you said 42, you are correct. Notice that in the sequence of problems, we have that same pattern where the minuend goes up by 10 each time, and so does the difference. Let's look at another set of problems. Here's our next problem, 12 minus 8. Go ahead and write that expression down on your paper or on your whiteboard and solve to find the difference. Say the answer. If you just said 4, you are correct. Now go ahead and write down the rest of the problems in the sequence and find the difference for each. Pause the video if you need more time. So let's go ahead and check our answers now. For 22 minus 8, what was the difference? Say it. If you said 14, you are correct. 32 minus 8, what's the difference? Say it. If you said 24, you are correct. 42 minus 8, what's the difference? Say it. If you said 34, you are correct. 52 minus 8, what's the difference? Say it. If you said 44, you are correct. Here's our next set. Go ahead and write down each of these expressions in the set and find the differences for each. Try to use the answer to the first problem to help you solve the rest of the problems. Pause the video if you need more time. Now let's check our problems together. 11 minus 8, what's the difference? Say it. If you said 3, you are correct. 21 minus 8, what's the difference? Say it. If you said 13, you are correct. 31 minus 8, what's the difference? Say it. If you said 23, you are correct. 41 minus 8, what's the difference? Say it. If you said 33, you are correct. 51 minus 8, what's the difference? Say it. If you said 43, you are correct. Now we have our last set of problems. Go ahead and write down these problems on your whiteboard or on your paper and find the difference for each. Try to use the answer to the first problem to help you quickly find the answers to the other problems. Pause the video if you need more time. Now let's go over the answers. 13 minus 9, what's the difference? Say it. If you said 4, you are correct. 23 minus 9, what's the difference? Say it. If you said 14, you are correct. 33 minus 9, what's the difference? Say it. If you said 24, you are correct. 43 minus 9, what's the difference? Say it. If you said 34, you are correct. 53 minus 9, what's the difference? Say it. If you said 44, you are correct. Today we've worked on subtraction and finding patterns with problems. Keep working hard. Up next is your application problem with Mr. Royke. If you need to take a break before you start the application problem, feel free to do so. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Hi there, second graders. It's Mr. Royke again. Welcome back for another application problem. Today you're going to be working the application problem for Grade 2, Module 6, Lesson 17. Before you get started, ask a grown-up to help you gather some materials. You're going to need the application problem from Lesson 17 of your student workbook. If you don't have a student workbook at home, that's okay. You can always just use a blank sheet of paper and a pencil. Pause the video now to gather your materials. I hope that you were able to find all the materials that you need for today's problem. Today we're going to be practicing the read, draw, write process to solve a really interesting problem. And you'll also be using some of the strategies and skills you've been practicing with Mr. Waldorf in your lessons. Are you ready to get started? Let's read the first part of our problem all together. Ready? 7 students sit on one side of a lunch table. 7 more students sit across from them on the other side. Draw an array to show the students. Write an addition equation that matches the array. Let's read the first part of that problem again and see what we can draw. 7 students sit on one side of a lunch table. 7 more students sit across from them on the other side of the table. Think, what could you draw? Pause the video now to draw an array to show the students sitting at the lunch table. Check your drawing. Did you draw 7 students sitting on one side of the table and 7 students sitting at the other side of the table? Your drawing may look a little different from mine, and that's okay. Think, what repeated addition sentence could you write to match this drawing? Say your repeated addition sentence out loud. A really simple repeated addition sentence we could write is 7 plus 7 equals 14. So we know that there are 14 students sitting at the table to begin with. Now let's read the second part of our problem. 3 more students sit down on each side of the table. Draw an array to show how many students there are now. Write an addition equation that matches the new array. Let's reread that part of our problem again to help us draw. Then, 3 more students sit down on each side of the table. Think, how would the array that we drew in part A change to make a new array for part C? Pause the video to draw your new array. Compare your drawing to mine. I started off by showing the original 7 students on both sides of the table. And since the problem said 3 more students sit down on each side of the table, I used a different symbol, an open circle, to show three more students on each side. Your drawing may be a little bit different, and again, that's okay. Now think, what new repeated addition sentence could you write to match this picture? Say that repeated addition sentence out loud. So now I see 7 and 3 give me 10 on each side of the table, so 10 plus 10 equals a total of 20. So we know that there are 20 students at the table total now. Thank you so much for sharing your thinking with me today. I'm Mr. Royke, and I look forward to seeing you again at another application problem.
Hi, third graders, and welcome to Grade 3, Module 5, Lesson 17. I'm Mrs. Roos. Today we are going to get some practice with putting fractions on number lines. Let's go ahead and get started. For our lesson today, you will need paper, a pencil, and your Lesson 17 problem set, which looks like this. You can find the problem set right below where you found this video. If you can't print it out, don't worry. I'll put the problems on the screen and you'll be able to copy your questions and answers onto a blank piece of paper. Go ahead and pause the video now to gather your supplies and press play when you're ready to continue. On your paper, you're going to draw a number line with endpoints 1 and 4. Then, label the whole numbers, partition the wholes into thirds, and label all the fractions. Pause the video to complete this task now. Let's check over your work now. Check your work against my work on the screen. Pause the video if you need time to check. Now I want to think about some of the things that we did in order to label our number line. Answer the following question out loud as if you were talking to a classmate. After you labeled your whole numbers, what did you think about to place your fractions? Maybe you thought about first partitioning your wholes into 3 equal pieces by making 2 lines. Then you looked at your endpoint and realized it was not 0, so you couldn't label it 0 thirds. You had to think about how many thirds are in one whole and label it as 3 thirds. From there, you continue counting by thirds all the way to 12 thirds. Let's think about one more question related to this number line. Answer out loud what you notice about the fractions on this number line. Maybe you noticed that they are all thirds. Because we partitioned our wholes into 3 equal pieces, our fractional unit is thirds. Also, maybe you noticed that the fractions that name whole numbers are counting by threes. We have 3 thirds, 6 thirds, 9 thirds, and 12 thirds. Those are equivalent to our whole numbers. Let's try another task. Take a look at the fractions on the screen. Answer out loud some things that you notice about these fractions. Maybe you noticed that they are all halves. Maybe you also noticed that they are all greater than 1 whole. 2 halves is equivalent to 1 whole, and the fractions go up from there. Maybe you also notice that they're in order, but there are some fractions missing. Now, here is your task for these fractions. You're going to draw a number line with endpoints 1 and 4, which will look like this. Once you copy this number line onto your own paper, I want you to place these fractions on your number line. Pause the video to do that now. Let's go ahead and check our work. Here is the number line partitioned into halves. Notice that I drew only 1 line to make 2 equal pieces of my whole. Then I placed the fractions by first looking at 1 whole and noticing that 2 halves was on my list and is also equivalent to 1 whole. I then labeled 5 halves, 7 halves, and 8 halves. Check your work against my work. Let's try one more. This time, you're going to draw a number line with endpoints 0 and 3. You're going to label the whole numbers, then partition the wholes into fourths. Don't forget to think about how many lines you need to draw to make fourths. Then, label all the fractions. Pause the video to complete this task now. Let's check our answers. Here is my number line with endpoints 0 and 3. Notice that I drew 3 lines to partition into 4 equal pieces. I then started at 0 fourths and continued counting by fourths until I got to 12 fourths. Check your work against my work on the screen. Great job practicing putting fractions on a number line for our lesson today. Let's move into our problem set now. Your must-do problems are number 1, number 2, and number 4. Set a timer for 10 minutes or watch the clock and complete those 3 problems. If you have extra time in your 10 minutes, feel free to try any of the other problems on the page. Pause the video to work on your problem set now. Great job working so hard on your problem set. Let's check over our answers now. Check your answers against the answers on the screen. Pause the video so you have time to check. I want to take a look at 2 of the problems that we answered today a little more closely. Let's look at number 1 and number 2. You can look on the screen or at your problem set. But I want you to answer out loud as if you were talking to a classmate. In problems 1 and 2, did you label all the marks on the number line or just the fractions on the list? Answer that question out loud now. Maybe you labeled every fraction on the number line. Or maybe you only looked for the one on the list. Either way, you assign the same value to those marks on the number line, and either way is correct. Let's think about one more question for today. How did today's lesson connect to yesterday's lesson? Answer that question out loud now. Maybe you remembered that yesterday's lesson had us thinking about when number lines have different endpoints other than 0, and we practiced putting fractions on those number lines. Today, we had a lot of experiences where our endpoint was not 0, so we had to pay careful attention to what the starting endpoint was so that we could label our fractions correctly. If your teacher has asked you to complete your exit ticket, please pause the video and do that now. Well, that's it for today. I'm Mrs. Roos. Don't forget to tell your teachers that you're hard at work with fractions and number lines. The next video is of Miss Chin taking us through some fluency activities. You can watch it now, or you can pause and take a break and watch it later. But whenever you do watch, have fun, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Bye!
Hello, 3rd grade, and welcome to our 3rd grade Module 5, Lesson 17, Fluency. I'm Mrs. Chin, and I'm excited to be here with you again today as we explore comparing fractions. So what's going to happen today is I'm going to show you 2 unit fractions, and I want you to think, Which fraction is the largest fraction? If you get stuck, feel free to draw a picture to represent both unit fractions to reason about their size. Remember, when we compare these two fractions, we're going to assume that both fractions refer to the same whole. So for this activity, you may need a pencil and a paper, or a whiteboard and a whiteboard marker. Feel free to pause the video at this time if you need this. So let's do one just as an example for what our activities are going to look like. 1/2 and 1/10. Think, what's the largest fraction? Well, and if I get stuck, maybe I draw my picture to show this relatively the same whole. I estimated very quickly. I'm sure yours is neater than mine. We're going to show 1/2 compared to 1/10. So think, what is the largest fraction? Say it, 1/2. So I want to now write this comparison in a number sentence. I can say 1/2 is greater than 1/10. Let's get to work. 1/2, 1/3. Think, what is the largest fraction? Say it, 1/2. I can write this as a comparison, as a number sentence. 1/2 is greater than 1/3. Say it with me. 1/2 is greater than 1/3. 1/3 and 1/4. Think, what is the largest fraction? 1/3 and 1/4. What is the largest fraction? Say it, 1/3. Go ahead and write your comparison with your number as a number sentence. Read it with me. 1/3 is greater than 1/4. 1/4, 1/6. Think, what is the largest fraction? 1/4, 1/6. Say it, 1/4. Write this comparison as a number sentence. Say it with me. 1/4 is greater than 1/6. 1/4, 1/2. Think, what is the largest fraction? 1/4, 1/2. Say it, 1/2. Write this comparison as a number sentence. Read it with me. 1/4 is less than 1/2. 1/6, 1/8. Think, what is the largest fraction? 1/6 and 1/8. Say it, 1/6. Write your comparison as a number sentence. Read it with me. 1/6 is greater than 1/8. Let's do just a couple more. I wonder if anyone's noticing a pattern. These are tricky. 1/5, 1/10. Think, what is the largest fraction? 1/5 or 1/10? Say it, 1/5. Write your comparison as a number sentence. Read the number sentence with me. 1/5 is greater than 1/10. Let's do one last one. Again, thinking, what patterns do we see? 1/2, 1/8. Think, what is the largest fraction? 1/2, or 1/8. Think. Say, 1/2. Write your comparison as a number sentence. Read it with me. 1/2 is greater than 1/8. Nice job comparing fractions with me today. Did anyone notice a pattern as we were comparing all of these different fractions? Turn and talk to your partner as if we were in a classroom. What patterns do we see as we were comparing each fraction? Maybe some of you noticed that when our fractional unit, our number that represents that fractional unit, becomes larger, our fraction becomes smaller. That's because when we're working with that same whole, when we have to partition into more equal parts, those parts become smaller and smaller. Think about equal shares. If we share a pizza between 5 people, they're going to get bigger pieces than if we share the same pizza between 10 people. Nice work today. I know that Miss Roos has been working very hard with you talking about fractions. So at this time, you can either take a stretch break or proceed directly into that application problem with Mr. Moses. I know he's waiting for you and excited to continue your learning. Thanks for all of your hard work today, and I hope to see you again tomorrow.
Hey third graders, it's Mr. Moses with your Lesson 17 application problem. For today's work, you're either going to need the application problem or a sheet of blank paper, either will do, and a pencil. Please pause the video, gather those items, and then hit play when you're ready to continue. Let's begin by reading the application problem together. Sammy sees a black line at the bottom of the pool, stretching from one end to the other. She wonders how long it is. The black line is the same length as 9 concrete slabs that make the sidewalk at the edge of the pool. One concrete slab is 5 meters long. What is the length of the black line at the bottom of the pool? Before we dive into solving, let's think about what's happening in this problem. Specifically, with the black line. Think about the black line. What do we know about the black line? And what do we need to know about the black line? Think. If someone's in the room with you, please explain to them what you know about the black line and what we need to find out about the black line. We know that the black line is the same length as the sidewalk. But we need to figure out, well, how long is that black line? Which brings me to the next question. What do we know about the sidewalk? Think. Share with someone around you. What do you know about the sidewalk? We know that the sidewalk is made up of 9 concrete slabs. Which brings me to the next question. What do we know about the concrete slabs? Think. Tell someone in the room with you what you know about the concrete slabs. We know that the concrete slabs are 5 meters long. Now that we've read the whole problem and thought about what it means, let's start to draw and label a model. Let's start with the first sentence. Sammy sees a black line at the bottom of the pool, stretching from one end to the other. Draw that on your paper, please. Try and straighten mine out a little bit. All right. So here is my black line. She wonders how long it is. So what we don't know, or what we're trying to find, is what? We're trying to find how long that line is. Let's label that with a question mark. We don't know how long the black line is. Let's read the next chunk of text. The black line is the same length as 9 concrete slabs that make the sidewalk at the edge of the pool. What is that sentence telling us about the black line and the sidewalk? Think. It's telling us that they're the same length. So underneath the black line, what should we draw? We should draw the sidewalk. How long should the sidewalk be? Think. The same length as the black line. Go ahead and draw a sidewalk underneath the black line that's the same length. It's a little bit too short. There we go. And what else do we know about that sidewalk from that chunk of text? Think. It's made out of 9 concrete slabs, or 9 parts. How can we show 9 parts on the sidewalk that we drew? Think. Yes, we can partition it into 9 parts, or 9 equal parts. Go ahead and partition your sidewalk into 9 parts. Go ahead and pause the video if you need more time to finish partitioning your sidewalk into 9 parts. The next chunk of text reads, 1 concrete slab is 5 meters long. Please show that in your drawing. Where is 1 concrete slab in our drawing? Go ahead and point to your drawing to show where 1 concrete slab is. Right here is 1 concrete slab. I'm going to label that CS for concrete slab. And what do we know about each concrete slab? Say it. They're 5 meters long. So if this one's 5 meters long, what do we know about the rest of the concrete slabs? They're also 5 meters long. Let's label them all. Now that we've represented all of the information from the problem, I'd like you to pause the video and find out the length of the black line. I'd like you to do so by recording an equation and also writing a statement once you've found the length of the black line. Hit play once you've done all of those things. So remember, what I need you to do is find the length of the black line, write an equation to show how you found the length of the black line, and write a statement to answer the question. Hit play once you've completed those tasks. Welcome back from your work time. Go ahead and use what I have on my paper to check your work. You should have found or used that you know that 1 unit equals 5 meters and that the sidewalk is 9 units long to come up with an equation like 9 times 5. You could have also done 5 plus 5 plus 5 9 times, but 9 times 5 is more efficient. To find the length of the sidewalk is 45 meters. But if the length of the sidewalk is 45 meters, what does that tell us about the length of the black line? Think. Yeah, it's also 45 meters because they're the same length. You can see I added that information to my drawing. My statement was, the length of the black line is 45 meters. That's all for our Lesson 17 application problem. I'm Mr. Moses, and I'll see you again for your Lesson 18 application problem. Have a good one.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm Mrs. Gridney and I'm so happy that you joined me today. Are you ready for our next Eureka Math lesson? Let's get started. Today we'll be going over Grade 4, Module 5, Lesson 17. Let's see what materials you'll need today. For today's lesson, you will need paper and pencil, and that's about it. Later in the lesson, we'll be using the problem set. If you don't have your workbook, you can print a copy of the problem set by going to our website, greatminds.org. You'll see a link to the problem set right below where you accessed the video today. If you can't print a copy of the problem set, that's okay too. I'll put the problem set on the screen when it's time for that, and you can look at the problems on the screen and solve them on your own paper. Pause the video now to make sure you have all the things you need, and press play when you're ready to continue. In our last lesson, we learned to add and subtract fractions with like units, like this. Read this number sentence and say the answer. Ready? Read. 7/8 minus 5/8 equals 2/8. Here we have all eighths. If we were to show the relationship with a number bond, it would look like this. 7/8 is the total. 5/8 is the part that we're taking away. And 2/8 is the other part of 7/8. Now, what about this one? 1 minus 5/8. In this case, 1 is the total, 5/8 is the part that we're taking away. Now, this time, do we have like units? Think. Say it. No, we don't have like units. Now we have 1, 1 and 5/8. So we have a 1 and we have 8. How could we rename 1, 1 so that we would have like units? Think. Say it. We could rename 1, 1 as 8/8. Now, if we rename 1, 1 as 8/8, now it's easy to subtract. 8/8 minus 5/8 is how many eighths? Think. Say it. 8/8 minus 5/8 is 3/8. So 3/8 is the other part. Our number bond shows how the total amount and the parts are related, just like with whole numbers. Pause the video now and write 2 addition and 2 subtraction number sentences to show the relationship of 8/8, 5/8, and 3/8. Press play when you're ready to continue. Here are some number sentences that you could have written, 2 addition and 2 subtraction, to show the relationship of 8/8, 5/8, and 3/8. Just like whole numbers have fact families or related facts, so do fractions. Pause the video to check yours, and then press play when you're ready to continue. Now, some of you, when you were checking, may have noticed, well, I wrote my addition sentence a little bit differently. Maybe I started with the total, and I wrote 8/8 equals 5/8 plus 3/8. Is that also correct? Absolutely. This number sentence still shows the same relationship where we can put those parts together to make the total. Remember that that total can go on either side of the equal sign. Now let's go back to this subtraction sentence that we wrote here. How could we show this subtraction by counting up on a number line? Pause the video to draw a number line with endpoints 0 and 1 and partition it into eighths. Then press play when you're ready to continue. Here's my number line, partitioned into eighths with endpoints 0 and 1. Let's draw a point at 5/8 and label it. Now, to show how we could count up to subtract, we want to think, how many more eighths does it take to make 1? Think. Say it. It takes 3 more eighths to make 1. We can show that counting up, just like we did in our last lesson, by drawing that arrow and then labeling what it means. We counted up 3/8 to make 1. So we can count up on a number line to subtract with fractions, just like we can count up to solve subtraction with whole numbers. Now, let's subtract a fraction from a mixed number. We're going to learn 2 different strategies to subtract a fraction from a mixed number. Let's subtract 1 1/5 minus 2/5. Write this problem down. We'll begin by decomposing 1 1/5 into the whole and a fractional part, like this. We'll call the whole 5/5, and then we still have that 1/5, that other fractional part. Now let's draw a tape diagram, partitioned into fifths. Label that one whole, So that shows our 5/5, but we still have this other fifth. So let's add on another fifth. Now we're showing 1 and 1/5. Now we need to take away 2/5. Do we have enough fifths in this 1/5 part to take away 2/5? No, we don't. But we do have enough fifths in the whole to take away 2/5. So we can take away the 2/5 from the 5/5 from that whole. And we can do that just like this. There's 1/5, 2/5. So I've shown that I've taken away 2/5. Now what we just did with a number sentence looks like this. We had 5/5. We took away 2/5 from the 5/5. And how many are still left from the 5/5? Think. Say it. 3/5 are still left from the 5/5. We can see that in our tape diagram. But now we still have this 1/5 left, this 1/5 that we haven't done anything with yet. We haven't used it. So we're going to add that back to the 3/5. And 3/5 plus 1/5, 1/5 equals how many fifths? Think. Say it. Equals 4/5. We can see those 4/5 in our tape diagram. 1/5, 2/5, 3/5, 4/5. So we can say that 1 and 1/5 minus 2/5 equals 4/5. Now, using this strategy, we began by taking from the whole, or taking from 1. And so that's what we call this strategy. Take from 1. Let's pause and reflect on what we just did with this strategy. How did we just subtract 1 and 1/5 minus 2/5 by taking from 1? Pause the video and imagine that you have a partner, just like your teacher might assign you a partner in class, and talk out your thinking. Press play when you're ready to continue. Now, there's another way that we can subtract 1 and 1/5 minus 2/5. So write the problem down again and then follow along as we go through. We'll begin again by decomposing 1 and 1/5 into the whole and the fractional part. We'll call the whole 5/5. And then we have the other fractional part, which is 1/5. Let's again draw a tape diagram to show 1 and 1/5 by drawing the 1 whole partitioned into fifths and labeling it as 1. But then we remember we need to add on that other fifth. Now we think, do we have enough fifths in just this fractional part to take away 2/5? No, we don't. But how we can think about it this time is we can think about the total number of fifths. This is the total number of fifths. What's the total number of fifths? Think. Say it. The total number of fifths is 6/5. We can count them. 1/5, 2/5, 3/5, 4/5, 5/5, 6/5. We can show how we found the total number of fifths with an addition sentence. 5/5 plus 1/5, so those 5/5 from the whole plus the 1/5 from the fractional part gives us 6/5. Now 6/5, do we have enough to take away 2/5? Absolutely. And we can show that in our tape diagram like this. Take away 1/5, take away 2/5. Now we can show what we just did with a number sentence like this. 6/5 minus 2/5 equals how many fifths? Think. Say it. Equals 4/5. We can see those 4/5 in our tape diagram. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4/5. And so we know that 1 1/5 minus 2/5 is 4/5. Now with this strategy, we started by taking from the total. We took from the total. And so that's what we call this strategy. Take from the total. Now take some time to reflect. How did we just subtract 1 1/5 minus 2/5 by taking from the total? Pause the video to talk out your thinking and press play when you're ready to continue. Now I'm going to give you a chance to practice each of these strategies on your own. I'd like you to pause the video to solve 1 1/4 minus 3/4 using the take from one strategy and using take from the total. I'll leave the workup that we just did if you'd like to refer to it to help you. As you solve, if it would help you to draw a tape diagram, you can draw a tape diagram to help. Press play when you're ready to come back and check. Here's my work showing take from one and take from the total. Pause the video to check your work, make any changes if you need to, and press play when you're ready to continue. Now it's time for you to practice what you've learned on the problem set. On the screen is page 1 of the problem set. In a moment, I'll show you the second page. Just like your teacher might give you must-do problems, I'll also give you must-do problems, and those will be the circled ones. So on page 1, I'd like you to try 1A, 2A, 2C, and 2F. Let's take a look at page 2. On page 2, I'd like you to take a look at 3A because it's already been solved for you using both of those strategies of take from the total and take from one. And then try again on those strategies on 3B and 3C. Of course, if you would like extra practice or if you have extra time, feel free to try any of the other problems on the problem set as well. And if you were not able to print your problem set, that's okay. Remember, you can just look at the problems on the screen and solve them on your own paper. You can rewind or move forward in the video as you need to. Pause the video now, work on your problem set for 10 minutes, and when those 10 minutes are up, press play and come back and you'll be able to check your work. Welcome back. I hope you had fun practicing what you learned today. On the screen is the answer key for page 1 of the problem set. In a moment, I'll show you the second page. You'll notice that I solved all the problems on the problem set, not just the must-dos, so that in case you practice some of those other problems, you could check those as well. And here's page 2. Pause the video now to check all of your work on the problem set. Remember, you can rewind or move forward in the video as you need to be able to check all of your problems. When you're finished checking your work, press play and we'll come back together and talk about what we learned today. Now, let's think and talk about what we learned today. First, I'd like to zoom in to question 1A. And I want you to think, how are whole number fact families related to fraction fact families? Think. Say what you're thinking. Maybe you said that whole number fact families are easy and fraction fact families are the same, except we just changed the unit. Here we can see 8 plus 2 equals 10 just like 8/5 plus 2/5 equals 10/5. And that's the same for each of these other facts. Now let's think a little bit more about problem 3. Problem 3 asks you to solve each subtraction using both take from the total and take from 1. Which strategy do you prefer and why? Think. Say what you're thinking. You might prefer taking from the total, or you might prefer taking from 1. What's important is that you're thinking about the different strategies and which ones you're more comfortable with. What did you get better at in math today? Think. Say what you're thinking. Maybe you feel like you got better at adding and subtracting fractions with like units. Or maybe you said you got better at renaming mixed numbers as fractions greater than 1. Whatever it is that you felt you got better at, what's important is that we're always thinking about what makes sense to us and what we might need a little bit more help with. If your teacher has asked you to do the exit ticket, pause the video and do it now. Press play when you're ready to continue. Today we learned to subtract a fraction from a whole number or from a mixed number when the units are the same. Remember to let your teachers know that you're hard at work on these Eureka Math lessons. I'm Mrs. Gradney, and I hope to see you in our next lesson. Now Mrs. Bell is ready to lead you through some fluency activities whenever you're ready to join her. Have fun!
Hi everybody, thanks for joining me for our daily fluency practice. In today's concept development, Mrs. Gradney used a strategy called take out the whole number. We're going to practice that strategy some more because you will be using it a lot in Module 5. Pause your video to grab your personal whiteboard and dry erase marker or your scrap paper and a pencil and press play when you're ready to start. Let's start with a quick warm-up. When I snap my fingers, say the answer to my question. Ready? How many halves are in 1? 2 halves. How many thirds are in 1? 3 thirds. How many fifths are in 1? 5 fifths. Now, let's practice the take out the whole number strategy. This activity is going to move at a quicker pace than some of the others that we've done. Pause the video if you need more time to complete your work. On your whiteboard, complete the number bond. Ready? 5 fifths and 2 fifths equals 1 2 fifths. Try another. Did you write 4 fourths and 3 fourths equals 1 3 fourths? Here's the next one. Say it with me. 3 thirds and 2 thirds equals 1 2 thirds. Let's keep going. Read your completed number bond out loud to me. Did you say 10 tenths and 3 tenths equals 1 3 tenths? Last one. Check your work with mine. Take out the whole number is a great strategy to know when you're learning how to subtract fractions. Look for opportunities in your application problems and concept developments where you can apply it. Join me tomorrow for more fluency work. See you then.
Hi, fourth grade. Miss D here, and we're going to do the Lesson 17 application problem together. For materials, all you'll need is paper and a pencil. Pause the video here to gather the materials that you need. Let's take a look at our story for today. As always, we're going to be practicing the read, draw, write, or RDW process. Let's read the problem together. Ready? Go. Use a number bond to show the relationship between 2, 6, 3, 6, and 5, 6. Then use the fractions to write 2 addition and 2 subtraction sentences. Let's take this story one chunk at a time. Our first chunk says use a number bond to show the relationship between 2, 6, 3, 6, and 5, 6. We have 3 fractions, and we are wondering which one is the whole and which ones are the parts. Pause the video here to draw a number bond showing the whole and the 2 parts. Let's compare your number bond with my number bond. Did you also show that the whole was 5, 6 and the 2 parts were 2, 6 and 3, 6? If yes, great job. If you need to revise, that's okay too. Now let's take a look at 2 other number bonds and see if they're showing the same part-whole relationship. Are each of these 3 number bonds showing the relationship between 5, 6, 2, 6, and 3, 6? Pause here to share your thoughts with someone at home. You may have noticed that, yes, they all show the relationship between those 3 numbers, and the whole is always 5, 6. We just might have flipped or turned the number bond slightly to show the parts in different places, but all 3 of these number bonds show that relationship. Now let's use this relationship to help us out with the next chunk in the story. Then use the fractions to write 2 addition and 2 subtraction number sentences. Pause here to write those 2 addition and 2 subtraction number sentences. Welcome back. I wrote 4 number sentences, 2 addition and 2 subtraction. Compare your sentences with mine. You may, with the addition number sentences, have started your number sentence with 5, 6 and shown it like this. If you did, that's excellent too, because we can show that whole on either side of that equal sign. Great work today, 4th grade. This is the end of Lesson 17. We hope to see you again in Lesson 18.
Hi everyone, my name is Miss Bertuman, and we'll be going over Grade 5, Module 5, Lesson 17. Today's lesson will include the following materials: a ruler, your set square, the one that we used from yesterday will work just fine, a blank piece of paper, it can be scratched just like yesterday, a pair of scissors, a writing utensil, and your problem set. Let's get started. In yesterday's lesson, Lesson 16, we were looking at a myriad of different quadrilaterals. More specifically, we were looking at quadrilaterals with one pair of parallel lines. Think, what was the shape that we consistently drew yesterday that had at least one pair of parallel lines? Say it, trapezoids. So let's start building one. I have my ruler with me. I'll go ahead and start with the first line. And then just like I did yesterday, I'm going to move my ruler out of the way and grab my set square, place it directly onto that line that I've just drawn. And I can use my ruler to help guide my set square to the desired width of my trapezoid. Now, if I wanted to draw a trapezoid that could also be a parallelogram, what will I need to draw next? Say it. I would need to draw another pair of parallel lines, because as you know, a parallelogram consists of two pairs of parallel lines. On your paper now, I'd like you to go ahead and draw another pair of parallel lines that intersect the two lines that you've just created. Please do that now, and if you need to, pause the video here. Now that we've finished drawing in our second set of parallel lines, we now have a complete parallelogram. So let's take a look at it. I'd like you to, with your ruler, measure out each side. For example, I'll start here. I notice that this bottom line that I've created here is 3 centimeters long. I'm going to go ahead and label that in. Please do that on each side of your parallelogram. And then when you're done, we'll discuss. Pause here. We've just measured out each side length of our parallelogram. Let's compare. Now, I'm assuming that our side length might vary in length, but what is something that you notice that's the same, and what's something that you notice that's perhaps different? For example, I notice on mine that the opposite sides that are parallel also happen to be equal in length. Same thing here with these pair of parallel lines. These sides both have a length of 60 centimeters long. Are yours the same? That's another attribute of parallelograms. In addition to having a two pairs of parallel lines, the sides that are parallel are also equal in length. Now what I'd like you to do is start labeling your angles. We'll start off here in the top right hand, or top left hand corner rather, and we'll label this angle A. And then the top left hand corner as angle B. We'll continue in a clockwise direction. So now the bottom right angle is C, and the bottom left angle is D. Please do this on your paper. Then, when you're done, cut them out and then be ready to start measuring using our set square. Here is my cut out parallelogram. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to make a copy of it
on the same sheet of blank paper that I just cut it out from. Let's go ahead and do the same. Just going to simply trace it. And then, of course, before I cut it out, please make sure to label each vertex with the same letter. So for example, this one that I just traced out for angle A, I'll make sure to label that A, and the same for the other remaining letters. Go ahead and do that now. And then, of course, cut out the second copy. Here are my two parallelograms. I'm going to now take my first copy of my parallelogram, and just like in yesterday's lesson, I'm going to cut my first parallelogram into 4 parts by cutting between each set of parallel sides with a wavy cut. Please do that on yours as well. Let's start by taking angle A and placing it on top of angle C. Then take angle B and place it on top of angle D. What do you notice by doing this activity? Something that happened in both your parallelogram as well as in my parallelogram. Pause here and share with someone at home. In doing this exercise, I'm hoping you were able to see that angles C and A are the same size, and angles B and D are the same size as well. Our parallelograms don't look anything alike, but the angles opposite of each other are, in fact, equal. Now what we're going to do is place our angles alongside each other and find as many combinations that form a straight line as we can. Pause here to see how many combinations you can make. I'll share with you now a few of the combinations that I was able to make. You see I have B and C together, as well as A and B. I also noticed A and B, and C and B. I also noticed C and C. So how many pairs were you able to find? We both found that 4 pairs can make straight lines. Yesterday, we were only able to find 2 pairs of angles that made straight lines, and today we noticed that all 4 pairs can make a straight line. So in thinking about what we drew and what we discovered about these angles, when can a trapezoid also be called a parallelogram? Pause here and share with someone at home. So when can a trapezoid be also called a parallelogram? When a trapezoid, well, we know that it has 1 pair of parallel sides, but when it has 2 pairs of parallel sides, it is then called a parallelogram. Trapezoids have at least 2 pairs of angles that add up to 180 degrees. When we have more than that, they can also be called a parallelogram. I'd like you to place all 4 angles together to make one point. Just like this. Please do this on your paper now. What did you notice about your angles when you put them all to one point? Just like mine, you can see that they all line up together like pieces of the puzzle, just like yesterday's trapezoid. They come together to make a full 360 degrees. We've done quite a bit of work with parallelograms, so now let's jump into our problem set. Here is the first page of the problem set. If you need to, pause here so you can record anything that you need. You'll notice that I circled number 1. This is one that I would consider as a must-do. This includes A, B, C, and D. Here is page 2 of the problem set. You'll notice that out of all of page 2, I only circled number 4. Number 4 is what I would consider to be a must-do. Pause here if you need to record anything down. Let's now take 10 minutes to work on our problem set, and then we'll compare our answers shortly. Welcome back. Go ahead and start comparing your answers to mine. Keep in mind that our parallelograms will look different, and that's okay, so long as you have 2 pairs of parallel lines in each one, and they follow the attributes explained in each box. Here is the second page of the problem set. And now that we've compared our work, let's begin debriefing the lesson. Just like yesterday's debrief, I will share with you some statements, and I want you to think if it's true or false, and then explain why. Ready? First statement. All parallelograms are trapezoids. Think true or false, and explain why. Share? If you said true, you are correct. The defining attribute of a trapezoid is that it has at least one set of parallel sides. And since all parallelograms have 2 sets of parallel sides, they also fit into the definition of a trapezoid. Next statement. Think true or false. All trapezoids are parallelograms. What do you think? Share with someone at home. If you said the answer is false, you are correct. If the trapezoid has only one set of parallel sides, it's not always a parallelogram. Next one. All parallelograms are quadrilaterals. Share your thoughts. If you said true, it's correct. All parallelograms have 4 straight sides. Last one. Think true or false. All quadrilaterals are parallelograms. Share. This one is false. There are many 4-sided shapes that do not have 2 pairs of parallel sides. Thank you so much for joining me for Grade 5 Module 5, Lesson 17. Ms. LaFont will now go over fluency with you. Thank you so much.
Hey, fifth graders. It's Mr. Moses with your Lesson 17 application problem. For today's work, you're going to need the application problem, which will be posted on the Knowledge on the Go website, and a pencil. You'll also need a set square. For my set square, I'm going to be using a sticky note. A sticky note or an index card, or even the corner of a sheet of paper will do, anything that has a 90-degree angle. Please pause the video, gather those items, and hit play when you're ready to continue. Let's begin by reading the problem together. Ava drew the quadrilateral shown and called it a trapezoid. Adam said Ava is wrong. Explain how a set square can be used to determine who is correct. Support your answer using the properties of trapezoids. Before we do any solving of this problem, I'd like to think, what's happening in this problem? Share with someone who's in the room with you what's happening in this problem. In this problem, Ava and Adam are having a discussion about whether the quadrilateral we see is or isn't a trapezoid. It's our job to determine who is correct. We need to do so using the properties of trapezoids. So think, what is the defining property of a trapezoid? As we return to this problem, we need to think about how can we use this set square to determine whether this quadrilateral does or doesn't have a pair of parallel sides. I'd like you to pause your video, and I want you to use your set square to look for and explore whether or not this quadrilateral has a pair of parallel sides. And then I'd like you to write a statement to explain who's right. Once you've done that, I'd like you to come on back and check your work. Welcome back from your work time. I wanted to share some of my thinking with you about how I went about this work. The first thing I notice when I look at this shape is I notice something about this line and this line. What do you notice about those two lines or those two sides? Hopefully you notice that if they continue going, they will intersect. That tells us that these lines or these sides are not parallel. However, this side and this side, it is not so easy to tell. So that's where my set square comes in. As I line this up, I can see right now that my set square is forming a perpendicular line or a perpendicular relationship with this side of my quadrilateral, and that this is a right angle. If these are parallel, I should also notice that this is a right angle over here. It looks like it probably is, but let's use our set square to check. As I line this up perfectly with that line that I drew, what do you notice about this line or this side of this quadrilateral? Does it create a 90-degree angle? Think. It doesn't. It's close. It's probably like 95 degrees, but a right angle needs to be exactly 90 degrees. Which means this angle is not a right angle. So is this a trapezoid? Think. It is not a trapezoid. Adam is correct, and Ava is incorrect. Please check your work against my work and make any adjustments you need to. That's all for our Lesson 17 application problem. I'm Mr. Moses, and I'll see you again for your Lesson 18 application problem. Have a good one.
Hi, I'm Miss Jeffers. I'm at Great Minds, and while schools are closed, we are doing whatever we can to support building knowledge on the go. I'm looking forward to teaching you some of the Eureka math lessons. Remember, let your teachers know that you're participating in this program so that they know you are learning. Now, on to our lesson. Today we will be covering Grade 6, Module 4, Lesson 17. In this lesson, we will write algebraic expressions using numbers and/or letters standing for numbers. If you have your workbook at home, this is what the top of the page will look like. If you don't have your workbook, that's okay. You can print the classwork online, and if you don't have either of those, just some paper and pencil will do. Some highlighters might be helpful as well. Now let's look at today's lesson. Today's lesson is a stations lesson. We will work together, you and I, in one of the groups. And later in the lesson, we will check in and see how some of the other groups are doing. This is what the exercise sheet looks like. We're going to skip over stations 1, 2, and 3 right now, and we're going to start on station 4. Station 4. These are some mathematical expressions written in words, and today we're going to be writing those expressions using numbers or letters for numbers. Let's look at our first one, D doubled. Let's think about this word doubled and what it means. What if I ask you, what is 4 doubled? What would you say? You might say 4 doubled is 8. How did you come up with 8? You may have thought of it as 4 plus 4. That's one way to think about doubling, is to add the same thing twice. What's another way you could have thought of 4 doubled? I know that repeated addition can be thought about as what? Multiplication. We learned that in some of our earlier lessons. This could be 2 groups of 4. So it would be 2 times 4. That's another way to think about 4 doubled. Now let's look back. Our expression says D doubled. If we want to double D, we could do D plus D. Think in your head, what's another way we could have written this using multiplication? Yes, we could have written 2D. There could be lots of ways to write these expressions today. Let's look at the next one together. 3 more than 4 times a number X. Let's break down some of the language in this. This is where those highlighters might be nice to have. Let's look at the first part. 3 more. What would 3 more look like using math symbols? I think 3 more than, I think it sounds like, are we adding 3 plus something, or are we doing something plus 3? If we're doing 3 more than, it sounds like it would be this something plus 3. 3 more than what? Let's look at the next part of this. 3 more than 4 times a number, X. I hear this word times, and that makes me think that this might be a multiplicative situation. 4 times a number X. How could you represent that using multiplication? We've learned lots of ways to do that in this module. One way we could do it is to write 4x. Now, let's think about how we can put this expression together. 3 more than 4 times a number x. If we're doing 3 more than this amount, it implies that this would come first, and then we would do 3 more than that. I think I should write it this way. 4x plus 3. Let's think about, would it matter if we had written 3 plus 4x? Do those mean the same things? What was that property that said that we could write these both ways? That in addition, we could move these terms and it wouldn't matter what the order was. Do you remember the name of the property that we learned about? That was the commutative property. So while the words imply that this would be the correct order, we know we could still do it this way because of the commutative property. Let's look at part C. Molly has C pieces of candy. She doubles the amount of candy she has and then gives away 15 pieces. Wow, that's a long one. I think we should take a minute to read it again. Take a minute and read it quietly in your head. Let's break this down. Molly has C pieces of candy. Do we know how many pieces that is? No. But it sounds like that's the amount she started with. She has C pieces. What happened to her C pieces of candy? She doubles the amount of candy. All right, let me box this part in. If she doubles the amount of candy, what would that look like? We used that word double earlier. When we thought about double could be repeated addition, or double could be this multiplication. If she doubles the amount of candy, what was our amount of candy? Our amount of candy was what? C. If she doubles that amount, I think that might look like 2C. Let's look at the next part. What happens next? Then she doubles the amount of candy she has. I did that. Then she gives away 15 pieces. Let's think about those words, gives away 15 pieces. What operation would that be if you're giving away pieces of candy? I think that would be subtraction. So if we're giving away 15 pieces, I think that would be minus 15. Now let's put this together. Take a minute and think about, what do you think the expression will look like? I think it might look like this. She has 2C minus 15. Nicely done. Now, we're going to see about Station 5. Station 5 has a group of students working it. We're going to check in with them because they seem like they're having a little bit of trouble. Let's see if we can help. These are the students in Station 5. We have Michelle, Juan, and Stefan. They seem to be struggling. Let's see if we can give them a hand. Michelle is writing a mathematical expression for f cubed. This is what she wrote. Do you think she's right? Or do you think she needs to fix something? I think she might need to fix something. Her expression was f cubed. And I'm thinking about this word cubed and what it means. I think what Michelle wrote is more 3 times f instead of f cubed. I know squared means to the second power. And I remember cubed was to which power? Yes, cubed was to the third power. So if we have f cubed, it might look like this. Let's take a look at Juan's work and see if we can help him as well. Take a moment and read this expression and then analyze Juan's work. Think about how he could fix this. He needs our help. Take a moment now, pause the video, and when you're ready, come back and we'll work together to help Juan. Okay, the quantity of 4 increased by A, and then the sum is divided by 9. Well, I see Juan did the quantity of 4 increased by A. 4 plus A. That seems right. And then the sum, I know sum is the answer to addition. That seems right. Is divided by 9. Divided by 9. Let's think back. What would be our dividend and what would be our divisor, the way that Juan has written it here? You'll also need to remember this order of operations. I know order of operations would be that this addition would not happen first, the division would. Think about which of these is our dividend and which of these is our divisor. If you're thinking A is our dividend and B and 9 is our divisor, you're right. This would happen first because of order of operations. What is being divided? A is being divided by 9. Is that what this said to do? This said 4 increased by A, and then the sum is divided by 9. I know this word sum implies that the 4 and the A need to be added together and then divided by 9. Take a moment now and think about how could one fix this? Do you have it? Yes, I think he needs to add in some grouping symbols. Let's help Juan to fix it. If we want the sum to be divided by 9, we need to group 4 plus A together and then divide it by 9. Now we have the sum of 4 and A, and the sum is divided by 9. This is now our dividend, and this is the divisor. Pause the video and try writing this using a fraction bar. We learned how to do that in previous lessons. One could write it with a fraction bar like this. 4 plus A divided by 9. These are both ways that one could correctly write his expression. Let's look at Stefan's work and see if we can help Stefan to correct his mistake as well. I want you to take a moment now, read the expression in words, look at Stefan's work, and see if you can figure out how to help Stefan correct his mistake. Pause the video, and when you're ready to check your work with me, I'll be here. Let's look at this. Ty earned 4 points fewer than the double Odin's points. He earned 4 points fewer than double Odin's points. Odin earned P points. All right, I've got Odin, I know has to be represented by P. What do I have to do to Odin? Let's read this top part again. Ty earned 4 points fewer than the double of Odin's points. This is sounding like the word fewer would imply subtraction. And I know in subtraction, the commutative property doesn't apply. The order is going to matter. So I really need to be careful with the way that I record this. If it is 4 points fewer, sometimes I like to think about things using whole numbers. That helps me to know what to do. Let's think about what is 4 points fewer than 10. What would be 4 points fewer than 10? I bet you can figure that out. 4 points fewer than 10 would be 6. How did we do it? We did 10 minus 4. That's 4 points fewer than 10. This can help me when I try to look at this expression. If I need 4 points fewer than This is 4 points fewer than 10. That means if I'm doing 4 points fewer than whatever this Odin's part is, that means it needs to be something minus 4. That's not what Stefan has written. I think we can help. 4 points fewer than the double of Odin's points. I remember that word double from earlier, and I know double of Odin's points, P, would be 2P. And now I need 4 points fewer. Since I used my friendly numbers to think about this, I know that it's minus 4. Thanks for helping this group. Now we've worked together, and they've been able to correct their mistakes. Let's look at example 2. This is station 2 and station 3. I want you to try these on your own right now. I'm going to circle station 2 and station 3. I want you to pause the video and come back when you're ready for us to check our answers together. I'll be here. Let's check our Station 2 problems together. Take a moment and analyze these answers. Compare them to yours. Notice on this that there are 2 correct ways you could have written this expression. Let's look at number 3 together. Rashad scored 6 less than 3 times as many baskets as Mike. Mike scored B baskets. Rashad scored 6 less. We talked about this earlier. 6 less than. I remember from earlier, that means minus 6. Something minus 6. What is this something going to be? 3 times as many baskets as Mike. 3 times. That sounds like I'm multiplying something by 3. What am I multiplying by 3? The number of baskets. Now we can write our expression. 3 times as many baskets as Mike would be 3B. Rashad scored 6 less than 3 times. If this is 3 times, we need 6 less than that. Minus 6. Let's look at station 3. Notice on the first one, you could have written it this way or this way. Both of these are 2 different ways to write the same expression. They are equivalent expressions. Let's look at number 2 together. Triple the sum of x and 17. I hear that word triple. I know double is times 2. What would triple be? I think triple would be times 3. What are we tripling? Triple the sum, that implies a grouping, of x and 17. The sum of x and 17. I know sum is the answer to what? Addition. So I'm going to triple the addition, the sum of x and 17. Now I'm ready to write that expression. I have triple, that's 3 times. I know sum implies that this part's grouped, x and 17. 3 times the sum of x plus 17. That could work. Let's look at number 3. Gabriella had B buttons and then lost 6. Gabriella took the remaining buttons and split them equally among her 5 friends. This is a lot of words in this one. Let's really break this one down. Gabriella had B buttons. This sounds like the amount she started with. But then it says something happened to her buttons. What happened? She lost 6. What operation do you think losing buttons would be? I think that's minus 6. So she had B buttons and she lost 6 of them. Let's see what happens next. Gabriella took the remaining buttons. What would the remaining buttons? She started with B. She lost 6. I think the remaining buttons, think about where that would be. I think that would be the answer to this subtraction. If I had B minus 6, it would equal this remaining buttons. What do I need to do to this remaining number of buttons? She would split them equally. There's some words. Let's box that in. I'm going to split them equally among 5 friends. Do you know what operation splitting buttons equally would be? It sounds like she's going to divide them equally among her 5 friends. So I think this would be divided by 5. So her remaining buttons are going to be divided by 5. And what was our remaining buttons? Our remaining buttons was B minus 6 would give us the number of buttons she had remaining. Then divide it by 5. Let's write our expressions together. We could do B, that's not a B, that's a D. We could do B minus 6 divided by 5. Can't see that very well, can you? Using a fraction bar to represent the division. Now, let's try writing it this time, but this time let's use this division symbol. Think about how we're going to have to group it so that we know which one is our dividend and which one is our divisor. I know we need B minus 6. Oh, I'm messing up today, aren't I? But that's okay. Teachers make mistakes. We have B minus 6, and then we're going to divide it by 5. If we left it like that, this would say negative 6 is our dividend and 5 is our divisor. But we need the dividend to be the remaining buttons, which is this part here, B minus 6, then divided by 5. That would fix it. Now let's take a look at our closing of our lesson. In today's lesson, we learned how we could take mathematical expressions and write them using that mathematical symbols of letters and numbers. Was it possible to write those expressions in more than one way? Yes, it was possible. We know lots of ways now to write multiplication and lots of ways to write division. We can also use that commutative property to write multiplication and addition expressions in different ways as well. We've learned lots of ways to write expressions throughout this module. That's it for today. Ms. Meadows and I are excited to teach you the lessons in this course, and we hope to see you again soon.
Hi, my name is Miss Bulgarelli, and today we'll be working with Grade 7, Module 4, Lesson 17. You will need a pencil, paper, your student edition if you have it, and a calculator. If you don't have your book, you can always print the materials, which are linked on the same page where you found this video. If you don't have access to a book or printer, that's okay, because I'm going to be putting up the problems on the screen as we go, and you can do the math along with me with just a pencil and paper. Pause now to gather any materials you may need. Today, we will be using percents for mixture problems. So when we have multiple mixtures of something, how can we use percents to tell the quantities that actually exist? Let's think about this more with our opening exercise. Imagine you have two equally sized containers. One is pure water, and the other is 50% water and 50% juice. If you combined them, what percent of juice would be the result? All right, when thinking about this problem, I'm going to think about each of those liquids as being 1 gallon. So let's say the amount of liquid for that first one is 1 gallon. How could I find the amount of that is pure juice? I remember that I have my equation, quantity equals percent times whole. In this case, the whole is going to be the amount of liquid. The percent is going to be the percent of juice in that liquid, and the quantity is going to be the quantity of that liquid that is juice. So if my first liquid is pure water, then what percent juice is that? 0. There's 0% juice in pure water. So 0 times 1 is 0. So the amount of pure juice in my first liquid is 0 gallons. What about our second liquid? We know that we had equally sized containers. So if I said that there was 1 gallon in our first liquid, then there's going to be 1 gallon for our second liquid as well. The amount of pure juice, I can use that same equation, quantity equals percent times whole, and the whole is still the amount of liquid and the quantity is still the amount of juice. But the percent this time is 50% juice, because we're told in one of our liquids that it's 50% water and 50% juice. I remember that to use a percent in an equation, it needs to be in decimal or fraction form. So 50% as a decimal is 5/10, which means that I have 5/10 times my whole of 1, which I know is 5/10. This means that there are 5/10 a gallon of juice in my second liquid. Now, how could I find the resulting liquid? If we know we're going to take these two and mix them together, well, if I have 1 gallon for my first liquid and another gallon for my second liquid, then together that's 2 gallons. So the resulting liquid will be 2 gallons. How could I find the amount of that that's pure juice? Well, I remember this equation again, quantity equals percent times whole. In this case, though, the whole is the 2 gallons of liquid. And how much juice do we have in total between these two liquids? Well, there was 0 juice in my first liquid and half a gallon of juice in my second liquid. So when I combine them, I'll still only have half a gallon of juice. I'm not sure what percent that is, but if I put the information into my equation, I might be able to work from there. Knowing that 5/10 equals x times 2, I can multiply by the reciprocal of 1/2 on both sides and find that x equals 5/10 over 2, or 1/4, which is 25%. So 25% of the resulting mixture is juice. How does this amount of juice compare to the amount of juice in my first liquid and the amount of juice in my second liquid? Well, 25% is in between the 0% that was in my first liquid and the 50% that was in my second liquid. Since we're mixing them together, it makes sense that the answer would be somewhere in between. And in this case, since there's the same amount of liquid in liquid 1 and liquid 2, then it makes sense that the resulting percent would be exactly in the middle. Let's see how this might change with different measurements. We're going to skip to the last table in your opening exercise, the one that looks like this, and reads, if a 2-gallon juice cocktail that is 40% juice is added to 3 gallons of pure juice, what percent of the resulting mixture is pure juice? I want you to try to fill in this table on your own. Keep in mind that you have the work from the part we just did to guide you if you get stuck. Take as much time as you need and do your best. Pause while you work and hit play when you're ready to think through it with me. I'm going to move to a new page so I have room to work, but this is the same problem, where we had 2 gallons of juice cocktail that's 40% pure juice, and it's added to 3 gallons of just pure juice. We're looking for the resulting mixture. So, we know our first liquid was 2 gallons. Since it already states gallons in the table, I don't need to write gallons here to know that we're talking about gallons when I say 2. Now, we know that of that 2 gallons, it's 40% juice. So, I can multiply 40%, or 4/10 as a decimal, times my 2 gallons, or my whole, to find the quantity. That 8/10 of a gallon is pure juice in that first liquid. Now in my second liquid, we have 3 gallons. In my second liquid, it's 100% pure juice. So 100%, or 1 as a decimal, times my whole of 3, we'll find that all 3 of those gallons are juice. Just like before finding the resulting liquid, I added the amount of liquid for my first and my second liquids. 2 gallons plus 3 gallons found 5 gallons of resulting liquid. Now, we know that there are 5 gallons, so 5 gallons of liquid is my whole. I can also find that I had 8/10 of a gallon of juice in my first liquid and 3 gallons of juice in my second liquid. So if I add those together, I know that I have 3 8/10 gallons of pure juice. But what I'm looking for is what percent that is of the total amount of liquid. So I'm going to define my variable and let x represent the percent of pure juice in the resulting quantity. So when I set up my equation of quantity equals percent times whole, I know my quantity and my whole, and I can let x represent that unknown percent. My equation would look something like this. Now, just like we did in the first table, I can multiply by the reciprocal on both sides and find the value of x from here. But is there a way that we could have done this without the table and without calculating everything separately? You might be thinking about an equation. Could I just take all of the information from that opening exercise and from the 2 gallons of juice cocktail, which is 40% juice, and the 3 gallons of pure juice, and put it straight into an equation? Well, let's try that. Let's keep x as a variable that represents the percent of pure juice in the total quantity. That would mean that the quantity of juice is that percent times the 5 gallons. So that's how much juice I would have. Another way to think about how much juice I would have is to say that I have 40% of that first amount, which is 2 gallons, and 100% of that second amount, which is 3 gallons. If I write that in an equation, I can find that those are going to be equal to each other. I can find the amount of juice in my first liquid and the amount of juice in my second liquid and add those together to find that quantity of juice. And if I multiply the percent times that whole value, it would get me the same thing. What equation does this remind us of? You might be reminded of quantity equals percent times whole. It looks a little bit different because our quantity has to be found from multiple places, but the quantity is still the amount of fruit juice, which we found separately over here. The percent is still going to be that unknown percent that relates the whole to my quantity. And the whole is still that total value of the total amount of liquid, which is 5 gallons. If I simplify this equation, I can find that 5x equals 8/10 plus 3, keeping in mind to use our order of operations. If I simplify even further, I can find that 5x equals 3 8/10. This looks very familiar to what I have in my table. From both methods, I get to the final step where I need to divide 5 by 3 8/10 and find that x equals 76/100. What is that as a percent? As a percent, that is 76%. So the mixture is 76% pure juice. How does the work that you did on your own compare to the two methods that I showed on the screen? Is there a way that works better for you? Keep in mind that there's not just one correct path to the answer in math. We can think about things in different ways and still get to the same answer. Let's keep that in mind as we go forward. Example 1. A 5-gallon container of trail mix is 20% nuts. Another trail mix is added to it, resulting in a 12-gallon container of trail mix that is 40% nuts. Part A asks us to write an equation to describe the relationship in this situation. The first thing that I want to do is reread this problem on my own and think about what information am I looking for and what information do I have. I realize that we don't know how much trail mix is added. We know what starts with, and we know that it results in 12 gallons, but we don't know the amount of trail mix is added. What else? We don't know the percent of that second trail mix either, or the percent nuts in that second trail mix. So we need to find all of the information about that second trail mix. I'm going to challenge you to write an equation on your own. If you need to use another method to support you, go ahead and do so. But try to find an equation that represents this situation on your own. Don't worry if you're not sure, just try your hardest. Hit pause while you work and hit play to work through it with me. When I was thinking about this, I realized that this was a lot of information and I wasn't quite sure how to start an equation. So I chose to start with a model to help organize my thinking. I knew that there was some amount of a mix that was 20% nuts, and another mix that was an unknown amount of nuts. So I'm going to use the variable n to represent that percent. I'm going to define that to the side so I make sure I know what my variable is talking about. So let n represent the percent of nuts in the second trail mix. Now we know the percents, I need to think about how much there is. So I know that the mix that's 20% nuts is 5 gallons. I also know that the amount that's n% is some unknown amount. I don't want to use another variable, so I'm going to leave that blank for now. Together, they make 12 gallons of 40% nuts. If I know the total is 12 gallons, and I know 5 gallons of that is from the first container of trail mix, how could I find how many gallons of the second trail mix there were? I realized that the difference, or 12 minus 5, would find 7 gallons of the n% nut mix. I'm going to write that in my diagram so I don't forget. Now I'm going to think about that equation, now that I've had time to organize my thoughts a little bit. I know that in order to find that percent of trail mix in my second mixture, that I need to figure out how it came together with the first mixture to have the resulting mixture. So what do I know? I know that the resulting mixture is 12 gallons and 40% nuts. So to find how many nuts that is, I can multiply 40% times 12 gallons. That's going to give me the amount of nuts that I have at the end. Just like when I was thinking about my liquids in my opening exercise, I knew that the amount of nuts I would have at the end was equal to the amount of nuts I had in my first mix plus the amount of nuts I had in my second mix. In my first mix, I had 5 gallons that was 20% nuts, and in my second mix, I had 7 gallons that was some unknown percent nuts. So I wrote an equation like this. The total amount of nuts at the end, 40% of 12, is going to equal the amount of nuts in my first container, which is 20% of 5 gallons, plus the amount of nuts in my second container, which is some percent of 7 gallons. Let's see if we can explain in words how each part of the equation relates to our situation. So what I was just thinking about, I'm going to try to write that with words instead of numbers. So I had the resulting gallons of trail mix times the resulting percent of nuts. And I'm going to equal the gallons of the first mix times the percent of nuts in that mix, plus the gallons in my second mix times the percent of nuts in that mix. Part C then asks us what percent of nuts is in that trail mix, that second trail mix. How could I use my equation to find that? Remembering that the equation is like this. 40% of 12 equals 20% of 5 plus n% of 7. You might be thinking back to some algebra skills that would let you isolate n and figure out what n equals. Try now to do this on your own. Pause while you work and hit play to see how I did it. Using my order of operations, I first simplified on both sides. On the left side of my equation, I knew that 4/10 times 12 was 4 8/10. And on the right side, I found 1 plus 7n, making sure to multiply before adding. I knew now to get n alone, to isolate my variable, I needed to get rid of that 1, that additive 1. So I subtracted by 1 on both sides. In doing that, I found that 3 8/10 equals 7n. I then multiplied by the reciprocal of 1/7 on both sides and found that n is approximately 5,429 10,000ths. I rounded this to find that about 54% of the second trail mix is nuts. Just like we did in our first problem, I want us to take a minute and think about, is this answer reasonable? Does it make sense? If I mixed a 5-gallon container that was 20% nuts with a 7-gallon container that was 54% nuts, would I get 12 gallons that is 40% nuts? What do you think? Is that reasonable? I think it is reasonable. Because if I'm mixing a mix that has 20% nuts and 54% nuts, it would make sense that the resulting mixture was somewhere in between, and 40% is somewhere in between. When I'm checking for reasonableness, I don't need to redo all my math. It's just a moment to stop and make sure that the answer you got makes sense with what the question asked. If you want more time to review the work on this page, pause now. If not, let's continue on to exercise 1. Exercise 1 asks you to represent each situation using an equation and show all steps in the solution process. I put just parts A and B on the screen. I want you to try these on your own, and I'm going to push you to use an equation to solve. If you need a model or using another method would help you check your thinking, feel free to do so. But at some point, try to write that equation. Take as much time as you need to do these parts. And remember that we've already done examples today that might help guide your thinking. Pause while you work and hit play when you're ready to see how I thought about this. Here are the solutions for how I thought about parts A and B. I encourage you to compare how is the work that you did similar to the work that I did. Did we get the same answers? If not, where do we maybe need to fix our thinking and try again? Take as much time as you need to compare your work to mine. Pause while you do so and hit play to go on to example 2. Soil that contains 30% clay is added to soil that contains 70% clay to create 10 gallons of soil containing 50% clay. How much of each of the soils was combined? Okay, So I remember from my last example that I needed to know the percent and amount of both things going into the mixture and the final mixture. So knowing that, what things am I missing here? I realize that I have the percent of clay in each part of my mixture, but we don't know how much we don't know how much soil there is in the first part and the second part, only that it ends up being 10 gallons. So how could we approach this problem? One method might be to use a model to help organize thinking. So knowing that we have 30% clay and another mixture that's 70% clay. I'm not sure how much 30% clay there is, so I'm going to draw a tape for myself, and I'm going to then define it with a variable. I'm going to let X represent the amount of 30% clay. So I'll put an X in that part of my tape. Now we also have some amount that's 70% clay. I'm also not sure how much that is. I don't want to bring another variable for that because I don't know how to work with two variables. So I'm going to continue filling in the information that I do know. I do know that together this will be 10 gallons of 50% clay. If I know that there's 10 gallons total, and I'm going to let X represent the amount that's that 30% clay, how could I represent the amount that's 70% clay? I realize that however much is 30% clay, the rest is going to be 70% clay. So the amount of 70% clay can be found by 10 minus X. How could I use all of this information and my variables to write an equation about this? You might remember that our equation can look like the total amount of clay, which equals the amount of clay found in my first mixture plus the amount of clay found in my second mixture. In order to do that, I have 50% of clay in the 10 gallons at the end. So 50% times 10, or 5/10 times 10, is going to equal the 3/10 times that unknown amount in that clay, plus the 7/10 times whatever is left for that 70% clay. So the quantity of 10 minus X. From here, I need to simplify to find what X is. I'm going to challenge you to do this part on your own. Pause while you work and hit play to see how I solved it. When I simplified using my order of operations, I found that 5 equals 3/10 X plus 7 minus 7/10 X. I used the distributive property here to multiply 7/10 times 10 to find 7, and 7/10 times X to find 7/10 X. And I made sure to bring the subtraction symbol with me. From here, I realized that I could combine common terms. So 3/10 X and negative 7/10 x. Once I did that, I found that 5 equals negative 4/10 x plus 7. I then subtracted 7 on both sides and found that negative 2 equals negative 4/10 x. My final step was to multiply by the reciprocal on both sides, and I found that x equals 5. Am I done? So close, but I'm not quite done. When I look back at the question, it asks me how much of each of the soils was combined. Now that I know my variable, I can go back and use that to determine how much 30% clay and how much 70% clay. I know that the amount of 30% clay is represented by x, and we know that x equals 5. So that means that there's 5 gallons of 30% clay. The amount of 70% clay we said could be represented by 10 minus x. Since x is 5, this is 10 minus 5, or 5 gallons. So that means that 5 gallons each of 30% clay and 70% clay were combined to make 10 gallons of 50% clay. Whew, that was a long problem. Is this the only way that I could have solved this? No. Like all of our problems, there are always multiple pathways we can take to finding the same solution. If you want more time to review the work done here, pause. If not, let's go on to exercise 2. The equation 2/10 times x plus 8/10 times the quantity of 6 minus x equals 4/10 times 6 is used to model a mixture problem. The rest of the questions here ask you what those different parts of the equation represent. I'm going to have you do this on your own. Think back to our last problems where we started with information and had to put it into an equation. This time we have the equation and we want to know, what does that represent? What does it actually mean? Take as much time as you need to complete parts A through D. Pause while you work and hit play when you're ready to check your answers. I remember from my other work today that to find the amount in the total mixture, we have the percent times that whole in the mixture, and that's equal to the amount in our first mixture times the percent of it, plus the amount in our second mixture times the percent of that. In this case, how many units are in the total mixture? Looking at this equation, I can see that there are part being added to a part to find the total. So there are 6 total units in this mixture. So 6 units. What percents relate to the 2 solutions that are combined to the final mixture? I see that when I'm looking at my parts, I have decimals here representing the percents. 2/10 as a decimal is 20% and 8/10 is 80%. So the percents that are relating these solutions are 20% and 80%. Part C asks about the 2 solutions when they combine to make 6 units of what percent solution. I know again in my equation that this is represented right here as a decimal, and 4/10 as a decimal was 40%. Finally, when the amount of resulting solution is given. For instance, 4 gallons, but the amounts of the mixing solutions are unknown, how are the amounts of the mixing solutions represented? So in this case, if the amount of gallons of the first mixing solution is unknown, we can represent it by a variable x. Then the amount of gallons of the second solution would be represented by 4 minus x. So that total, subtracting what we already know is going to be used in the first solution. How did your answers compare to mine? Is there anything you maybe need to rethink or try again? If you want more time, pause now. If not, we'll continue on. If your teacher has asked you to complete an exit ticket, please pause now to do so. If not, let's go on to our final practice. Today, for your final practice, I'm going to ask that you do problem set problems 1 and 4. Take as much time as you need and try your hardest. Pause while you work and hit play to check your answers. Here are the solution for problems 1 and 4. I encourage you to take your time and compare what did you do differently and what did you do similarly compared to the answers on the screen. If you got something wrong, that's okay. Take a minute to notice where your mistakes were and think about how we can do better the next time. Pause while you compare your work and hit play when you're ready to go on. Today, we really stretched ourselves and are thinking about percents. We found that when we're talking about mixing solutions to come up with the resulting amount, that we can think about that whole quantity at the end by combining the solutions or the parts along the way. When this involves percents, we found that we can use an equation that is like the percent of the resulting quantity times the amount of that, which is equivalent or equal to looking at the percent times the amount of the first quantity plus the percent times the amount of the second quantity. We really worked today to bring together a lot of our different percent skills. Remember that you can always go back and review this lesson or any other at any time. That's all for today. I'm Miss Bulgarelli, and I hope to see you again the next time.
I'm Mrs. McGinnis. Are you ready to learn some math today? Today we're going to be studying Grade 8, Module 4, Lesson 17. Lesson 17 is the line joining two distinct points of the graph y equals mx plus b has a slope m. You're going to need a number of materials today. The first is a notebook or some loose leaf paper. You'll need a pencil, your Grade 8, Module 4, Lesson 17 student pages. You can find these one of 3 ways. You could have your student edition, your Learn, Practice, Succeed book, or if you scroll down to the bottom of this page, there's a link to where the pages are for this lesson. You will need 3 pages today. You'll also need some graph paper. We're going to be doing some graphing, so you should probably also grab a ruler. I think that you should stop the video, gather up all your materials, and then come on back. When you're ready with all your materials, unpause, and we'll get started with our day. Did you find everything that you needed? All right, we're all ready to engage in this lesson today. I'm going to switch over to my document camera so that we can get to work. Let's begin today with an exercise. Let's look at exercise 1. Find at least 3 solutions to the equation y equals 2x and graph those solutions as points on the coordinate plane. Connect the points to make a line. Find the slope of the line. If you need to pause the video and read that to yourself, I completely understand. Take a moment and do that. All right, my friends, it says that we need to find at least 3 solutions to this equation. I'm going to stop right there and we're going to think about that. Remember how we started a couple days ago with a table of values? Yeah, so let's pick a couple of solutions. Let's find 3. Which value do we want to use as our fixed value? Yeah, I'm thinking x, right? Because we have 2x is equal to that y. All right, so let's pick some values for x. I'm going to pick very simple values, -1, 0, 1, 2. It said I needed 3. I'm going to take 4 just to kind of think it through. All right, so y is equal to 2 times -1. Well, what's 2 times -1? Yeah, it's -2. Okay, so that's our y value. Do you remember doing this? Y equals 2 times 0. 2 times 0. Yep, 0. Y equals 2 times the value of 1. Right, 2. Y equals 2 times the value 2. 4. Great. So we have some ordered pairs. We have -1, -2, 0, 0, 1, 2, and 2, 4. Let's graph this. I set up my axes on a piece of graph paper. You can do the same. Pause the video, get your axes started, and then we'll continue on. All right, are you ready to do some graphing? Great, let's do that. Let's plot these points. -1, -2, 0, 0, oh, that's the origin, 1, 2, and 2, 4. What shape does this appear to be? It does appear to be a line. Let's use our ruler and graph that line. Okay, so now that we have our line, let's move to the next part. So it asked us to find some solutions. It asked us to graph those solutions. Now it says to connect the points to make a line. Oh, I did that. Find the slope of the line. Well, we did that yesterday, didn't we? We did that in a previous lesson. Let's think about that. Didn't we find our slope triangles? So I'm going to create a slope triangle right here. I think I'm going to fill it in just so that I can see it better because I have that axis there. How many is the difference of y? What's our, remember we had P, Q, and R? This is 2 and this is 1. Remember we found the distances. Okay, well our slope was that rise over the run, or that difference in y over the difference in x, or r2 minus r1 over p2 minus p1. Yeah, okay, so let's think about that. We have a 2 over 1, so our slope is 2 over 1. Great, let's try another one. The next one says find at least 3 solutions to the equation and graph the solutions as points on a coordinate plane. Connect the points to make the line. Find the slope of the line. So you have the equation y equals 3x minus 1. I tell you what, you were really good at making tables of values. Why don't you try this on your own? Pause the video. Take as much time as you need to, and then we'll come back and we'll look at a table of values. Did you create your table of values? Does it look something like this? It doesn't have to look exactly like this, but you should have some of the same values, hopefully. I picked about 5 of them, so maybe you have 1 or 2 that are the same. All right, now that we have these values, the next piece says to graph the solutions as points on a coordinate plane. Well, let's think about that. Do you think you can graph that line? I bet you can. Pause the video again, graph your line, and then come back and we'll talk about it. Here's the line that I have that corresponded with my points. Does it look like your line? It should have similar values, and it should have a similar, slope. Well, let's find out together. If I create my slope triangle, we can find that difference in the y values, 1, 2, 3, and the difference in my x values, 1. What's our slope going to be? Yes, our slope is going to be 3 over 1. That difference in y over the difference in x. What if I didn't pick that triangle? Does it matter? Nope, remember we talked about in the previous lesson that any slope triangle should give you the same slope. All right, let's try one more just to make sure that you know what you're doing. This time, I'm going to ask you to do the whole thing by yourself. This is the problem. Find at least 3 solutions to the equation y equals 3x plus 1 and graph the solutions as points on the coordinate plane. Connect the points to make the line. Find the slope of the line. Okay, so what do we have to do? 1, we have to find at least 3 solutions. 2, you have to graph those solutions. 3, you need to make a line. And 4, you need to find the slope of that line. Take your time. Pause the video. Take all the time that you need to do all 4 parts of this. Then come back and we'll have a conversation. All right, did you find a table of values? I found this table of values, -1, -2, 0, 1, 1, 4, 2, 7, and 3, 10. Again, you might have picked different values. That's okay. But these were the values that I picked, and they created this line. Now, wait a minute. I went past that line, didn't I? I graphed the line, and then what did I have? Now I found my slope triangles. I found a bunch of them just so that you could see all the different ones. But what do you notice about each of these slopes? Yeah, they're 3. So m is equal to 3 over 1, that ratio of the change in y to the change in x. All right, let's think about this for a minute. We did a lot of thinking about these problems. Let's take a look as why some of this works, and let's think about what m really is and in the equation. Let's look at this drawing. This drawing should look fairly familiar. It's something that we've been using quite a bit of lately. We've been thinking of this graph, right? Where these were similar triangles. We had this triangle, this smaller one, and we compared it to our larger triangle. And we talked about that angle-angle theorem yesterday, or the last time we met. And we talked about that they were similar. And we said that, well, this is 1 and m, right? This is 1, we moved that x1, and then we moved it x. Here we have that it's m. That was that unit rate that we talked about. And then we made it larger and we found a y value. I'm wondering if we can, but we said that those triangles are in ratio to one another. So I'm wondering if we could compare the slopes as well. When we looked last time, we thought about the slopes and we said they were all equivalent to one another. If we simplified, they would be the same. I'm wondering if we can write that equivalence as a proportion. So what about if we thought about y is to m, here's that y value is to m, that smaller y value in the smaller triangle, is to x is to 1, those x values. Okay, so we're looking at those sides of the triangle. We're looking at this side to this side, that distance, and notice it's m minus 0, so that's why it's m. And notice that it's y minus 0, and that's why it's y. And then we're looking at these sides. 0 to 1, well, that would be 1, and then 0 all the way out to x, that's that larger triangle. So we're doing larger triangle to smaller triangle for each of those sides. All right, well, let's think back even further. And when we were in lesson 8, we were looking at those proportions, and we were looking and saying, well, they're really linear equations in disguise. Right, you're absolutely right. You're thinking, well, we transform those. You're so smart. Here we go. Let's transform those. We were able to think of 1 times y is equal to m times x. We've created an equation. That equation means that this must be our what? Yeah, our slope. So when a number is multiplied by the x, that coefficient is going to be our slope. Wow, so m is going to equal our slope. Let's go back to exercise 1. Can you find your exercise 1, please? Let's take a look at this graph again. All right, if we take a look at this graph and we look and we say, well, wait a minute. Here is that triangle. And could I extend out and make another triangle here? What would I have? I would have 2 to 1 and 4 to 2. We did that another time. We talked about that similar triangle, but let's think about this for a minute. What is the value of y? Well, what is this point? This point is what? 1, 2. And what's this point? 2, 4. Wait a second. Isn't this y equals m times x? Well, what did we say our x was? We said our x was 1. So that means that if the slope is 2 times 1, what is our y value going to be? Yeah, it's going to be 2. Well, maybe that doesn't work for every single one. Let's look again. We have 2 and 4. Well, let's see. Y equals mx. We said m is the slope. We're saying that our slope is 2. Okay, let's try it. 2 times, I moved it up and I got 2. 2 times 2 is, 4. So what we're seeing is that whatever value we put in for x, if we multiply it by that slope, it's going to give us that y value. That's really interesting. Okay, but Mrs. McGinnis, what happens if it doesn't go through the origin? Well, let's look at that and let's see if we can figure it out. Have this new graph. Let's take a look and see what happens when we move up b. So now we're no longer sitting on that x-axis. Well, let's see how things change. We're going to look at 2 different triangles. I'm going to highlight the large triangle on the outside, and then I'm going to highlight the inside of that smaller triangle just so that we can see the two triangles that we're trying to think about today. Maybe that'll help us out a little bit. Okay, now that we have that information, let's think about what we were looking at. We were looking at this x value versus the y value, where that y value was on top. Okay, so let's think about the distance between these 2 points on the smaller triangle. Let's deal with that smaller triangle first. Okay, well, if we're looking at our y values, we have a b and we have an m plus b. We needed to find the difference between those two. All right, so let's do that. M plus b minus b. Well, wait a minute. This makes a zero pair. So what are we going to be left with? Yeah, we're going to be left with an m. Okay, so that's that m value. I'm going to write that right here. Now let's look at our x value of that smaller triangle. Well, we started at 0 and we went out to 1. Yeah, you're right. It is. It's 1. So m over 1. Okay, because if I subtract 1 minus 0, I'd get 1. Okay, now let's look at the larger triangle, that green outline triangle. Again, we're going to start with our y value. Well, now we have a y up at the top and we have a b down below. Well, just like in the previous triangle, we need to subtract to find the difference to find that distance. Okay, so that's y minus b. Well, I only have 2 terms, so that's going to have to stay as y minus b. Okay, y minus b, that's going to be my y value on that top again. Okay, now what about the x value this time? Well, again, we're starting at 0, and we're moving out to, x. So x minus 0 is, yeah, that's x. Okay, so now we have this proportion. We had a proportion earlier today where we had to make that linear equation in disguise turn into a linear equation. Let's do that. Let's think about m times x, so that would become mx, is equal to 1 times y minus b. Well, that's going to be y minus b. Well, if that's the case, then what can I do? Well, I can create a 0 pair to get that y by itself. So mx plus b is equal to y minus b plus b. All right, well, I think that I can say mx plus b is equal to y. I'm going to write that with the y first, and I'm going to say y is equal to mx plus b. So if it moves up or down, we're going to have to add or subtract that b, that shift, or that translation, up or down. All right, that's great. Let's bring this into exercise 2 and see if we can work with some real numbers. Now let's look at this graph. Let's look at 2 different points. Well, let's think about this. If I look at the point 1, 2, and 2, 5, let's see if we can find the slope. Well, the slope was what? The slope is that change in y value, okay, over the change in x value. All right, so do you remember that we talked about that slope as being that change in r minus r2 minus p2 over r1 minus p1, right? So we're taking that difference in the y values and the difference in the x values. All right, so let's take a look. M is equal to 5 minus 2 over the change in the r values, 2 minus 1. So m is equal to 3 over 1. Well, wait a minute. That's what we got up here. And if I slide down to show you the initial problem, we have a slope here of 3. That means that we can start to think about that slope just from the equation. And that coefficient on the x is going to be that slope. This gives us what's called the slope-intercept form. So I'm going to slide my paper back and let's write that down. So we have the slope-intercept form of a line. Y is equal to mx plus b. Where m is the slope, we've known that, but now if we add the b to it, that's where it's going to cross or intersect the y-axis. That's that translation of the line and where it would cross on that y-axis. So that's going to give us some information. We can use this information to find the slope very easily in some exercises. Let's do that now. Number 4 says the graph of the equation y equals 7x minus 3 has what slope? All right, we need to think about our slope-intercept form. Our slope-intercept form is y is equal to mx plus b, where m is our slope and b is our y-intercept. Let's line up our other equation that we're given. Y is equal to 7x minus 3. What do you think the slope would be? I think you're right. I think that 7 is the slope. M is equal to 7. The slope is 7. So what does that mean? It means that we can move 7 up and 1 to the right. So we can create a slope triangle with a height of 7 and a width of 1. Okay, why don't you give number 5 a try? Pause the video. Think about this question. The graph of the equation y equals negative 3/4 x minus 3 has what slope? Take as much time as you need. Pause and come back when you're ready to think about this. Did you get that the slope was negative 3/4? If you take a look, I wrote the equation y equals mx plus b. I then thought about writing underneath the original equation that was given. Well, now my m, the coefficient on the x, is negative 3/4. So the slope is negative 3/4. Great job, guys. Let's take a look at number 6. Number 6 states you have $20 in savings at the bank. Each week you add $2 to your savings. Let y represent the total amount of money you have saved at the end of X weeks. Write an equation to represent this situation and identify the slope of the equation. What does that number represent? Okay, a lot of words. Read it to yourself. We've had a lot of practice since the beginning of this module reading and writing equations. We'll come back and write it together, but take your time and read it through. Did you pause and take time? I really hope that you did. Okay, let's think about this. You have $20 in the savings at the bank. So we're going to start with 20. Each week you add $2 to your savings. So we're going to add $2 each week to our savings. Let y represent the total amount of money that you have. And x is the number of weeks. I'm thinking about this for a minute. Write an equation. All right, so let's think about this. Y is equal to, well, what did you start with? Right, you had $20. Each week, how much did you add? $2 each week, so 2 times X. I'm going to encourage you to change the order and use the commutative property to move that 2x so that we can have it in slope-intercept form. Y is equal to 2x plus 20. Now, what is the slope of this equation then? Well, let's think about that. Y is equal to mx plus b. That's that slope-intercept form. Well, what is the coefficient on the x? It's 2. So our slope is 2. So the slope is 2. What does the number represent? Yes, that each week you're going to add $2 more. Great job. Let's see if you can do some of these on your own. Take a look at 7 and 8. Read them through. Write an equation. Identify your slope and then tell me what the number represents. Take as much time as you need. Pause the video, do the work, and then we'll come back and we'll meet and we'll talk about it. Did you take the time that you needed to solve 7 and 8? Let's take a look. Let's look at number 7. It said a friend is training for a marathon. She can run 4 miles in 28 minutes. Assume she runs at a constant rate. Write an equation to represent the total distance y your friend can run in x minutes. Identify the slope of the equation. What does this number represent? Well, constant rate, we talked about constant rate earlier. It was that miles per minute. A friend can run 4 miles for every 28 minutes. That means that your friend can run 1 mile every 7 minutes. So your equation would be y is equal to 1/7 x, where your slope is 1/7. If your slope is 1/7, then that 1/7 represents the rate of 1 mile every 7 minutes. Let's take a look at number 8. Number 8 says 4 boxes of pencils cost $5. Write an equation that represents the total cost y for x boxes of pencils. What is the slope of the equation? And what does that number represent? So I thought about this and I thought, well, wait a minute. 4 boxes cost $5. So that's $5 per 4 boxes. So our slope would be 5/4. That y equals 5/4 x. So m is 5/4. That means that the slope is 5/4. But what does that really represent? The slope is 5/4, but we can't think of money in terms of a fraction greater than 1. So we needed to think about it as that one box of pencils costs $1.25. How did I get that $1.25? Well, I actually did the division. 5 divided by 4 would be $1.25. So each box costs $1.25. All right, let's look at another type of problem. Solve the following equation for y and then identify the slope of the line. Well, this looks familiar. We have 9x minus 3y equals 15. This is the standard form that we were using when we were applying the table of values. Let's look at that 9x minus 3y equals 15. Our goal is to get the y by itself. Okay, so that means that I need to think about moving this 9x. If I have a positive 9x, what would make that a 0 pair? Right, it would be a negative 9x. So 9x minus 9x minus 3y is equal to 15 minus 9x. Okay, so the 9x's are going to eliminate each other. Negative 3y is equal to 15 minus 9x. I'm just going to rewrite this as negative 9x plus 15. Because remember, I want to start to get it into another form that's familiar for an equation. This y needs to stand alone. I need to make its coefficient 1. What could I do to do that? Yeah, I could multiply by the reciprocal. So negative 1/3 times negative 3y is equal to negative 1/3 times this whole value of negative 9x plus 15. Well, the negative 1/3 and the negative 3 are opposite, so that's going to become 1. Y equals negative 1/3 times negative 9x would be a positive 3x. And negative 1/3 times positive 15 would be a negative 5. Well, now we have that in a slope-intercept form, that y equals mx plus b. What's your slope? You're right, it's 3. So the slope is 3. So when an equation is in standard form, it's often easier to transform it into an equation that looks like the slope-intercept form, and then you'll be able to identify that slope. Why don't you give it a try? Let's try 10 and 11. All right, I want you to take some time. I would like you to look at 10 and 11, give them a try. Your goal is to change it into the slope-intercept form. I'm going to write the slope-intercept form for you here. Y equals mx plus b. So isolate that y and write it in terms of x, please. Work both of them. Take as much time as you need. Come on back when you're done and we'll look at the problems together. Did you take some time and work on these problems? So you had 5x plus 9y is equal to 8. If we subtract 5x from both sides using the subtraction property of equality, and the reason I picked negative 5x or subtracting 5x was to make that 0 pair, we would get 9y equals negative 5x plus 8. So now we need a coefficient of 1. If we multiply by the reciprocal 1/9 on both sides with the multiplication property of equality, we would get that coefficient of 1. And the other side would look like negative 5/9 plus 8/9. Therefore, our slope is negative 5/9 because it's the coefficient on the x. Okay, let's take a look at number 11. We started with ax plus by is equal to c. Now we do have a lot of letters, so we're going to have to kind of keep track, but the way we do it is exactly the same. So we need to subtract ax from both sides. If we do that, we would get by is equal to negative ax plus c. We need to get the y by itself. Well, if I multiply by the reciprocal of 1 over b times by, and that would equal 1 over b times the quantity negative ax plus c. So y would be negative ab x plus c over b. Negative a beefs, or negative a divided by b times x plus c divided by b. We can work these equations. By doing that, we know that if we have it in standard form, if we take the opposite of a divided by b, that would be our slope. That's a really interesting concept. That's one that we may not always think of, but it's really nice to kind of see into play. All right, you've worked really hard today. Let's go back and debrief. So what did we learn about today? Let's think about those main points. We know that a line joins at any two distinct points on the graph has a slope, and that slope is m. The graph we're going to talk about is y equals mx plus b. We know how to identify that slope from the equation, y equals mx plus b. What do we call it? We call it the slope-intercept form. So it gives us that slope in front of the x. We know how to transform the standard form of a linear equation into another form to more easily identify that slope. So we moved everything around. We're really good at solving equations. We solve those equations for y. All this information is in your lesson summary. There's also some problems in your problem set that you can continue your learning with today. I hope that you learned a lot. I can't wait to work with you again. I hope to see you real soon. Have a wonderful day.
Hey kids, it's your old pal McGruff the Crime Dog here. Meet my friend Faux Paw the Techno Cat. Faux Paw and I want to help you learn to be safe when you're on the internet. You want to know more? Here's her story.
Good night, Faux Paw.
Ooh la la!
Hello, Faux Paw.
Pardon?
Welcome to the internet.
The internet?
Yeah, the internet is like a big city. Some of it is safe and helpful, and other places are bad and dangerous. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference.
Oh! Hey, Faux Paw, are you ready for some fun? Then try the Ball of Yarn chat room.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Hi, I'm Happy Fluffy Kitty Face. Do you like yarn? I adore yarn. Hey, let's get together, and I'll share my yarn with you.
Jumpin' junipers! Never agree to meet with anyone you've connected with online.
Sir, you are in the way. When can we meet? I know just the place.
Never give your name, address, or phone number to anyone online.
Meet me at the light post in front of the state capitol.
And go, Faux Paw! Wait! Wait! No!
Hello, Faux Paw. I'm Happy.
Fluffy Kitty Face. Jumpin' junipers!
Quick, Faux Paw, get in. You were lucky tonight, Faux Paw. You've got an internet pal who's looking after you.
Remember, keep safe, keep away, keep telling. I keep safe. I keep safe my personal information, all of it. I never give my real name, address, phone number, the name of my school, or a picture of myself to anyone online. I keep away from internet strangers, no matter what they tell me, because I have no way of knowing who they really are. I keep telling my parents about everything I see on the internet. I always tell them or a trusted adult when something makes me feel uncomfortable.
Help us take a bite out of crime.
Hello, third graders. My name is Miss Kate. I'm a nurse and a health coach with UPMC Pinnacle, and I'm here to talk to you about your heart. Now, the job for your heart is to pump blood all the way through your body, from the top of your head to the bottom of your big toe. So it's really, really important to keep your heart as healthy as possible. Everybody, make a fist like this. Now put it out in front of you. Oops, Miss Kate. That is about how big your heart is. Now put it right here in the center of your chest. You feel those hard bones? That's your rib cage. They're there to protect your heart. Your heart lies right underneath. So your ribs, if you're biking or on your scooter or your skateboard or playing sports and you fall, the rib cage protects your heart. Now, your heart is a muscle, but unlike the muscles in your arms or your legs that you can exercise by using weights, your heart needs you to exercise so that it builds itself into the strongest muscle possible. So the way we do that is to get off of this muscle, your gluteus maximus, give these muscles a little bit of a break from playing those video games and really start to move. You should try to move for at least 60 minutes. That's 1 hour every day. And that can be riding your bike, that can be playing sports, that can be jumping rope, that can be simply running and walking and skipping and having a good time outside. But for today, what we're going to do is we're going to get that heart pumping a little bit so you can see the great work that it does. Now, take these 2 fingers, put them right in the center of your neck, and then skirt them over a little bit right there and press. You should be able to feel your heart beating. It's a little tricky. You may need to get a grown-up to help you. You can also find your pulse, that's another word for your heartbeat, on your wrist. But anyhow, we're going to get that heart pumping so you can see what you need to do to take good care of your heart. Now, everybody stand up and get ready. Miss Kate is a lot older than you. You can tell by the color of her hair, but I'm going to challenge you to keep up with me, okay? We'll start slow and then we'll go fast. Are you ready? Make sure there's nobody around you so you don't hurt them or yourself. Touch your toes, touch your knees, touch your shoulders, and jump. Touch your toes, knees, shoulders, jump. Toes, knees, shoulders, jump. Going. Jump. 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 Are you getting tired yet? I hope not. Keep going. How about a little bit faster? Really get that heart pumping. See how high you can jump. Okay, now take those same fingers. Find that pulse. It should be pumping harder and faster. And that's because you're giving your heart the workout it needs to stay healthy and strong. Work that heart muscle. Another way you can take care of your heart is by eating the right kinds of foods. Things like Doritos, soda pop, cupcakes, pies. They're treats, so you should only eat those occasionally. You want to make sure you're getting fruit, vegetables, and meat, chicken, and pork and tuna fish and all those good things to help make your heart as healthy as it can be. So third graders, that's how to keep your heart healthy. Get outside when you can. If it's rainy, dance inside your house and make your heart as healthy and strong as can be. Bye now.
Hello friends! Welcome to a new Happy Learning video. Today, we're going to learn about the circulatory system of the human body. The main function of the circulatory system is to carry through the blood the nutrients to the cells of our body. It is formed by the heart, arteries, and veins, and its proper functioning is essential for us to have good health. I have a curiosity. Do you know how much all of the arteries and veins would measure together, put in single file? They would measure 96,000 kilometers, which would be equivalent to almost 2.5 laps of the Earth. It's incredible, right? The heart has the main role in making sure that the blood travels around the body. With its 100,000 pulsations per day, it ensures that blood circulates throughout our body, allowing it to distribute oxygen and nutrients into our cells. We're going to start a journey through the circulatory system so we can understand it much better. The journey of blood begins in the heart. With the pulsations of the heart, the blood comes out through one of the greatest highways of the circulatory system, called the aorta. From that moment, blood flows through our body, through many veins. During this trip, the blood is delivering oxygen and nutrients to the cells through the capillaries. It reaches the neck, head, and brain through one side. From there, the blood continues to flow into our arms, then through the aorta, around the thorax and abdomen, and finally reaching both of our legs. As this trip is circular, that is to say, it has no end, the blood starts the trip back to the heart to regain nutrients and oxygen. The blood that returns from the lower part of the body flows through the inferior vena cava. The one that returns from the arms and head travels through the superior vena cava. All that blood reaches the lungs, where it gets oxygenated and returns back to the heart. There, the journey starts again. The truth is that it is incredible that blood is permanently traveling inside our body. Don't you think? Well, now you know a little bit more about the circulatory system. But before saying goodbye, we want to remind you that for our body to work well, we have to do a lot of physical exercise and have a balanced diet. You have to eat vegetables, fruit and fish, and reduce eating sugar and sweets as much as you can. And of course, spend less time sitting in front of the TV or the computer. So now you all know. Right, now everyone, go to run and jump. Goodbye, friends. Oh, and do not forget to subscribe to Happy Learning TV.
And I want to say welcome to our the Harrisburg community who's joining us today for this informational session on our Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy program. We're very excited to be here with you today. Joining me for the presentation is Dr. Marisol Craig. Many of you know Dr. Craig. She's been with Harrisburg School District for over 18 years. She is the principal for the Cougar Academy and is also taking the lead for our Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy program. And so I'm pleased that Dr. Craig was able to join us, and she will walk you through the pieces of the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy program that, again, we're very excited to be able to offer to our community and our families within the Harrisburg School District. A few opening comments before I turn the presentation over to Dr. Craig. There is a Google form that is online on our website. There's a form that is in English and there's a form in Spanish where you can submit questions as we're going through the presentation. Dr. Craig and I will then take the questions and will provide answers in the form of a frequently asked question document, which we will have released within the next 48 hours, which will, again, respond to the questions you may have as we walk through the presentation. In addition, within the next 48 hours, we are going to have the PowerPoint presentation that we'll review today translated into Spanish and posted on our website and our social media sites for the public's view. And so again, those will be both available and posted within 48 hours of this afternoon's presentation. So again, I want to thank you, especially during these extremely difficult and challenging times, for joining us for today's informational session. Education has been pushed to the limit over the last 3 to 4 months. And we realized as a school district that we needed to become more versatile and we needed to have more offerings for you, our students and families within the Harrisburg School District. And that's really where Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy has come from. It was a concept that we were discussing last year when we arrived in Harrisburg, but certainly since COVID-19 has changed the landscape of how we live and how we educate our students. There has been tremendous focus and effort by the team to bring forward this virtual learning academy option for you in the Harrisburg School District. So again, Dr. Craig will be walking you through the details of the program. And again, we're very excited to have her here today and have her leadership in really getting the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy off the ground and running for the 2021 school year. So what is the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy program? What it is, it's a full-time remote learning option for Harrisburg residents at no cost to our families. So this is an offering that if you're enrolled in the Harrisburg School District, you have full access to this offering for the 2021 school year and moving forward. Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy provides a premier full-time online educational experience that will give any student flexibility through a customized learning pathway. And Dr. Craig will talk about asynchronous and synchronous learning models during the presentation today and the flexibility that an asynchronous learning model can provide to our families in the Harrisburg School District. And HVLA will allow our students to work in a safe environment at their own pace, reducing the pressure to work within structured timelines required in a traditional brick and mortar setting. In addition, from a safety perspective, given the COVID-19 situation, it gives our families an option to have learning right from home without having to come into a school brick and mortar setting. So I would now like to turn the presentation over to Dr. Craig, who will walk you through the exciting details of the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy. Dr. Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Selmer. First, I'd like to do a short introduction and hello to our Spanish families in Spanish. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that first, and then we'll move on to the presentation. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es la doctora Craig. Soy la directora de la Academia de Aprendizaje Virtual de Harrisburg. Estoy muy emocionada de estar aquí hoy con ustedes para presentarles nuestra nueva escuela virtual. Nosotros sabemos lo preocupados que han estado nuestros padres por el comienzo de la escuela, pero esta opción virtual podría ser una solución para usted y su familia. La mayor parte de esta presentación de hoy se realizará en inglés, pero será traducida y publicada en nuestra página de web para nuestras familias hispanohablantes. Gracias. Okay, so thank you. We're going to go ahead and go into the presentation. And the first question here is, what is the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy? So it is a full-time remote learning option for Harrisburg residents at no additional cost. HVLA will provide a premier full-time online learning experience that will give every student the flexibility they need to work and also have a customized learning pathway. It will allow students to work in a safe environment at their own pace, reducing the pressure to work within structured timelines as they would in a regular brick and mortar school program. So what does HBLA offer? HBLA has to offer a kindergarten through 12th grade curriculum. We also offer every student who is part of HBLA a computer and technical support to be able to accomplish their goals and finish their online courses. Each student also receives a Chromebook at no cost, and each student will receive a personalized learning pathway. We also offer a high-quality standards-based curriculum. The resource that we are using is called Ingenuity, and the curriculum is K-12, as previously mentioned. We also offer experienced, certified online teachers and instructors. For our high school and middle school students, Ingenuity also offers online guided notes to help support their learning. In addition, we offer audio and video meeting times with instructional support and ongoing academic support and tutoring with our successful academic coaches as needed. Flexibility to work from anywhere, so our students will be able to work at home or from wherever they will be working on a regular basis to complete their online work. We also offer recorded instruction to support student learning, an emphasis on social emotional learning, and for our high school students, dual enrollment, internships, and AP courses will be available to help support their learning. So all students who are enrolled with HBLA are considered Harrisburg School District students. Therefore, all our students can participate in any Harrisburg School District special event or extracurricular activities. A bonus for our students as well, even though they are part of the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy, they will be able to earn a Harrisburg High School diploma.
Regardless of the circumstances this fall, school districts that partner with the Montgomery Virtual Program are ready for the upcoming school year. With MVP, students have access to an extensive catalog of core, elective, and advanced course options that are PA core aligned, taught by highly qualified teachers, and meet the rigorous standards of a mastery-based educational platform. MVP partners with public and private schools throughout the state of Pennsylvania to provide access to high-level educational content and establish a support network that ensures students have the opportunity to be successful in an online learning environment, all while remaining a member of your local school community and continuing your path toward a high school degree from your home school district. As educators, we are prepared for the fall and ready to embrace the realities of what school may need to look like. We provide built-in accessibility features, engaging video-based content, and embedded opportunities to create synchronous learning environments that can meet flexible scheduling needs. And we have the data to prove that our platforms can provide successful outcomes for diverse learners. MVP is flexible, supportive, and always on. Let us know how we can help.
I wanted to move into how we were delivering instruction at HBLA. And so there are two types of instruction when we talk about online education: synchronous instruction and asynchronous instruction. Synchronous instruction are when students and teachers are working together and interacting in a digital space concurrently. So there will be opportunities for teachers and students to work in this way. However, with HBLA, most students will be working asynchronously, which means teachers will post direct instructional videos and assignments, other learning materials online. Students will engage with this material and complete their work at their own pace within a 1-week interval. However, even though students are doing their work online and independently, students will still have the opportunity to connect directly with their teachers and tutors for direct support.
For families seeking a full-time virtual learning option for their elementary students, Edgenuity is proud to offer a virtual curriculum and instruction covering kindergarten through 5th grade. Edgenuity offers virtual students a full suite of more than 30 elementary courses, including electives like physical education, health, keyboarding, art, recorders, and scratch coding. Each course includes a full year of standards-aligned, research-based content with lessons logically organized into modules. If necessary, Edgenuity also provides a highly qualified state-certified teacher to work with families every step of the way. Students are introduced to new concepts and given ample opportunity to practice new skills through text, video, and interactives. Previously learned concepts are reviewed throughout the year to strengthen the student's understanding. Videos are used to support the understanding of new concepts throughout the course. Embedded interactives allow students to practice newly learned concepts and receive immediate feedback. Worksheets are included as another method of practicing each concept throughout the year. Each worksheet is provided as a PDF or is available in a workbook for an additional cost. Students will scan or photograph these worksheets to submit to the teacher. Lessons include brief quizzes to check understanding, and each module has a summative assessment. Students may also be assessed through benchmark assessments, synchronous live sessions with a teacher, or hands-on projects. A list of materials is provided in each lesson and for each course. Students are expected to have typical school supplies for most courses, but other materials may be needed for some lessons, especially in science. English language arts courses offer a balanced literacy program, including instruction in reading, writing, fluency, vocabulary, grammar, and other important elements of language. Students will have weekly independent reading assignments, including novel studies in the upper grades. The learning coach will receive guidance to help students to choose and procure these books. To practice fluency skills, students will have opportunities to record audio and read aloud with the teacher during live synchronous sessions. Math courses build a foundation for mathematical thinking as students learn about numbers, counting, measurement, geometry, operations, and algebraic thinking, using plenty of interactive tools, hands-on activities, and real-world examples. Science courses provide a rich multimedia experience for students, using a mixture of exploring the world around them, combined with hands-on experiences or labs using nature or common household items. In social studies courses, students learn more about the world by exploring the community around them, studying the history of the United States and other countries, and experiencing cultures from around the world. While learning, students have access to a variety of on-demand support tools, including an on-screen reader, translator, dictionary, picture dictionary, and screen mask. Courses require the support of a learning coach, a parent, grandparent, or other designated adult. The learning coach may guide the student through lessons, discuss what is being taught, facilitate hands-on learning, and communicate with the teacher. The resources for each course include guidelines for the learning coach to facilitate learning, including how to schedule the day, set up a learning space, and submit assignments. Each lesson has a Learning Coach tab with information to help the learning coach guide the student through the lesson, including learning objectives, prerequisite skills, and any materials needed. Teachers have access to a variety of tools and reports to support student success. To personalize learning for each student, a teacher may modify the course by removing, reordering, or adjusting content, or adding in teacher-created lessons or items from the library. Teachers support students by reviewing submitted work and providing feedback through text, audio, or video. Synchronous sessions offer an opportunity for teachers to check in with your student, administer assessments, and discuss grades and goals. Teachers are in frequent communication to assist with any questions and encourage student success. Edgenuity's virtual learning solution for elementary students delivers age-appropriate, engaging lessons designed to develop a lifelong love of learning. Edgenuity, where learning clicks.
Welcome to Edgenuity, where learning clicks. Once you've logged in, you'll see a tile for each course or program you currently have active. Each tile will give you some information about your progress and achievements so far. If you're on track, your progress will appear in blue. If you're ahead, you'll see your progress in green. But if you see your progress shown in red, it means you've fallen behind. You'll need to put in some extra time to get caught up. On some tiles, you can also view your course grade. Notice that this student has an overall grade of 95% in foundational math. That means they're currently earning an A on the work they've completed so far. Great job! It's almost time to get started in your online course. Remember to keep these tips for success in mind. First, take notes on what you're learning. You might use eNotes and you might use a pen and paper, but rephrasing what you learn in your own words helps you pay attention and remember what you've learned. Second, stay on pace. Make sure your progress bar is in the blue or even in the green. If you fall too far behind, it gets hard to catch up later. Ask for help when you need it. If you don't understand something, tell your teacher. He or she can explain it in a different way and point you toward other online resources. You are responsible for your own success, but you don't have to do it alone. And finally, avoid plagiarism. It's never okay to copy and paste other people's work and submit it as your own. Even if you find text online and you don't know who the author is, you do know that the author isn't you. You can't pass someone else's work off as your own. So always cite your sources or rephrase ideas in your own words. Now we're ready to jump into a lesson. To get started, you can click Next Activity, or you can click anywhere else on the tile to go to the course map. Click a tile to go to the course map now. This is your course map. From here, you can view the entire structure of your course. If your teacher has set a target date for you, you can check the due dates in your course map to see exactly what you need to do each day to stay on track. As long as you complete all your assignments for the day, you'll stay on pace. You can also view your eNotes here. As you work through the course, you may see alerts appear. For example, if you fall behind, you'll see a message telling you how much work you need to do to catch up. If you have feedback from a teacher, you'll see an alert like this. And if you forget to submit an activity for your teacher to grade, you'll see a reminder like this. Don't forget to submit your work once you finish it. A few other helpful things to notice. Want to switch courses? You can navigate among your active courses right here, or go back to the home page. Need help using Edgenuity? Visit the Help Center, where you'll find videos, resources you can download, and frequently asked questions. On the course map, most activities will show up as grayed out and locked unless your teacher has allowed you to move freely throughout the course. To work on any activity that's unlocked, click the activity title. This activity is a warm-up or introduction. Let's take a look. This activity starts with a video. You can pause and rewind the video at any time using the video controls here. If you've already watched the video the whole way through once, you can fast forward to the part you want to see again. However, you can't fast forward through any video segment you haven't watched yet. You do need to watch every video once all the way through. You can control the volume here. And you can turn captions on here. It's important to know that most of the important information you'll be tested on will be taught here in the videos. So pay attention and take good notes. You'll find your eNotes or digital notebook here. You can take notes at any time. Pause the video if you want to, or if you're a fast typist, you can take notes while the teacher is talking. Once you add a note to your notebook, you can go back and edit it if you need to. Just click the note and it'll appear in the eNotes text box. Edit your note and click Save. Now you may find that you want to add more to your notes. In advanced mode, you can use formatting tools like tables, an equation editor, a symbol palette, and bulleted lists. We find that students who take notes tend to do better on quizzes and tests. Taking the time to write down the important ideas in your own words will help you process and remember what you learn. So use your eNotes. Another helpful tool is the glossary, found on this second tab. All the vocabulary words for the lesson will appear here, but you can also look up any word you want. To go back to the lesson word list, just close the word lookup window. The third tab contains a transcript of the current activity. You can view this transcript in English, or you can translate it into any supported language, as long as you have the translation enabled. Just open the transcript and select your language here. Sometimes the video will pause, and you'll be asked to complete a task. On any task, you can use the tools in your toolbar. In math and science courses, you can use the built-in calculators to solve problems. Depending on the course, you might have access to a standard calculator, a graphing calculator, or other specialized calculators. In any course, you can highlight text. This can help you pay attention as you read, especially when you're asked to read extended articles and stories. If you have Read Aloud enabled, you can hear text read aloud. Just highlight what you want to hear and press the Read Aloud button.
The runner travels.
If you have translation enabled, you can change the languages of most on-screen text here. Some of these languages also work with the Read Aloud tool, so try it out.
Il grafico mostra la distanza.
Now when you want to leave an activity, just click the Home button in the upper left corner of your screen. Don't worry, we'll always save your work. When you come back to the activity, you'll be able to pick up where you left off. Now it's time to get started in your online course.
Again, those are the platforms that we're offering through the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy. We believe, again, as Dr. Craig mentioned, there's a number of school districts across the state and outside of Pennsylvania that are using the Edgenuity platforms for their remote learning options. We think it's a robust option that will provide great flexibility and great instruction from home for our students and families within Harrisburg School District. One thing I would say when you talk about success online and remote instruction, even though there's flexibility, one of the things that we'll work on and Dr. Craig's team will work on will be helping as far as there needs to be consistency in structure even when you're on an online platform learning from home. So again, while that flexibility is important, certainly some structure, routine is equally important when you're at home learning online. So again, given Dr. Craig's expertise with the Cougar Academy, certainly her and her team can offer those type of thoughts and suggestions as you're learning how you're going to support your student learners at home through this online learning option. Dr. Craig, any final thoughts for our students, families, community this afternoon?
Okay, so what kind of instructional supports will HVLA offer? So we have highly qualified, certified, they're PA certified core teachers who will be available for support. So students will log in, they will do their assignments. If they need a one-on-one session with a teacher, they would create a meet time with the teacher and will be able to review their work with their certified teacher as needed. We will also be providing special education teachers. I've received a lot of questions around if my child has an IEP, will there be teachers available to help support their IEP? Yes, HVLA will have special education teachers available. In addition, I've received some questions around English as a second language. HVLA will have teachers available to support our English language learners. In addition, reading specialists will be available to support our students, especially at the primary level where we know they need a lot of reading support. And finally, there will be opportunity for students if they need additional tutoring or one-on-one sessions beyond what the teacher is available to offer. We do have some teachers that will be available to help support in a tutoring way for ELA and math. We will also have academic advising by our counselor. We do have a full-time counselor that will be available for all our students. And we also will have available our social worker to do outreach work with all our students and families. We mentioned earlier that because the students who are part of HVLA are Harrisburg students, they will be able to participate in any of our extracurricular activities offered by Harrisburg School District. So some of those activities might be athletics, cheerleading, prom, band, chorus, ROTC, the Nationals Honors Program, History Day, graduation, literacy nights, clubs, assemblies, picture day, and etc. In addition, we want to make sure that all our children and parents are successful. And so we do have a plan of support for our students for logging in questions, for issues that may arise regarding using your computers. So that will be available for all our students and parents as well. And for our high school students, again, academic advancement programs. So we talked earlier about dual enrollment. We have advanced placement courses that will be available for all our students as well. And we also have gifted program support in place for students who are eligible to receive the gifted services. So how do I enroll in HVLA? Step 1 is visit our website. Step 2 is go to our enrollment tab. 3, complete the enrollment form, hit the submit button, and once you do that, and all the steps are completed, an enrollment specialist will contact you within 24 hours to do a follow-up enrollment process and ensure that your child is on our rosters. It's as easy as that. Once your child is enrolled in the program, parents will receive an email with all the information that you need to have, your enrollment information, how you log in, any parent handbooks, student handbooks, all that information will be provided to you once enrollment is completed. If you don't have a computer or a Chromebook already, we will make arrangements for a pickup or delivery of technology to your home. And also for our K-5 students, for the curriculum program, they have additional online workbooks that will be sent home to them. So we know we did a brief session around HVLA, but if you have further questions, you can call 717-703-4364, which is our direct line to HVLA. You can also send us an email. So we have been receiving a lot of questions and around enrollment at our website. So it's there. It's also listed on our district website if you cannot find the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy site. And we will also be posting a lot of information and updates on the HVLA Facebook page. So as Mr. Selmer had opened up this meeting in regards to, we are always trying to meet the needs of our families and our community and do our best to ensure that all our students are getting an excellent education. We know that our parents have been very concerned about the opening of school, and we wanted to make sure that we had a premier option for all our students as well in terms of virtual learning from home. So if you are interested, please contact us at the email address that was provided on the previous screen, or you can call us and leave us a message and we would get back to you right away.
As Dr. Craig mentioned, during this serious COVID-19 pandemic, we are looking for ways to be able to offer more programming for our families. We want to be more fluid as a school district, and we want to be able to adjust to the needs of our community. This week, most likely on Thursday, I will be posting another PowerPoint presentation that will go through the opening of school and what it will look like for the 2021 school year. And you're going to see how this program really fits in to the pathway models that we are going to be offering for all our families in the Harrisburg School District. The second point I wanted to make is there's a lot of confusion around other cyber charter schools in the community, and if you have expressed interest in another cyber charter, if you signed up for another cyber charter, etc. And I want to make sure I clear those misperceptions during this informational session. So you are not locked in permanently to anything when it comes to your education. Specifically for cyber charter schools, even if you enrolled or expressed interest in enrolling, and now that we have an option that will compete head-to-head with those other educational cyber charter schools, you can come to HVLA. And I want to be very clear on that. No one can force you to stay in any educational program, specifically a cyber program. So if you've been told that, I'm going to be straight with you. That's not accurate, and that's not true. You can transition back to the Harrisburg School District at any point. If you have sought out a cyber option, prior to HVLA, you are not locked into that option. All you need to do is contact us through the information and the resources Dr. Craig laid out on the PowerPoint, and we can walk you through that process to make sure that you're enrolled in HVLA, that you stay a Harrisburg School District student, you go through our educational programming, and ultimately you graduate with a Harrisburg School District diploma through HVLA, if that's your choice of education, support, and pathway for your students, student learners in your household. So I just wanted to make sure we're very clear with that, and that there's a clear understanding about what can and can't happen. And again, you can at any time enroll with HVLA, Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy, and we certainly want you to do so. We want you to be part of our family and stay within the Harrisburg School District. If you have students, families, and friends that may have not been with the Harrisburg School District the past year, 2 years, 3 years, and they have had a cyber option, they can enroll in this program as well. As long as you're a Harrisburg City resident, you can enroll in this program. It's at no cost to you. You get a free device, Chromebook, that will be supplied to you if you need it, and you'll get all the supports that Dr. Craig outlined in the presentation. The best way to get the information is what Dr. Craig mentioned earlier. We want to have one-on-one conversations with you through our enrollment team, through Dr. Craig and her office, so we can answer any individualized questions you have on a one-on-one basis. So again, we look forward to having that contact with you, that intimate contact with you as we move forward and we get closer to the start of school.
And
so
Mr.
I'm going to go ahead,
Mr.
Dr.
Summer,
Craig.
may I just make a clarification as well? I've received some emails as well about the curriculum, and I just wanted to be clear about the curriculum. A lot of parents have asked questions if the curriculum was going to look like what it did when we had to close in March, April, and May. And what I wanted to make sure you were clear on is that this is a K-12 curriculum that is offered through the Ingenuity platform. And you can go on to, if the videos don't play, or if you have time to visit the ingenuity.com website, you can go, it's free. You can look at the curriculum, look at what they are offering. Like we said earlier, it is a standards, it's aligned. All the curriculum is PA standards aligned. It is a full-time curriculum that we are offering, and not that Harrisburg is the only school district using Ingenuity. I believe there are over 40 other school districts that are using Ingenuity platform. We have used it in our other school, Cougar Academy, and it's been working very well. It is a very high quality, rigorous program. So I just wanted to make sure that all our families understood that this is not something we're kind of just putting together It is something that already exists. It's been approved. It's PA core aligned. It's being used in other districts. This is what we will be using with our K-5 students who will be using the EDGE. It's called the EDGE program, but it's under Ingenuity. And for all our 6 to 12 students, they will be using the Ingenuity middle school and high school program to provide their courses and also their electives.
Thank you, Dr. Craig. And that's a very important point you made. And the last point I'll make before we transition to Mr. Nornhole with the videos is that, the other piece that we want to do as a school district, and Dr. Craig touched on it, when the pandemic happened in March, everything shut down and everyone had to react quickly with the resources that were available. Since then, the district has worked very hard to be in a position where we can transition from an enrichment mode, which is what March, April, May was, to an instructional mode for the start of the 2021 school year. So as Dr. Craig mentioned, with the standards aligned curriculum, certified teachers, rigor with the programming, structure with the programming, those are the delineations that take you from an enrichment mode, which we were in the spring, to an instructional mode, which we will be moving forward as a school district. So again, we're excited about the transition. There's been a lot of work by Dr. Craig and her team to help us make that transition for the 2021 school year. And based on Dr. Craig's experience, her success with the Cougar Academy, she understands how to help and support our students and our families. And again, we're thankful that she's helping with the Harrisburg Virtual Learning Academy and will be a support to you, our families within the Harrisburg School District.
I just wanted to add to your point that in order for students to be successful online, we do need parents as partners to ensure that students are working regularly. Like I said, it is unlike what we did in March, April, and May. This virtual platform requires students to be working regularly to be able to make sure that they are getting high quality education and feedback that will continue to to grow their learning. Also, you saw on both platforms that there were assessments built in. So our team of teachers and our success coaches will be monitoring students weekly and bi-weekly. Also, we're working with MVP to ensure that parents are receiving reports. You are able to receive reports bi-weekly on the progress of your child so that you can keep track on whether your children are working towards course completion and successfully completing their program. So we are working really hard to ensure that we have every aspect to ensure the success of your child in our virtual school. And we do need, we can do so much, but we really need to work together to make sure that our students have the best online experience.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Craig, and I agree the partnership will be critical, and we've done a great job as a school district and community partnering, specifically since the pandemic started in March. We've really come together and tried to work hard to support each other, and we'll need that same collaboration and teamwork and partnership as we roll out our new HVLA program. So again, Dr. Craig, thank you so much for your time, your expertise, and your passion and heart for hybrid and online learning. And we're again so thankful that you're leading these efforts and helping us provide this option for our families in the Harrisburg School District. So again, to our families, our community, thank you so much for taking time this afternoon to be with us. hvla.us. If you go to hvla.us, resources are there, contact information, the enrollment paperwork, etc. So you can reach us via Facebook. You can reach us via hvla.us. You can reach us via a phone call. You can reach us via an email. So we have many different ways that we can connect to support you as you make your decision to come with us on this learning journey through HVLA. So again, I thank you for your time. I thank you for your continued support. There'll be additional information forthcoming on a weekly basis as we move closer to school. And again, please look at the end of the week, most likely on Thursday, There'll be another presentation that I will be providing to discuss the start of the 2021 school year and the pathways that we're going to be offering our families in the Harrisburg School District. So again, thank you so much for your time and your support.
Attention, Harrisburg School District parents and guardians, your voice matters. Please take a moment to complete our newest Return to School Family Survey, located on the district website at www.hbgsd.us and our district Facebook or Twitter sites. The survey is available in English and Spanish. Thank you in advance for completing this important survey. Attention, Harrisburg School District parents, guardians, and students. For qualifying Harrisburg High School students, we are offering online credit recovery. Students are welcome and strongly encouraged to participate in our summer credit recovery program. Harrisburg High School will offer 2 sessions for credit recovery. Session 1 is happening now through August 7th from 8 a.m. until 12 noon. Session 2 is happening now through August 7th from 1 p.m. until 3 p.m. To register, please contact Ms. Jenna Krenjak at jkrenjak@hbgsd.us or visit our website or Facebook page for more information.